who we associated ourselves in the mid-70s and in the 80s. I know Nick was a very good policeman. Of course, he was an outstanding sports personality as well. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, Nick was not given the respect he deserves in the police force of the St. Vincent and Grenadines, the Royal St. Vincent and Grenadines Police Force, over a particular period of time. However, he endured, and after he would have left the police force, he maintained to be an outstanding good community leader, to which I know the community would have, they would have at least had the benefit of his experience over the years. And so, Madam Speaker, he too will be missed, and may his soul so rest in peace. Much obliged, Madam Speaker.
Yes. Okay. Oh, sorry. Recognize the honorable member for East Kingstown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, honorable members. Good morning. Madam Speaker, I rise to just recognize the passing and to convey condolences to the families of Miss Granny Williams of Walvaroo. She passed away 3 days ago, I believe, and she was quite a stalwart in that community. I believe her origins are in the Georgetown area, and she surely would be missed. I'd also like to express to the family of Barbara Els, better known as Carcella from Rockies, who passed away since we last met here in Parliament. And the community of Rockies, particularly the Revival Center Church family, would surely miss Carcella. I also would like to express condolences to the family of Conley Shivambo Rose. I was quite connected to Shivambu, and in many ways he mentored me, particularly when it came to social and political issues, and he certainly would be missed. And finally, Madam Speaker, condolences to the Primus family of Mackey's Hill, my neighbors for over 45 years, on the passing of Susan Young. She was quite a stalwart in that family. That family, of course, we may recall, Susan lost her mom and a sister within 1 day back during COVID time. So the Primus family has been going through quite a bit, and this obviously is not going to add to the easing of the pain, but I would still like to express my condolences to the family on the passing of Susan. I'm obliged.
Yes. We have to really wrap it up very quickly because the time is just about over. Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I rise to extend condolences to the families of Miss Ormananton of Owia, a woman who was a village entrepreneur and who fed the community very, very much, and I'm sure she will be greatly missed. Also to the families of Miss Audrey Westfield of Owia and Pitty Bodell, to Mr. Charles Nero's family, or Lindsay, of Owia, to Miss Norma Brown of London Sandy Bay, and to the family of Miss Leslie Davis, who was gone down, unfortunately, in her business place. And we will surely miss her. May their souls rest in peace. Obliged, Madam Speaker.
Madam Clerk?
Congratulatory remarks.
Yes, I recognize the Honorable Minister of Agriculture. Minister, you giving way? I recognize therefore the Honorable Minister. Okay, Honorable Minister of Agriculture. Yes, yes, very well, very well.
Madam Speaker, honorable members, I rise this morning to congratulate the fisher folk of St. Vincent and the Grenadines for the excellent work that they continue to do to ensure that we have food and nutrition security. We had an excellent Fisherman's Day activity held here 2025 at Kialiakwa, and I just wish to report to this honorable house the results. The heaviest catch, 988.8 pounds by Eli Slater in Jelly 2 is the name of the boat, and he won a 60 horsepower 4-stroke engine. Second heaviest catch, 568 pounds by Ray Anthony Clark, the boat name Ray J, and he won $5,000. And the third heaviest catch, 466 pounds by Darren Alexander, boat name Good to Go, $2,500 is the price he won. The heaviest single fish was caught by Eli Slater, 123 pounds. The largest number of fish caught by anyone in the competition, Ray Anthony Clark, 509 heads caught on the day. And the beat seine competition, the heaviest catch was 4,346 pounds by Eli Slater, and he won a 30 horsepower engine. I really want to congratulate and to thank all those persons who participated, and I do so against the backdrop that the fisher folk was severely affected by the hurricane. And last year when we had Fisherman's Day activities, we did not know that we were going to experience this. So again, I wish to thank them and to congratulate them. I'm obliged, Madam Speaker.
Yes, I recognize the Honorable Minister of Housing. Housing, Informal Human Settlements, Youth and Sports.
Youth and Sports.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's always a pleasure when I have to bring congratulatory remarks as it relates to sports here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. First, I want to start with soccer, and I want to congratulate our very own Vincy Heat. Madam Speaker, despite they lost their last match, I want to commend them for an excellent showing on June 4th, where they defeated Anguilla 6-0. And I want to also congratulate the entire SVGFF, the Federation, and the coaching staff and all of the technical persons attached to the Federation and the team. Madam Speaker, they did exceptionally well, and we are seeing a comeback, a major comeback in soccer here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Thank you, my good friend Major. Madam Speaker, in athletics, I want to congratulate Mr. Handel Roban for setting a new national record in the 800 meter, where he ran a time of 1 minute 45.05 seconds. And we want to tell Handel that we are proud of you and keep up the good works going forward. Madam Speaker, just recently the Whitsuntide Games were held in Grenada, and we had a total of 9 teams going from St. Vincent down to the games. We had Excel, Exceed, Mustangs, Biomechanic, Chateauier, High Performance, ITDAT, St. Vincent Grammar School, and the Georgetown Secondary School. Madam Speaker, I must congratulate all of the teams for putting on a stellar performance in the Whitsuntide Games. But Madam Speaker, I must make mention of the fastest 11-year-old in the world at the 300-meter distance, Mr. Tyler Hercules, who ran in the 11-year category in a time of 40.20 seconds. Madam Speaker, I want to turn my attention quickly to netball, and over the weekend we had the closing of the 2025 National Netball Championship here in St. Vincent at the Kingstown Netball Facility. Madam Speaker, I just want to list quickly the winners. They had a league and a knockout category, and the winners are as follows. DHL Miters did a double in winning both the league and the knockout championship. Cyan Hill Sports Club also did a double in Division 2, where they won the league and the knockout title as well. Exceed Sports Club won both again, a double in Division 3. In Division 4, which I paid very close attention to, which is the developmental division, I must congratulate the league title, which was won by Antonio Success Netters, but North Leeward Youth took the knockout title. I must mention, Madam Speaker, from North Leeward, 11-year-old Samara Pear of North Leeward Youth. She copped a number of awards for various outstanding performances during the tournament. Madam Speaker, I want to also mention to honorable members and persons listening that in the next few weeks, we will be holding here our Winlot Intersecondary School Games from July 28 to August 2nd. And I'm looking forward for all of the Vincentians to come out and support our team, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as they come up against the other three Windward Islands in this Winlot Intersecondary School Games tournament. Also, we are having in August, our Vincy Jewels will be defending their crown in Grenada, and I'm also wishing them all the best as they go forward. And we are hoping to do the double as well as it relates to that tournament for this year. Much obliged, Madam Speaker.
Yes, I recognize very well. I recognize the honorable member for Central Kingstown.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I don't think you heard what the honorable member for East Kingston said. He said he's giving away to a senior. These guys are really rubbing it in these days. I don't know if the absence of my glasses or the lack of my afro or something else, but they're not wasted. Thank you very much. I was looking for the explanation. Madam Speaker, charity begins at home, Madam Speaker. We're often at each other's throat. But this morning I have a lot of genuine pride to recognize the contribution of Dr. Brown, Caesar, and in the process, the honorable member opposite me for the stellar performance of his son to cop first in the common entrance. It speaks well of the family tree. And I'm sure that if he had his way, he would have had a little bit more nose this morning. But he's constraining himself. But it's good to see that he and his school. I mean, I'm a little jealous because normally I would be here speaking for the Catholic school, but they took all the first 5 and left only 1 in the first 10 for my Catholic school. You know, it's first 3. Correction, first 3, but it's 5 out of 10. See, the corrections are flying. You know, these guys have rehearsed this thing. But it's congrats, Mr. Minister, on your son's performance. It's a great thing. Yeah, I got her into Catholic school. I was coming to that. The school normally reserves 2 spaces for me. I don't know if I could sister publicly, and through very close association. And because outside of him, I have very excellent relationship in the family. You know, Madam Speaker, it's a good family. Madam Speaker, I want to join with the Minister of Sports in his congratulations to Vince Heath, and I want to say something in that regard because I don't want anything to take away from the great promise that now is Vince Clean under an excellent leader and coach and manager in Ezra, a wonderful human being. And I don't think this is a matter that has political divisions, but we have to both be committed to help that brand, the Vince Heath brand, to be where it must be and should be. And I'll just share some facts for what it is worth. When we beat Anguilla at 6-0, we wouldn't have given them a practice match a couple of years ago. They're 200 and something in the world, the last place in the world. And I don't know, when we were defeated by Puerto Rico, I remember when we played in Puerto Rico the first time, they didn't even know what was the corner flag. We had to show them where to put it when I was there as a manager coach. Now they've gone ahead of us. We are 172 in the world at the moment. 100 places less than I left it in 2006. But we ought not be daunted by that statistic because Trinidad is 100. So we only have 2 teams in the Caribbean that are in the first 100, Trinidad and Jamaica. But Jamaica is 63, which is better than the 73 that we had. And we gave Jamaica a run for the money. So it says that we can close the gap. We can close the gap through discipline, investment, and it's a little bit more challenging these days than those days dealing with the young people in sports, generally speaking, because sometimes I wish they get a little swell-headed. But where there's talent, we must recognize it. And clearly in the field of soccer and football, there is a tremendous talent across St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And I want to encourage the current set of youngsters in football and the management team and to encourage the government on that side because they're putting some money into football. I don't know if it's for the right purpose, but they're putting some money there. Let us continue to invest. Personally, I feel that a good $5 million into football can be justified, because one day we would realize the benefits of it in bringing those guys to where they clearly can be. So again, my congratulations to Vince Heath, and may they fulfill the promise that we now still see in them. Much obliged, Madam Speaker.
Yes, I recognize the honourable member for East Kingstown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to associate myself with the congratulatory remarks from the Minister of Sports with regards to the sporting successes that he mentioned. Vince Heath, Handel Roman, the Whitsuntide Games participants, and the success of the Sion Hill Netball Club at the recently concluded National Netball Tournament. Of course, as he mentioned, the Sion Hill Club won the league and knockout for Division 2, and they lost in the knockout final, the developmental division, which consisted mainly of primary school students. They lost in the knockout finals to North Leeward. So I want to congratulate all of those athletes and wish them well in the future. Madam Speaker, I'd also like to take this opportunity to express congratulations to all of the students, all of the successful students in the recently completed CPE exam. And I would like to just zero in quickly on a couple of specifics. First of all, I'd like to congratulate my friend and brother and colleague, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, member for South Central Windward, on the success of his son. Is Saj, right? Saj. I had the privilege of meeting him not too long ago at the football game. So congratulations are in order, my friend, and don't be afraid to take your credit. Like I said, I am quite sure that others would have contributed equally significantly to his success. So please convey my congratulations to him as well. Madam Speaker, I also want to, there are 3 primary schools in the constituency of East Kingston, and I would like to recognize them. And this goes beyond politics, because since I became representative, I've really developed a very good relationship with these 3 primary schools. Starting first with the C.W. Prescott Primary School, I'd like to congratulate all of the successful students from the CPE exam, and to particularly congratulate the parents and the staff and teachers, and more specifically, Madam Speaker, the principal, Mrs. Suzette Abbott King, who is doing a wonderful job at that school. And I'd also like to recognize the grade 6 teachers. I know all of the teachers contribute, but I think this is the grade 6 teachers' time to really be recognized specifically. And for the C.W. Prescott, the grade 6 teachers, Miss Twyla Thompson, Mr. Gregory Hoyt, Miss Sheridan Pitt, Miss Ronell King, Mr. Kervin Daly, and Mrs. Laurette Mofford. I'd like to congratulate all of them for the hard work that they've done and that they continue to do. The Dorsetshire Hill School, Madam Speaker, as we know, it's one of the smaller schools, not just in the constituency, but in the country. And sometimes they tend to fly under the radar. But this is a school that has really been excelling in the community in various ways. And I would like to congratulate Principal Janice Jilks and the grade 6 teachers, Mr. Rafiq Bailey and Miss Gillian Bradshaw, and all the teachers and parents in that community. I'd like to congratulate them and to wish them well as they continue working for the development of those students and the community as well. And finally, Madam Speaker, the Sion Hill Primary Government School. Well, prep school is in your constituency, but we could share it. The Sion Hill Government School, Madam Speaker, I had the privilege of helping to coach the primary school, the football team. So, and quite a bit of those team members did the CPE exam. They pretty much became like my sons, you know. So I'm very happy that all of them passed the exam. And particularly Mr. Rafiq Latchman, young Rafiq Latchman, who's the son of Keisha Simon and my good friend David Latchman. He placed 7th overall, and that is very, very outstanding for the Sion Hill Government School, because we know that, you know, they perennially, they are not considered to be one of the top schools. I beg to differ, but public perception. And I think Rafiq's performance can help to dispel some of that. I'd like to congratulate him, his parents, all of the parents of the Sion Hill Government School, and Principal Mrs. Shelley's McPherson Williams, who she's just completing her first year as principal. And she's doing an outstanding job as well. And I'd also like to congratulate the grade 6 teachers, Miss Kamara Primus, Miss Nakisha Stapleton, and Miss Joanna Knights. I'd like to congratulate all of them and all of the successful students all across St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and wish the students well as they continue their educational journey. I'm obliged.
Yes, I recognize the honorable member for the Southern Grenadines. Time is a little short. Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would just like to congratulate the students, parents, teachers of those who were successful at the CPA examination 2025. You know, sometimes we give all the kudos to the parents, the teachers, the students, but sometimes we forget the community. in some small communities, there are various persons who assist and help the schools as well as the teachers for the success of the kids. So we must not forget the communities and the role that they play. I give Minister Caesar my congratulations already this morning, but I would like to say publicly to his son Sarge Caesar, congratulations. I noticed it within the top 10 schools that 5 of them came from the Sugar Mill Academy. 3 taking the top 3 places, and the other 2 taking the other places within the top 10. Also, there's a St. Mary's Roman Catholic, the Lomans Leeward Anglican, the Newgrounds Primary, the Kingston Prep, and the Sign Hill. So there's a sort of a spread where nationally where the exam is concerned for the top 10. I would just like to say congratulations also to the schools within the Southern Grenadines, because 2 of those schools got 100%. That is the Canawan Government School and the Myro Government School. I will say congratulations to them. The other schools were not so far off. They were in the 80% range, and I thank them for the work that they are doing, despite, we might say, what they faced during Hurricane Beryl. The students rose to, they kept to the task, and most of them, majority of them, were successful. So once again, congratulations to all involved. As I said, when I look at the preliminary results, it's if you go round it off to 88% of the students passed the examinations. So congratulations to them. To those who didn't pass, it's not the end of the line. You have second chances, and with the second chances, they can go as far as they can. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Yes, I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable members, I rise to briefly express how happy we on this side are with the results of the recent CPA examinations here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Of course, at some point, we'll be doing some greater detail in terms of our congratulatory messages, but I'd just like to say that we congratulate all 1,470 students who took the examinations this year. We had 87.3% passes, and just a little bit down from 87.6 last year. What is also notable, Madam Speaker, is that we had about boys making up 8 of the top 10. I think this is a record. Top 10, 8 boys in that area. Like particularly to single out Sarge Caesar, and everybody has talked about him before, for getting 99.2%. And that is no mean feat, Madam Speaker. I congratulate him and his parents, the Honorable Saboto Caesar and his wife, for having done such a great job on the gentleman. I just like, Madam Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I didn't mention all the persons in the top 10 because we have been talking about them. So let me just call their names if that is permissible, Madam Speaker. We have Sarge Christophe Caesar, number 1. Azier Kai Lewis, 2. Ezra Nathaniel Kwashi, 3. Soy Marvel Tony, 4. I should give the schools. Sugar Mill Academy for the first 3, and that, of course, is remarkable. They did 5 out of the top 10. St. Mary's Roman Catholic, that's the minister's sister also, when it rains it pours. That's Soy Tony coming 4th. Lomans Leeward Anglican, we have Corey Michael Lavier at 5th, and that's a big plus for Lomans Leeward. I'm happy for them. Newgrounds Primary, Mason Williams, Sand Hill Government, Rafiq Taj Lachman, and Sugar Mill Academy again, Adriana Ledger, Kingston Prep, Blossom McCollman, and Sugar Mill Academy, Rio J. marks decent. Congratulations to all of them, to their parents and the teachers and the schools which have produced such remarkable achievements. Thank you very much.
Yes, I recognize the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, honorable members. It would be remiss of me, Madam Speaker, if I didn't rise to offer congratulations to all the students who wrote the CPA 2025 and were successful. A few of them didn't meet the pass mark, the pass grade, but the education revolution here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines provides a space for them in a secondary school here in this country of ours. The 5 schools in my constituency, Madam Speaker, the New Prospect Primary, they got their 100% pass rate. One of the smallest schools in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they had about 5 or 6 students, and one of them is heading to the girls' high school from New Prospect. Bible Primary, Argyle Primary, Calder, and the Stubbs Government School. Madam Speaker, I congratulate all the students, the teachers, their parents, and other well-wishers. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the 83 retirees of the public service here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines who have done exceptional work in the public service in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, some of them ranging from 16 years to over 40 years. And on behalf of the government and people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, I want to thank the public servants, those who are retiring at this particular time, for their years of dedicated service to the upliftment and the building of this beautiful nation state of ours called St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I want to congratulate the permanent secretary and the staff within the public service, and to the head, the Minister for the Public Service, the Honorable Prime Minister at this time also. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Yes. Honorable members would have to be very
Madam Speaker, I just wish to join with all those members who have quite rightly congratulated the students who wrote the CPA exams, and so many of them were successful. It is a real tribute to the teachers and the parents of all of the students all over the country who have spent so much time in preparation. And I'm sure many of them will be very happy, very pleased, and looking forward now to going on to secondary school. I joined my colleagues as well in congratulating the top students, and particularly Saj Caesar for his remarkable, outstanding accomplishment. And I'm sure that Minister Caesar has been sitting over there very quietly, but his nose is getting bigger and bigger by the minute. So, but it's great when you have outstanding achievements. But of course, we want to ensure that all of the students who wrote the exam, in fact, all the students who are coming out of primary school, that they have the best opportunity to make the best of their secondary school experience. And during the graduation ceremonies, of course, there'll be some recounting of that. And we look forward to their further accomplishments. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you. Madam. Yes. Very quickly, Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I would just like to, with the sentiments provided by the various colleagues, I would want to just share in those sentiments. And I'm sure if the Prime Minister was here, he too would have done the similar thing. Madam Speaker, it shows very much that how much the education revolution, a program that has been established by this government over the past 24 years, how much benefiting it has been for our children and our students here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I'm sure that young Saj will not only make his parents proud in the future, but I'm sure he will also make St. Vincent and the Grenadines, his homeland, proud as well. But Madam Speaker, equally, I'd like to congratulate the Honorable Prime Minister for once again attaining the position of chair of the OECS countries. Madam Speaker, the OECS has been working well for the benefit of this region. And so, with the presence of the Honorable Prime Minister and the chair again, I'm sure that the region stands to benefit tremendously. And so I just want to wish the Prime Minister's tenure well and looking forward to great things. Thank you very much.
Very well. Madam Clerk?
Confirmation of minutes
Yes.
of sitting held on Monday, 28th April 2025.
Yes. Honorable Minister of Transport?
Speaker, I beg to move the confirmation of the minutes of the sitting of this Honorable House held on Monday, the 28th of April, 2025.
Honorable members, the question is that the minutes of the sit-in held on Monday, 28th April 2025 be confirmed. As many as are of that opinion, say aye.
Aye.
As many are of the contrary opinion, say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Madam Clerk?
Announcements by the Speaker.
There are no announcements.
Statements by ministers.
Okay, there are no statements. Madam Clerk?
Report from Select Committee.
Yes. Any reports? No reports? No reports. Sorry. Papers, yes. Honorable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, honorable members, good morning. I beg to move House of Assembly paper number 8 of 2025, the report of the Director of Audit of the Public Accounts of St. Vincent and the Grenadines for the year ended December 31st, 2022. And in laying it, Madam Speaker, all members have the document. I want to applaud the Director of Audit for the wonderful work she has done in getting the public accounts almost fully up to date. There had been a lag, as you know, in the past, and Director of Audit and her team have been doing tremendous work. And while I lay it, I applaud the Director of Audit and her team for their hard work in this regard. Obliged.
Yes. Madam Clerk? Yeah. Right.
Madam Speaker, honorable members. I rise to lay before this honorable House the Director of Audit report for the Medicinal Cannabis Authority, the financial statement for the year ended December the 31st, 2020, with comparative figures for 2019.
Yes. Madam Clerk?
Questions for oral answers.
Just before we commence on the questions, I have had an indication from the honorable member for West Kingstown that his arrival is slightly delayed, and he's asking in the interim if his questions can be delayed pending his arrival. So we will follow the order paper, but when we get to the questions for the honorable member for West Kingstown, we will not deal with them until he has arrived, provided that time permits, of course. Yes, Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you.
Yes.
Just to address another matter, Madam Speaker, you will note that the Honorable Senator Bruce is absent. He is unavoidably absent because he's out of state.
Yes, thank you.
And we hope that the Honorable Daniel Cummings will be here in time to ask his questions.
Yes.
He has a matter in court, which he will hopefully be done soon. Yeah, Madam Speaker, I rise to ask question number 1, standing in my name of the Honorable Minister of Transport, Works, Lands, and Physical Planning. And the question is as follows. Construction work to repair the road at Bluff Point in Bequia, perennial Bluff Point, has stopped, even though the repair is incomplete. Will the minister please state, 1, why the construction work to repair the road has stopped? 2, what additional work needs to be done to complete the project? And 3, when will the repair work be finally completed?
Yes. Honorable Minister of Transport and Works.
Madam Speaker, just before I answer the question, of course, I wish to apologize for the absence of the Minister of Education, who is presently out of state. And he will not be with us here today. So, Minister. Education, who is presently out of state, and he will not be with us here today. So,
we're having seem like they're having some internet connections from the parliament that is dropping out on us. So you listen to Nice Radio. We'll try our best to see what we can get done. Okay.
We got to build resilience to climate change and natural hazards. Let's come together and let us rebuild this country. Let's put back new pieces, better until our last eruption and the wrath of peril cause so much destruction, sorrow and pain. Let's forget the laws and try to redeem this land. Come on, my people, you know we can. We got to recover stronger as a nation. With hard work and determination, so we building stronger, stronger and better to resist the forces of nature. Let's build infrastructure, farmer and better, with materials and labor. We have the tools, the brain and a strong will, good attitude, ideas and skills. This daunting task we will fulfill. Till a day, till a day. All hands on deck. Thanks to CDMA, CARICOM Development Fund, CDP, and the World Bank for their contribution, financial assistance to the weak and shattered island. Let us not forget farmers with some support and the assistance given to the fisher folks, the livestock farmers with their cattle, pig, sheep, and goats. SPG must bounce back with growth. So we building stronger, stronger and better. Our fishing industry and agriculture. Let's put back good structure, farmer and better to enhance sports and culture. We have the tools, the brain and a strong will, good work attitude, ideas and skills. This daunting task we will fulfill. So SPG will rise again. Yeah! Grenadines, we sympathize with you. We got to rise from the rumbles and all the troubles and all the struggles. Mother Haruna is on a mission with reconstruction throughout her island. She wants to ensure there's employment creation in abundance for Vincentian. So all you skilled workers, find yourself on board. Go work for your dollar, repairing houses and roads. Let's rebuild our country and build the economy. And we will rise in ecstasy. So we building stronger, stronger and better. Like the rock of Gibraltar. Let's build infrastructure, farmer and better. With capital and labor. We have the tools, the brain and a strong will, good work attitude, ideas and skills. This daunting task we will fulfill. So SPG will rise again. Yeah, man. We are a resilient.
It's quite clear that it's very vague kind of propositions as to, yes, you're going to repair and so forth. So what is the time frame are we looking at, particularly for the hard code?
Yes.
If you have given it so much thought, what's the time frame you're looking at? And I heard the other member on the other side talking about, I want a second thing. This was there long before.
Okay.
It has gotten to the state of disrepair now because they did nothing about it.
Yes.
All I'm asking for you is to restore it, not to add another one.
Okay. All right. We, Honorable
Yes,
Minister
Madam Speaker.
of Sports.
have one that's currently getting fixed, and there are only two on the island. If you get the two, it's not both of them. It's the two of them. It's all you want. But the time frame, Honorable Leader of the Opposition, I will put it definitely for the next budget cycle so that we can give it some attention. So hopefully, yes, so we can get some. Don't worry, I ain't scared about that. I ain't scared about that.
Very well. So we move to question number 3, Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
I sort of guessed that, Madam Speaker. That means I would have to do it. That's all it means. Yeah.
Question number 3.
Madam Speaker, I rise to ask question number 3, standing in my name to the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries, Rural Transformation, Industry and Labor. The fisheries centers at Oya and Chateaubelair are in poor condition and do not function to provide service to fisherfolk. The minister just was talking about all the catch that is being done. Will the Honorable Minister state the reasons for the poor condition of these facilities? What, if anything, is being done to fix them? And when the fisherfolk might expect to have the proper use of these facilities to help them in their work?
Yes, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries, Rural Transformation.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm really grateful for the question because it gives me an opportunity to speak at length about the public sector intervention post the volcanic eruptions and also the hurricane. And I want to begin, Madam Speaker, by saying to the honorable member, and I know that there are persons who are listening and following the parliament, that whenever we assess and analyze what is taking place in the country, we have to do so against the backdrop that we're impacted by climate change, and that in the case of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the eruptions of La Soufrière caused significant damage and loss on our country. And I take this opportunity to commend the hard-working public servants and the respective ministries for the work done thus far. But we have work to do. And whilst we are doing good work, excellent work, it is going to take some time. And I want, as we assess the work done, we must never divorce from the conversation the realities, as I noted earlier, of climate change and eruptions. The question asked, therefore, is limited to the extent that it is asking about only two facilities, Oya and Chateaubelair. But the question could have been more expansive to ask about Bekwai, to ask about Union Island, to ask about Kanawan, to ask about the arrowroot factory in Oya, that was in Oya, to ask about the Montreal Greenhouse Park, and the list. It's very important, as I said. I like the question. I like the question because sometimes we, in our assessment of what is taking place, We place it totally at the feet of the budget, but we do so not within the context of the constraints and the impact that we are facing. But I'm certain that those persons who are listening are aware, and I did not even deal with the impact of the Sagasam seaweed also impacting on the OWIA facility. The fisheries centers were heavily impacted by the eruptions of La Soufrière volcano in April 2021 and further impacted by the passage of Hurricane Beryl in July 2024. The government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines has received financing from the World Bank under the Volcanic Eruption Emergency Project, VEEP, to support the implementation of a variety of emergency response activities. For both the Chateaubriand and OWIA fisheries centers, and we must also note that these are located in the red zone. The consulting firm Stewart Engineering has been contracted to complete the design and costing for the rehabilitation work of the facilities. The firm has submitted their final design report, drawings and technical specifications for the rehab and the retrofitting of the facilities. The final documents are currently being reviewed by the Economic Planning Division, the Ministry of Finance, and the proposed next step is to get a no objection from the World Bank, then enter the market for prospective bidders to undertake these rehabilitative works. The implementation phase for this initiative is scheduled to commence at the end of 2025 and be completed by the end of December 2026. And that is what is reported based on the design of the project. But as it pertains to the OWIA facility, and as we are aware, we creatively embarked on a public-private partnership whereby the government worked with entities, organizations for the management of these facilities. We will see the opening of the OWIA Fisheries Center, where they will be processing before the end of 2025. But that again would have to be halted when the work is started. So the private sector entity met with the ministry last week, and with the assistance of VINLEC, we are going to restart the work. And I anticipate that we may stop probably around November, December, based on his calculation. And if the VEEP started earlier, then he would have to vacate to allow the VEEP. Again, Madam Speaker, let us be honest in the conversation. We had 32 explosive volcanic eruptions here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. There was a time when all these facilities were covered in ash. And then, I know, for example, the facility in Beckway, when we started the public-private partnership, we were exporting lobster and conch to many different countries. But again, in Union Island, especially impacted by the hurricane, it is still early days, and we're going to continue to do the work. And I want to end on a lighter note. As the Minister of Housing said, I will be presenting these matters, hopefully in addition, at the next budget as the Minister of Fisheries in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yes. Question number 4. Yes, I recognize the Honourable Member for the Southern Grenadines.
Madam Speaker, I rise to ask question number 4, standing in my name. to the Honorable Minister of Housing, Informal Settlement,
Yes.
Informal Settlement, Youth and Sports. Following the damage done to the Southern Grenadines by Hurricane Beryl and the removal of many residents from the island to the mainland to shelters or temporary accommodations, many persons have no place to return to call their home in the Grenadines. These people were promised lands on which homes can be constructed in the Grenadines. These people were promised lands on which homes can be constructed in the Grenadines. Parliament approved funding for the purchase of lands as well as for the purchase of prefabricated houses. Would the minister please state, 1, how much lands have been purchased for this purpose and where? How soon can the shelterees be given the homes to which they can return? And 3, for how much longer will those not given the houses be able to remain in the shelters? And what alternative arrangements are being worked out for them to get back to their normal lives in the Grenadines?
Yes. Honorable Minister of Housing, Informal Human Settlement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member, for the question. Madam Speaker, in the supplementary budget after Hurricane Beryl, yes, there were an allocation for the purchasing of land in the Southern Grenadines. And Madam Speaker, also there was allocation for the purchasing of prefabricated homes, which would aid in the rebuilding process. Now, Madam Speaker, first I want to set a bit of context, because I notice in the question, the Honorable Member for Southern Grenadines stated that how soon can shelterees be given the home to which they can return. Now, Madam Speaker, as we all know, we are in the hurricane season, and we had to, from the government side, deal very swiftly to reduce the number of persons in shelters here on mainland and also in the Grenadines. Madam Speaker, as we speak, there are only 151 individuals in public shelters, and I don't want us to misconstrue this with persons that are being housed in tourism paid accommodation or like the guest houses and so on. So there are only 115 in public shelters. So I just want to set that context. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Transport and Works is responsible for lands here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And the Ministry of Housing is working very closely with the Ministry of Transport and Works through the Office of the Chief Surveyor to identify suitable lands which can be used for the development of housing. Madam Speaker, in the Southern Grenadines, the major island that we are facing challenges as it relates to land for housing is Union Island. In Myro, there is no public shelter on Myro. Myro, as a matter of fact, is, you can say, is over 90% completed as it relates to the rebuilding of the Hurricane Beryl. Canawan is in a similar position, but Union Island is where we are getting or facing the challenges. Madam Speaker, we, through the Chief Surveyor's Office, First, we had to identify whether there were available government lands before we can move forward with purchasing. And in Union, and I'm sure the honorable member would be happy for this information, the Office of the Chief Surveyor, they were able to identify 7 lots at Bajan Corner and another 14 lots in Ashton above the old police station close to the water catchment, bringing this to a total of 21 lots. So we have identified thus far some suitable lands, and as we speak, the Chief Surveyor and his team they're in Union Island today, finalizing the designs so that we can move swiftly with these lots. And I want to urge also the honorable member, if there are persons on Union who he may know are selling suitable lands for housing, he can also bring that to my attention so that we can do the necessary investigation in order to purchase more lands or to acquire more lands for housing purposes. So, Madam Speaker, according to the Chief Surveyor, they should be wrapped up within 2 weeks with these 21 lots, and then they would be handed over to the Ministry of Housing, where we will take it from there for housing developments. Madam Speaker, the prefabricated homes, as mentioned, from the Trinidadian entity, the first shipment is arriving here this week, and Southern Grenadines is in the first batch to receive from these prefabricated homes. Madam Speaker, one of the challenges that we are experiencing, and I'm sure the honorable member will identify with me, a number of the persons that are left in the shelters and the accommodation of guest houses and so on, a number of them, Madam Speaker, were renters. And Madam Speaker, we are in a conundrum because now a lot of the landlords, they're not willing to rent again their property. Some of them use burial, believe it or not, to get rid of some of the tenants. So, Madam Speaker, some of the persons that we have left in shelters and touristic accommodation here on mainland, they never had a home in the Southern Grenadines. Most of them, they were renting. And that is something that we are working on feverishly. As a matter of fact, the Prime Minister just a few weeks ago put together a resettlement committee specifically for the Southern Grenadines because of this challenge that we are facing. And on that committee, the Ministry of Housing, the Ministry of Mobilization, Ministry of Finance, Transport and Works, NEMO, Grenadines Affairs, we are all meeting. We had our first meeting last week, and we have a follow-up meeting this week. So we are working feverishly to see how best we can deal with persons who didn't own a home before, to see how best we can help them to get back to some level of normalcy. Madam Speaker, I wish I can say to the honorable member for Southern Grenadines that we will get all of this work done by next week, but I can't do that because that would be very dishonest of me. We are making strides. Majority of the roofs are back on. We have already started reconstruction on the level 3s and 4s in the Southern Grenadines, and we are working to give the best that we can to the folks in the Southern Grenadines as it relates to housing and getting them back to some level of normalcy. Much obliged, Madam Speaker.
Yes. Is there a supplementary?
No, Madam Speaker, I move on.
Okay,
Hopefully.
just before you move on, Honorable Member, I just want to indicate the way we're going to proceed, okay?
Okay.
We have next on the order paper question number 5, which is asked of the Honorable Prime Minister. I've had an indication that the Honorable Minister of Finance has been deputed to answer for the Honorable Prime Minister.
5 and 6.
Yes, well, all of the questions directed to the Honorable Prime Minister. I've also had a request due to a personal matter that needs to be attended to. If the questions that are directed to the Honorable Prime Minister and by extension those for the Honorable Minister of Finance can be asked sequentially. In that light, we will have questions 5 to 9, and then question 16, and then I believe question 22 as well. And then we will go back thereafter to question number 10, just for by way of disclosure and the procedure we will follow. Very well, so we
Thank
move
you,
now
Madam
to...
Speaker.
Thank
I
you.
rise to ask question number 5, standing in my name, to the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of National Security, Airport, Legal Affairs and Information. The hurricane season 2025 is nearly upon us. This was should I say the hurricane season is now upon us. Take out nearly because the question was asked before the Parliament was postponed. Will the Honorable Minister please state what is the state of the shelters in the Southern Grenadines that were damaged during the passage of Hurricane Beryl? And 2, are there any alternative shelters provided for those damaged and not yet restored?
Yes, Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank you and all members of this Honorable House for your indulgence regarding that request. It really could not be avoided. The Honorable Prime Minister asked me to answer. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Prime Minister was celebrating the baptism of his latest granddaughter yesterday, and my latest niece. And I went by the house to eat a food, but I was summoned to his study to go over the answers that he wanted to provide for the meeting. So the celebration was not quite as joyous as I thought it would be, Madam Speaker. But I have the answers. I have the answers in those. I was fed. I fed well. Madam Speaker, following the impact of Hurricane Beryl on the 1st of July of last year, where over 90% of the buildings in the Southern Grenadines were impacted, this government moved swiftly to renovate and retrofit public and private buildings in the Southern Grenadines. All schools that were used as emergency shelters sustained various levels of damage on all of the islands of the Southern Grenadines. However, by September of that year, the Canouan Primary School, the Canouan Secondary School, the Myro Government School, and the Union Island Secondary School were repaired to allow school to continue on these islands. The Stephanie Brown Government School was repaired and will be used as an after-storm shelter because of its close proximity to the sea, which obviously makes sense. If you know where Stephanie Brown is, you wouldn't want to put people in there in the lead up to a hurricane. But after an event, we fully anticipate the rebuilt school to be standing, but it's only prudent that it not be used as a pre-hurricane facility. The Mary Hutchinson Primary School is near completion and will be used as an emergency shelter during the 2025 hurricane season. The additional shelter inspection process was completed in early May of 2025 across all the islands. Inspections were completed in Union Island on the 30th of April, Canouan and Myro on the 8th of May. The shelter inspection was undertaken by engineers from the Ministry of Transport and Works Physical Planning, Building Inspection from the Physical Planning, and building inspectors from the Physical Planning Unit. Most of the private buildings that were previously listed as emergency shelters were severely damaged or destroyed in the Southern Grenadines. For the 2025 hurricane season, the shelters approved for the Southern Grenadines are as follows. In Canouan, there are 4 emergency shelters. The Canouan Anglican Church, the Canouan Kindergarten in Grand Bay, the Canouan Government School, and the Wells of Living Water Church in Canouan. In Myro, it's the Myro Government School. In Union Island, the 3 emergency shelters are the Learning Resource Center in Ashton, the Mary Hutchinson Primary School in Ashton, the Union Island Secondary School, and as I mentioned earlier, Madam Speaker, the Stephanie Brown Government School, which will be used after the fact as a shelter if required. National Emergency Management Organization, NEMO, has engaged several of the private owners in Union Island who have recovered post-hurricane and whose buildings have been adjudged to be adequate as shelters. And the NEMO is engaging them to negotiate use of those buildings if necessary, in addition to those buildings. And those negotiations are ongoing. I'm obliged, Madam Speaker.
Question number 6. Question number 6, Honorable Member for the Southern Grenadines.
No supplementary can be asked. Question number 6, standing in my name to the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of National Security, Airport Legal Affairs and Information. Given the extent of the damage done to the public and private structures in the Southern Grenadines by Hurricane Beryl, and given communications difficulties that still exist, 1. What measures are in place to assist the people of the Southern Grenadines and to save lives in the event of another major hurricane this season? And 2, in particular, what arrangements are in place for the storage of emergency supplies, including food and water on the islands of Canouan, Union Island, and Myro?
Yes, Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, honorable members. This is an important point that we want to raise, and another point that indicates the strong work that the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines has done in preparing for disasters. And we're not going all the way back in history, although it's significant for the creation and elaboration of NEMO as an effective disaster management and response entity. But all of the wonderful work that we did building satellite warehouses across St. Vincent and the Grenadines in recent years. Madam Speaker, the day after the hurricane, on July the 2nd, the hurricane was July 1st. We didn't get the all clear until the night of July 1st. And on the morning of July 2nd, Mr. Snag of the Grenadines Directorate, Minister Carlos James, Minister of Tourism and Sustainable Development, and I hopped on the fast ferry that morning, the morning of the 2nd, and went to Union Island. And one of the few buildings standing in the entirety of Union Island was the satellite emergency warehouse that existed in Union Island. And Madam Speaker, some flying debris had jammed the roll-up door. The door is one of those metal roll-up doors. And Minister James and I, with the help of 2 residents of Union Island, were on hand to open that door that day. And when we opened the door, Madam Speaker, and we saw the mattresses, the generators, the sheets, the wheelbarrows, the chainsaws, and all of the equipment that was there. Madam Speaker, people were not in a mood to be overjoyed because this is the day after the storm. But I can tell you that people were very grateful and very heartened to see the extent of the supplies that existed in Union Island in those moments. And I want to, before I read the answer, applaud, Madam Speaker, the foresight of not only NEMO, but the minister responsible for NEMO, that's the Prime Minister, for getting those satellite warehouses established in vulnerable areas all across St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And I know that, yes, the one in Sandy Bay as well, and Barely, they're all over. And I know, Madam Speaker, without empirical evidence, I know that that satellite warehouse in Union Island saved lives in the aftermath of the Hurricane Beryl episode. Madam Speaker, as recovery efforts continue in the Southern Grenadines, the government has been involved in several aspects of recovery planning that include retrofitting of homes, public buildings, electricity restoration, strengthening water capacity, and building community resilience. The National Emergency Management Organization has been working with several agencies to continue the capacity building across the islands of Union Island, Mairo, and Canouan. Madam Speaker, during the month of May, and in collaboration with the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Red Cross, capacity building sessions were held in each of those islands to train persons to support the preparedness and response to various hazards. In Union Island, a shelter management training was conducted to increase the cadre of persons that will be needed to manage emergency shelters. And logistics and warehouse training was conducted following the impact of Hurricane Beryl in Union Island. There are several other activities planned during the months of July and August, targeting the communities and children across the Southern Grenadines. This work was started during the first week of June 2024 in Union Island with public education activities, the selection of new members of the District Disaster Committee, training in the use of small equipment such as generators and chainsaws, and school education in all of the schools on Union Island. Hurricane Beryl obviously disrupted the continuation of that program, but with funding under the country-directed fund of SEDEMA, NEMO has received financial support to continue the program during the school vacation with community education sessions and summer school programs. Madam Speaker, related to the storage of emergency supplies, in 2001, when this government was first elected, there was no disaster office, no relief supplies stored in any emergency, for any emergency whatsoever in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It is this government that established the National Emergency Management Office in 2002 and began a national disaster risk management training program that seeks to build resilience across our country. The vision of having warehouses across communities and at the national level began. The first national warehouse for relief supplies was constructed and stocked in 2005 with the support from the United States Southern Command. From zero in 2001, we now have 8 warehouses across the country that house relief supplies. There's the main warehouse in Camden Park, currently being retrofitted under the Volcanic Emergency Eruption Project, the VEEP, and the scheduled completion is next month. A temporary warehouse is currently being used. There's a satellite warehouse in Sandy Bay at Noel. There's a satellite warehouse in Georgetown. There's a satellite warehouse in Mesopotamia. There's a satellite warehouse in Rose Hall. There's a satellite warehouse in Beckway. There's a satellite warehouse in Barley. And of course, there's the satellite warehouse that I mentioned at the beginning of this answer, the one in Union Island, which was very important. Madam Speaker, we're not stopping there. With the support from the United States government, the construction of a satellite warehouse and emergency shelter for Mairo and a satellite warehouse for Canouan are currently being finalized. As you know, there was a little hiccup regarding a shift in policy in the United States regarding aid programs, but we have been assured that those particular warehouses, that funding remains available and that negotiation is ongoing to complete that arrangement. In discussions with the director of NEMO, She has already indicated the need for a much larger national warehouse, and we're currently looking at suitable sites for that project. This demonstrates the government's commitment to disaster management and having relief supplies available immediately, pre and post disaster, throughout St. Vincent and the Grenadines. In Union Island, the satellite warehouse, which was commissioned in 2020, was one of the few buildings that went through Hurricane Beryl unscathed. Apart from losing some solar panels, that building stood tall, a clear demonstration that we have been building and we can build in a manner to withstand a Category 5 hurricane. The warehouse has been restocked with various supplies, and this is an ongoing process as inventory is constantly reassessed by the community and by NEMO staff. To ensure that relief supplies are available, in particular food, NEMO remains engaged with various suppliers, supermarkets, shops, and other vendors to assure quality and quantity of items are in country and on each island that can be easily accessed to provide for people who may be displaced. Of course, this does not in any way absolve citizens and homeowners and residents of their own responsibilities and their own individual responsibilities in ensuring that they too have their own supplies of food and water and build resilience. And that's part, Madam Speaker, of the education that NEMO is undertaking throughout the country to let people know what their disaster package should be in the event of a natural disaster, and particularly a hurricane. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member went on to ask some questions about water, and I'll briefly address water because it's an important issue nationally, but particularly so in the Grenadines. Subsequent to the passage of Hurricane Beryl on the 1st of July, the CWSA took control of all public water harvesting facilities, the cisterns, on the Grenadine Islands. The authority prioritized restoration works on Myro and Union Island due to the level of urgency on both islands, and proceeded to immediately refurbish, sanitize, and secure the facilities at Donaldson, the hospital, and Ashton on Union Island. The CWSA then proceeded with similar initiatives on Myro, at the public storage facilities, and at the primary school. All these storage facilities are currently being used to harvest and store potable water. To achieve this, the CWSA incurred costs of in excess of $50,000 to complete restorative works on Myro and Union Island together. Further to that, the CWSA, through an ongoing arrangement with the owner of the Bougainvillea Hotel on Union Island, increased the daily water production capacity via reverse osmosis, or as we know it, desalination, on Union Island. The arrangement also extends to the use of existing infrastructure at the facility for water storage. The reverse osmosis plants at that site now have a combined production capacity of 8,000 imperial gallons of water per day, which is a doubling of the daily capacity that existed hitherto. The authority is currently procuring 2 additional desalination plants in conjunction with the Mustique Company charitable organization that will further increase the daily production capacity to 16,000 imperial gallons of water today, doubling the current rate. So we started at 4, we went to 8, and now we're going to 16,000 gallons of water produced by desal. The CWSA then proceeded to establish water production capability on the island of Myro. To achieve this, the authority worked with UNICEF to install and commission 1 desalination unit and supporting photovoltaic solar plant on the island. The installed unit produces 2,000 imperial gallons of desalinated water per day. As a result of these initiatives, the CWSA has secured approximately 500,000 imperial gallons of storage capacity on Union Island and 178,000 imperial gallons of storage capacity on Myro. Hence, not only does the CWSA have adequate storage capacity on both islands, but they also have the ability on both islands to produce water immediately after the passage of any type of adverse weather. And this is a first, Madam Speaker, in the Southern Grenadines. To further improve the resilience of the water sector in the Southern Grenadines, the CWSA focused on production and storage of potable water as components of the berry. We hear a lot about the berry through the Minister of Social Development, but there's more to berry than income support. And a very important part of berry is resilience building for precisely these types of events. And these activities that berry is funding through the CWSA include the procurement and installation of reverse osmosis or desalination plants for both Union Island and Myro, with daily production capacities of 132,000 gallons of water for Union Island and an additional 13,000 gallons of water for Myro. The construction of elevated water storage tanks on Union Island, the installation of transmission and distribution lines to deliver water to the residents of both islands. Preliminary estimated costs to complete the proposed projects on Myro and Union Island are $2.7 million on Myro and $20.2 million on Union Island. An environmental and social impact assessment is currently being completed to evaluate several options for the location of those desalination plants. As we know, desalination plants have, important as they do have some environmental side effects, and they do have some limitations on where they can be located. So that the precise location for these plants is still being discussed and will be discussed also with the community. Notwithstanding the previously described initiative, the CWSA has also prioritized the supply of potable water to the Grenadine Islands, including Canouan, as a major component of a proposal requesting a grant from the Global Climate Fund. The project aims to establish potable water production and storage capacity on Beckway, Canouan, Union Island, and Myro. The concept has been developed and is currently awaiting submission to the Board of Directors of the Global Climate Fund. The scope of works to be completed is an additional $20 million and will include additional desalination plants, storage tanks, and the like, Madam Speaker. So it's clear that in addition to the establishment of the satellite warehouses, the equipping of the satellite warehouses, the education of the people of the Southern Grenadines, although experience obviously is always the best teacher, but the education of people in the Southern Grenadines, the government is committed to the tunes of tens of millions of dollars to ensuring that the water supply, the food supply, and the resilience of the people of Union Island, Myro, and Canouan will be maintained and sustained in the event of another disaster. Thank you very much.
Yes. Question number 7. Honorable Member for Central Kingstown.
I thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
And I thank the Honorable Minister of Finance deputizing today for the Honorable Prime Minister for reminding us that St. Vincent was discovered in 2001. But I'd let him know that
Good news has born you, boy.
No, it's not born me.
Good news has born you.
No, it's good. It's good news. There's significant improvement of what we obtained before. But in '79, when I was responsible for evacuation, the area now used as the police license and repair shop was in fact a storage center. That's where we had all the cots, blankets, and paraphernalia.
Yes.
And so too was the Marketing Corporation, Housing Land Development Corporation. And the government did, in fact, have a dedicated Coast Guard vessel. I think it was the George, the Tanis, expressly for transporting water to the Grenadines. So you have built upon what has been there before, institutionally and otherwise.
All right. Question number 7.
Sometimes we have to do the corrections, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
From those who know what they're talking about.
Question number 7. Thanks.
In my name, Madam Speaker,
yes.
Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, Acting Minister of Finance. Question 7 in my name.
I just want to make sure that our records remain clear. The Minister of Finance is answering questions by his being deputed as the rules allow for the Honorable Prime Minister. So it's not that he's Deputy Prime Minister. Yes, I just wanted to get it very clear. Yes. So let's continue. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I apologize for the improper interpretation of the word deputing.
Okay, very well.
And I move on to 7 in my name of the Honorable Minister of Finance deputing for the Honorable Prime Minister. Across the constituency of Central Kingstown, there are still a number of areas, of very poor living infrastructure that negatively impacts the quality of life of the residents of Central Kingstown. My emphasis. These settlements, Madam Speaker, include the following. The back of the area where Starlift Panyard is now located in Old Montrose, and that's towards the riverside. The riverside in Dason Cottage, past the Baptist Church and on to the river again. An area on the right of Tractor Road, if you're going towards the Fenton Mountain, referred to as Suckhole in Green Hill. And there is Chiggerage in Redemption Shafts, to name but a few of the areas that needs improved infrastructure soonest. And I ask of the Honorable Minister of Finance, deputing, will his dad,
for the Honorable Prime Minister.
The Honorable Prime Minister.
You want to play? I can play with you if you want to play.
I don't play.
I mean,
I can't finish it. You know I can't finish it. I don't play. You know I can't finish it. And I don't have my glasses. Will the Honorable Minister of Finance indicate whether the Honorable Prime Minister, that's better put, will be prepared to accept an invitation and to tour these sites with me, the representative of Central Kingstown, with a view to finding solutions to the infrastructural challenges.
Yes, Honorable Minister of Finance.
The Honorable Prime Minister has indicated after reading the question and the areas indicated in the question that he would always be happy to visit these sites as he does individually, but he would be willing to visit the sites with the relevant public servants who have specific knowledge of these, as well as accompanied by his special advisor for Central Kingstown, Mr. Marvin Fraser. Obliged.
It's clear, Madam Speaker. We have arrived at that stage where people call it silly season. And those, no, Madam Speaker, I'm not finished.
Oh, you're supplemental?
The interjection of Marvin Fraser as a special advisor to my responsibility in Central Kingston is effrontery of the highest order. I must be treated with the contempt that it deserves.
Honorable member, just a moment. I just want to remind honorable members of Standing Order 21E. Yeah, 21D. That's no question is to be used, or the question is to be used for pretext for debate. If at the end you have a supplementary question, that is the extent to which a question can come, further engagement can come. Okay, so is there a supplementary question, although I think this one might be a little...
No, Madam Speaker.
Okay, good.
I accept fully your explanation.
Great, so we can move to...
I just emphasize that insults must be dealt with in a particular kind of way, and I've so done.
So we move to question number 8. Yes.
8 in my name?
Yes.
Of...
Yes, honorable members, please, let's have some order in the House. Question number 8, member for Central Kingstown.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
In my name, of the Honorable Minister of Finance, according to audit reports, the total estimates for capital expenditure large falls in capital revenue have implications for the credibility of the capital budget. This quotation has been consistently brought to the attention of the government. The latest audit report available to us for the year 2022 shows that only $1 million of $265 million appropriated, or 8.4%, was realized. Will the Honorable Minister please explain the practice?
Honorable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I don't know if you or the Honorable Member for Central Kingstown could assist me in locating the quotation that he has at the beginning there within the pages of the report of the Director of Audit for 2022. That being that total estimates for capital expenditure and capital revenue have implications for the credibility of the capital budget. I have perused repeatedly this document and I haven't found that quotation. I am not saying that the quotation may not have been made in the past, nor am I saying that the credibility of the budget is something that we shouldn't discuss. But when you begin with a quotation like that, and I can't find the quotation, I just wonder about whether or not context is being taken out of context. So I don't know if it's something that was edited out of, I know sometimes, Madam Speaker, as questions come to the Honorable House, they receive sometimes some editing. But I just want to point out that to the best of my knowledge, the quotation that he begins question number 8 with does not appear within the pages of the 2022 audit report. It's the first point I would like to make related to context and whether or not the question is intended to elicit information or has an ulterior motive. The second point that I would like to make in a preambular manner before I read the answer that has been provided is that, Madam Speaker, if you look at the question speaks to the total estimates for capital expenditure and also shortfalls in capital revenue. Those are the two subject areas raised explicitly by the question. The next paragraph of the question says that the latest available audit of 2022 shows that only 1 million of 265 appropriated was realized. Madam Speaker, that is neither capital revenue or capital expenditure, which is the two areas that the Honorable Member for Central Kingstown has raised in his question, and neither one relate to his quote from the audit process that links capital expenditure to budget credibility. Notwithstanding the fact that I didn't find the quote. There is he sets up the question by saying, if you want to talk about budget credibility, you have to watch your capital expenditure. And then, by sleight of hand, he talks about 1 million of 265 being appropriated, which would suggest to you that he's talking about capital expenditure, but he's not, Madam Speaker. He's talking about a completely different line item within the budget. And I don't know if there was editing that took place that created this disconnect between the first and second paragraph, or if the Honorable Member, in discussing the silly season, has himself succumbed to the illness that he so readily identified elsewhere. I will read, Madam Speaker, the answer that has been provided. But before I read it, Madam Speaker, I don't know if you have your, and this will come out in the answer that I read. But I sometimes when you read a long answer, you lose the salient points. If you look, Madam Speaker, at page 45 of the 2022 estimates, because remember he's asking a question about capital expenditure and capital revenue. If you look at page 45, Madam Speaker, you will see that for the fiscal year, I'm reading the very first line on the page. For the fiscal year 2022, the capital revenue was projected at $651 million, and the recorded capital revenue for the year amounted to $453 million, and that would represent, Madam Speaker, a 70% achievement rate on the capital revenue side between projection and actual. And I point that out now, Madam Speaker, because of the line item sleight of hand that's being attempted here. So we're talking about a 70% rate on the capital revenue, Madam Speaker, and if you turn your attention to page 61 of the audit report, you will see that in the details of capital expenditure, that the capital expenditure for 2022 was at the time a record for capital expenditure in St. Vincent and the Grenadines of $300.9 million. Subsequently, that record was broken in 2023 and broken again in 2024 and is likely to be broken again in 2025. But that level of expenditure, Madam Speaker, represents almost 70%, because you will see if you turn to page 64 of the audit report, Madam Speaker, there's a table at the bottom of that page that shows the revised estimates for the year of $511.8 million and actual capital expenditure of $300.9 million, and that would be a percentage implementation in dollar terms of 59%, almost 60% in that regard, Madam Speaker. So I just wanted to point out those basic facts, because when we talk about $1 million and 0.4%, it neglects some important facts that are disguised in the text of the question. Madam Speaker, honorable members, there's no gainsaying the importance of a national budget as an economic policy signaling tool. A national budget is embedded with a mixture of policies, projects, and programs that provide a clear picture of the government's fiscal policies to the private sector and other economic agents. The tax and expenditure measures included in the national budget help to inform investment and other business decisions within the economy. Incomes, employment, and economic growth flow from these private sector decisions induced by the government's budget. To this end, it is critically important that the government must present and enact a credible national budget. Budget credibility is the extent to which a government's approved budget is implemented as planned and reflects a reliable alignment between planned fiscal policies and actual performance. A credible budget, obviously, Madam Speaker, doesn't mean a perfectly implemented budget. And it is the honorable member in his question that raised the issue of the credibility of the budget with a quote that does not appear in the 2022 audit report to my knowledge. As we have explained time and again in this honorable house, budget variances are unavoidable in the real world. Honorable members must always keep in mind that a budget of any kind is a financial plan, and plans do not always go precisely to plan. For a variety of reasons, resulting in actual expenditure, a disparate disconnect sometimes between the two. This is especially so in vulnerable small island open economies like ours, Every fiscal year, for one reason or another, budget variances occur with varying orders of magnitude. Madam Speaker, budget credibility is closely linked to good governance, and as such, it implies transparency, accountability, and sound public finance management. It is worth noting that in this regard, we have been commended by multiple agencies to review our fiscal policy stance, from the credit reporting agencies to the International Monetary Fund to the World Bank and the like, for focusing on budget buffers and supporting resilient and inclusive growth while safeguarding public debt sustainability. This government has undertaken major reforms to improve the budget planning and implementation processes. Budget reforms to introduce program and performance budgeting within a medium-term macro-fiscal framework to ensure that our budget is based on realistic revenue projections and a sustainable debt path are firmly rooted in our public financial management practices. This government is the one that established a fiscal responsibility framework with the overall objective to enhance fiscal transparency, accountability, and sustainability going forward. A good indicator of budget credibility is economic performance. The performance of the economy of St. Vincent and the Grenadines is a clear indication that the budgets presented by this government are indeed credible and that actual performance aligns well with the planned policies. Despite a pandemic, volcanic eruptions, global instability, hurricanes, our economic growth is quite creditable when judged by regional peers. Private sector investment, both foreign and domestic, are buoyant and unemployment is at an all-time low. These are objectively verifiable indicators of this budget's credibility. Budget variances in and of themselves do not undermine a budget's credibility, especially when these variances are made known and the reasons for shortfalls are presented and explained to the population. In fiscal year 2022, the following facts are there. In capital revenue, the estimate was $651 million. We spent $453 million, and that means that the government, in revenue terms, raised 70% of the 2022 estimated capital revenue. Of course, Madam Speaker, there's always room for improvement. But all things considered, this was not a bad performance at all in the year after the last Soufrière volcano eruption. And on the capital expenditure side, the details are similar. The revised estimates are $511 million. The actual spend was $301 million. And that means that the performance in dollar terms was just shy of 60%. And we indicated there too, Madam Speaker, that capital expenditure in 2022 was at that point in time, a record. It is therefore fair to conclude that the issue of credibility as raised by the Honorable Member for Central Kingstown is a bit of a herring, probably a yellow herring, Madam Speaker. And obviously there is work to be done, and this is a process of evolution and increasingly trying to better project, better forecast, and better implement. But the evidence in recent years, Madam Speaker, is clear. This government is planning better and is doing better than it has almost in its history of budget performance. I'm obliged, Madam Speaker.
Yes. Do we have a supplementary question, Honorable Member?
Madam Speaker, I'll take my time in responding towards my supplementary question of the Honorable Minister of Finance. The reference in my quote today, Madam Speaker, is not found in the 2022 report. It goes back to the 2004, 2005 audit report by Director Snag, Director of Audit at the time. But it bears true 20 years after in the 2022 report, Madam Speaker. So, Honorable Minister of Finance, you referenced us to page 45 of the 22 report, and I take you to 47, which you glibly went over. And I quote as follows. As shown in table 112, the actual capital revenue collections fell short of their budgetary allocations for the fiscal year by $198,574,533.60. And it refers us to table 112, types of funds, estimates, actual and variances. And under domestic receipts, there's a quotation figure for sale of land, capital receipts, and then it refers to the figures. On the capital receipts, you estimated to receive $265 million, $369,660. You received $1 million of the 265 that you quoted, and that's my question. The truth be told, between the times you have been misrepresenting these projections, it has now arrived at $2 billion with a B, and you have collected less than $100 million. That's the credibility that I'm speaking about. Under your presentations, you have projected $2 billion and collected less than $100 million. And in 2022, Mr. Minister of Finance, you collected $1 million of $265 million, speaking to the $198 million shortfall. Now, let me tell you why I'm asking this question and the credibility. Because this is what speaks to the other sources of funds, and it explains why in the capital programs, Ministry of Agriculture included, some projects could not be completed. That will be a further discussion by the Public Accounts Committee. The question is, how long can we continue to insert figures into a budget? After 15 years, in fact, from Minister Snaggs, Director Snaggs' presentation, near 20 years, to be so out of sorts between actuals and the variances. And we don't know what to dance on the head. Just explain why you only collected one of 265. That's all I'm asking for.
Yes.
One of 265. That's my question.
Yes. Honorable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I'm grateful to hear that the quotation that the honorable member is citing is 20 years old. And I do not know, I cannot speak authoritatively about what the status of budgeting credibility was 20 years ago. But I can state again that this government, in the year that he's referring, raised 70% of its revenue and spent 60% of its capital budget, Madam Speaker. I want to point out again, because I don't know if it's being captured in this conversation. The honorable member's quotation about credibility refers specifically to the issue of capital expenditure, but he attempts to contort it to the issue of capital revenue, which is different from capital expenditure, and then further subdivide it to the issue of capital receipts. We have had this conversation, Madam Speaker, multiple times during the budgeting process. We have this conversation every year. The honorable member and I have a disagreement fundamentally about how capital receipts are treated once they come in and what column they're placed in. And I tell him over and over again that his concept, his accounting concept of what's taking place here is incorrect. But beyond that, to say that capital expenditure is directly connected to budget credibility, and then try to cite capital revenue, which is different from what Director Snagg raised, and then further say not capital revenue, forget that, because I know you're spending 70, you're raising 70%. Let me look at this one single line item here. That is not a matter that goes to credibility, Madam Speaker. You can always find a line or two of a budget that does not do what you projected it to do. But overall,
we have raised 70% of the money we said we were going to raise. And those are the facts, Madam Speaker. I'm obliged.
Madam Speaker, I have to respect you, and I will not prolong this into debate. My quotation spoke to the shortfalls in capital revenue. 2022 had a shortfall of $263 million. That's the point. That's the point. And the fact is that over the period between Mr. Snagg's presentation and today, you have been short by $2 billion. You need to stop it because you are not providing the finances that you are making believe and for which the private sector are dependent upon you. And I'm finished with that.
But that's not a supplement.
And let me complete this. I'm the accountant here, not you.
Okay, we move to
I am
question
the
number
accountant here, and this not you.
question number
I
9.
took lessons for you in law, another thing, but not on accounting.
Well, I'm telling you as a matter of law,
Yes.
the question was wrong.
Question.
No, you're wrong. You're not telling me a matter from.
Question number
The
9.
director audit has spoken.
Yes, question number 9.
And it is recurring now 20 years after. That's the point.
Honorable members.
Yeah, we're having a debate.
Honorable members. We move now to question number 9. I recognize the honorable member for Central Kingstown.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And
Yes.
I'll ask this question to the Honorable Minister of Finance. Sources of revenue which were not approved by Parliament continues to be a feature of the Director of Audit's reports. In other words, Madam Speaker, let me be explicit. The Directors of Audits have stated emphatically the ease at which the government gets money without the Parliament is a concern. You answer me when you answer.
All right, let us, honorable members, let us stick to the text.
In 2022, Madam Speaker, domestic bond transactions totaling $146.5 million was raised, notwithstanding the absence of approval of the commencement of the financial year. So at the start of the year, let me explain, you did not identify domestic bond transactions for $146.5 million. But at the end of the year, they featured in the financial records. Please explain the practice.
Yes, Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable members. Honorable members will notice that in multiple places in the audit report, there is an indication that $146.6 million was credited to domestic bond transaction receipts. They will also note that there was a statement by the auditor on page 73, that Act number 26 of 2022 authorized the government to raise as nearly a sum as $135 million. Was also passed in the year 2022. And I'll come back to that point at the end of the statement, Madam Speaker. The government is authorized annually by the Public Sector Investment Loan Act to raise funds to assist with the financing of the PSIP. In 2022, there is the variance that is discussed.
What was the authorization? Tell us that in 2022 by the PSIP. Tell us. How much did it authorize you?
I think didn't you say it? Didn't you
No,
say it was 125?
You're on the floor now, and you're quoting it. You tell us how much the PSIP grant.
I will tell you, but I will answer the question as I see fit. If you want to ask the question and answer it, I'll sit down and let you do that.
I'll be glad if you did.
If you want to have conversations by yourself, there are places to do that, but not in the Parliament.
You enjoy your background vocals, don't you?
What is it?
You enjoy the background vocals?
No, I enjoyed your background presence though when I was playing dominoes in Sharps and you were lurking in the shadows like Nicodemus. I enjoyed that.
Boy,
I enjoyed that.
I beat your father before and I'm going to beat you again.
I enjoyed that.
I beat you before and I'll beat you again.
Keep beating me as long as you keep staying with it.
I'll beat you before.
Keep beating me.
You
can win all the Pyrrhic victories you want. You can win all the Pyrrhic victories you want. You should have come and played me domino with me. You should have come and played domino with me. Me and Marvin clear the table.
Yes. Question number 9, Honorable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, at the beginning of each financial year, the government estimates the amount required to finance its PSIP and seek the requisite approval of Parliament. This estimate is sometimes inadvertently overshot, as occurs from time to time in cases where the government may be required to spend on urgent matters for reasons unknown or unforeseen at the beginning of the financial year. In an effort to avoid this, the amount estimated and approved for the funding of the PSIP has been increasing consistently over the years, which is also quite natural as the PSIP has gotten larger. The government's capital budget has grown from modest to significant levels and with corresponding increases in the implementation rate as well. Therefore, it goes without saying that the increased levels of authorized financing are required to keep a pace. There is, Madam Speaker, a matter that we're trying to resolve related to the year in question and whether or not a particular amount listed on page 71, which lists the domestic bonds that were taken, that were drawn down, was actually properly counted in the domestic bonds, or whether it was a short-term drawdown from the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, as is permitted under the Act, in the ECCB Act. And I don't want to speak speculatively, Madam Speaker, to say, well, maybe it's not, maybe it is. That was being resolved, and we couldn't resolve it at the time of this particular parliamentary sitting. So what I will say, Madam Speaker, is that we're endeavoring to clarify the variance between the 125 and the 146. And we have not yet done so. We have a difference of opinion with the auditor as it goes in terms of drawdowns from the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. And we've written the Attorney General on this matter, and we're trying to verify whether or not this falls within that lacuna or not. No, the Attorney General, because it's a legal question about whether or not the law authorizes particular drawdowns separate and apart from the authorizing resolution. So this is a matter of law. This is not a matter of accounting. So you said earlier that you're the accountant. I am the lawyer. I am the lawyer. So that is why I wrote the Attorney General on this matter. And I wrote the Honorable Attorney General some years ago because it was raised actually first in the 2016 audit report. And so I say two things: that the PSIP loan authorization should have some resemblance to the size of the overall capital project, essentially, capital budget, essentially. And as that grows, the PSIP authorization should grow. I will say also that the 125 is not a hard limit because it says as nearly as can be raised. That's what the law says, which accounts for some slight underage or overage in that regard. But I concede that $20 million is more than a slight overage. And that I also undertake that I will clarify the issue of whether or not that 20 million constituted a bond or constituted a drawdown from the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank for seasonal needs, which is allowed in the the Enabling Act for the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. I'm obliged.
Yes. Is there supplementary? Yes.
And for clarifications, I'm not addressing whether this report by the Director of Audit is as stated by the Director. But I bring to the Minister's attention, again, the same table 112. Now, Madam Speaker, for that matter, I'm going to ask him whether the PSIP gave him the authority to raise $146 million in bonds. But I draw to his attention that the 2022 estimates authorized you to raise $104 million from domestic loans. You actually raised 20, and you had a negative variance of $84 million. The very said estimates, Madam Speaker, with respect to domestic bond loan transactions, the Parliament authorized 0, and you actually raised 146. There was a variance of 146.
I didn't follow that.
I'm saying we appropriated 0, but you actually raised $146.5 million by way of bonds. You see, Madam Speaker, it's not a debate, but how funds are appropriated and what happens in supplementary exercises and what falls under the rubric of the PSIP is important, Madam Speaker, because what has been happening is that it throws a lot of things awry. Special warrants, overdrafts are a case in point, which eventually becomes converted to loans. Warrants which are not satisfied by the contingencies fund as the law requires. And what in fact entails, Madam Speaker, is a free-for-all of spending of monies not appropriate by the Parliament. And that's what I'm getting to, you know. Whether the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines is allowed to do what they like.
Okay.
And not to be in concert and accountable to the Parliament as witnessed by what is appropriated. And the report manifests itself time and time again that the government is spending money for which the Parliament has given no authority. That's my question. You're spending monies for which you have no authority. So the question, Madam Speaker, is why are you spending monies for which you have not been given parliamentary authority?
Okay. Honorable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, that was a very long preamble to a very short question. And it is a question that is riddled with inaccuracies. The parliamentary authority to spend or to raise $125 million in bonds is contained in an act that we pass as part of the budgetary process every single year, Madam Speaker. So for the honorable member to stand up here and say that there is no authority to raise $125 million in bonds is an absolute falsehood, Madam Speaker.
I did not say that, Madam Speaker.
It's an absolute falsehood.
I did not say there was no authority to spend 125.
You said 0. You said 0. I listened to you. I asked you to repeat yourself. You said 0. Every year, Madam Speaker, we come to this Parliament with an act to authorize the government to raise funds to assist in financing the public sector investment program. In that year, it was 122. This following year, it was 135. Last year, it was $150 million. There have been times in the past, as a result of the hurricane, where we came to this house and we asked for an increase in that limit. And the honorable leader for the opposition at the time, I don't recall if the honorable member for Central Kingstown was also commented on it, but understood the necessity that was because of the emergency, there was a necessity to raise these excess funds. And for the honorable member to suggest in his rant that special warrants mean that the government can, quote unquote, do what they want or spend what they want, that is also a falsehood, Madam Speaker. Because the Financial Administration Act and the Constitution of St. Vincent and the Grenadines permit us to have special warrants, Madam Speaker. There is a process outlined, and the honorable member for Central Kingstown was correct a number of years ago when he said that we were not coming to Parliament quickly enough to regularize the special warrants. But for him to now say that using special warrants mean the government could spend what they want and do what they want, that is a falsehood. The $125 million is a falsehood. We are talking about a variance. And I've given the honorable member an undertaking that we are trying to resolve whether or not the variance is that we raise too many bonds, too much money in bonds, not too many bonds, or that something is included here that we do not consider to be a bond under the law that governs these particular things. That's the honest undertaking I gave. I didn't come here and try to bluster my way through this, Madam Speaker. I gave an honest undertaking, and then I get a response of a long-winded rant that there's zero authority to raise $125 million, and the government is using special warrants to do what they want and spend what they want. That is false, Madam Speaker. And although the silly season is upon us, apparently, I thought we was going to wait till after Carnival. But when man locking wrong domino game and he want to come play domino, you realize that the silly season has begun. I am trying to give an honest answer here, Madam Speaker, and I'm trying to give an undertaking to the honourable member. I'm obliged.
Yes. We will move to question number 16 to be asked by the honourable member for East Kingstown.
You just reach. You warm up.
Just, you're comfortable. You're comfortable that that's where honourable member for East Kingstown.
He has not talked to where were you all the time?
So we're at question number 16.
I missed you.
That is why I stick into
Honourable
football.
member for East Kingstown, I recognize you.
I stick into football.
Yeah.
All right, Madam Speaker, thank you. I rise to ask question 16 pending my name of the Honourable Minister of Finance. In a recent news release, the CEO of Invest SVG informed the general public that the recently constructed and opened Holiday Inn Hotel at Diamond is being sold. Will the Honourable Minister please, 1, explain why the Holiday Inn Hotel is being sold so soon after opening? 2, what was the total cost to the government of constructing the hotel? And 3, what was the source of funds for the construction?
Yes, Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, honourable members. I'm happy that the honourable member asked this question, because it seems sometimes that people read headlines on Facebook but don't read articles, and therefore leap.
We're not on Facebook. This is Parliament.
Yeah, this is why I'm glad you asked the question in the Parliament. Well, the man really don't want me answering a question today, boy. Just want to shout over everything I'm asking. Eh? I say I'm going to answer the question. I say I'm going to answer the question. And I'm going to, in answering the question, I'm going to remind the honourable member for East Kingstown what was said publicly, what was said in this Parliament, and what has been the consistent position of the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And if he had paid attention to any one of those things, he wouldn't be trying to bring Facebook headlines into the Parliament for debate, Madam Speaker.
Well, you have a choice to answer or not to answer.
I'm going to answer. Jesus, Lord. Let me answer now. Permit me to remind the honourable member for East Kingstown what is and continues to be the well and often articulated policy of the government on driving growth in the tourism industry, and more particularly, the increase in hotel room stock in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Begin, Madam Speaker, with the National Economic and Social Development Plan. Strategic goal number 1 was to re-engineer economic growth through a number of strategic objectives and interventions. One of the principal strategic objectives of the plan is to, quote, stimulate growth in the tourism sector, unquote. Having completed the construction of the Argyle International Airport, which commenced operations in 2017, The government articulated an overarching policy of making AIA work. To achieve this objective, we needed to increase airlift into the country, and in order to increase airlift, we needed to increase room stock, with the goal being to establish room stock at various price points to cater to a range of visitors along the budget spectrum. Consistent with that viewpoint, the government announced that it would embark on the development of 2 hotels, the Holiday Inn Express and Suites at Diamond and a Marriott Hotel on the Leeward Coast. This strategic intervention is grounded in the government's thrust to increase the country's capacity for tourism and the quality of tourism planned, and to encourage viable investments into St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We have stated repeatedly that the government does not intend to become a hotel operator over the long term. Our principal objective is to catalyze private sector investment in room stock by demonstrating our own commitment to the development of the tourism industry. We are now seeing the benefits of this policy decision with the investments from the Sandals Group, from Maya Suites, or Hotel Alexandrina, Ocean Blue, Paradise Beach Hotel, Beach Comas, Blue Lagoon, and all the others who have spent money in recent years to either erect or upgrade their hotel facilities. Madam Speaker, in the 2024 budget speech, delivered on the 8th of January 2024, 10 months before the Holiday Inn Express and Suites opened, the government stated, and I quote, "When we began constructing the Holiday Inn Express, we indicated that the government's interest in hotel construction related to our desire to rapidly increase room stock, not the long-term management or ownership of multiple facilities. We will actively pursue our objectives, ensuring that this hotel is operated in the most efficient manner possible by suitable private sector interests." We said that, Madam Speaker, while bricks were still being put down. 10 months before the hotel opened, we laid down that marker, but that wasn't reported in Facebook, Madam Speaker. This position was reiterated many times over the course of the construction of the hotel. Indeed, in the press conference announcing the plan to construct the hotel, this position was clearly outlined at that point, Madam Speaker, when we only had drawings. We didn't even have a hole in the ground yet. We were holding up drawings in the cabinet room, and we made that same point. At the opening of the hotel, before the very first guest even entered the facility, I stated, Madam Speaker, and forgive me, permit me to quote my own statement at the opening of the hotel in November of last year. I quote, "We realize that in addition to the private sector, the government would have to play a role upfront in getting room stock up and running, getting more rooms on the island, until the private sector can pick up the slack and move beyond what we do. And we devised a plan to try to attract to St. Vincent and the Grenadines and build in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and establish brand name hotels at various price points and various value points on the value equation. I hasten to add that in the case of this hotel, that's the Holiday Inn Express, and in the case of the hotel that we're building on the Leeward Coast, the government, the cabinet, and the executive does not want to become a hotelier." I continue, Madam Speaker. "We do not think that our skill set is in the operation of hotels. What we seek in this process is to add room stock, because once we add room stock, we get more planes. When we get more tourists, the taxi men and women make more money, the farmers make more money, the tour guides make more money, the restaurants make more money, and that is what we are interested in. We are not interested in how many sheets to wash tomorrow, how many pillowcases, and how many dozen eggs we want to buy. While we own it and run it, we are very much interested in offers from the private sector ultimately and down the road who may want to take advantage of this tremendous opportunity that we've created. We do not want to be hoteliers. We want to be developers of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and we believe that when the opportunity presents itself, we hope we can find an appropriate private sector marriage for this hotel sometime in the future. I am not putting it for sale today, but I am simply saying that we don't want to be around long term having cabinet meetings about staffing and equipping and running hotels. So we have created a company. We staffed it with talented Vincentians, and we expect them to do the work. And hopefully, one day in the future, we can divest ourselves of this and have the private sector operate it going forward. But that is a conversation for another day, unquote. Madam Speaker, the recent statement made by the Executive Director of Invest SVG that the Holiday Inn Express and Suites is for sale is consistent with the often and publicly stated policy of the government. That being said, it is not currently the right time for such a divestment, as the hotel is still in the early days of its operations. The Holiday Inn Express Suites and Suites, now in operation for just over 6 months, is performing well and in keeping with our expectations and IHG predictions at this time. IHG is the parent company of the Holiday Inn brand. All stakeholders, government, management, and staff are satisfied that the hotel is growing from strength to strength. One key and notable fact about this hotel is that it is managed and staffed by Vincentians, and the workforce is 100% Vincentian, Madam Speaker. There have been some comments, I'm not trying to put anybody on the spot or to identify anybody here, but people will know who they are. There have been comments of a glib nature where people say, well, the hotel ain't doing well because I drive past on the main road, and when I look over my shoulder to the right, I ain't see no car in the parking lot. Madam Speaker, the Holiday Inn Express and Suites is a 93-room hotel with 93 parking spaces. The Sandals Resort is a 300-room hotel with 30 parking spaces. And the parking lot at Sandals is always empty. Why? Because the people don't come by car. They come by taxi. And the same people who come to the Holiday Inn Express don't come by car, they come by taxi. The Honorable Leader of the Opposition knows that many of his companions for the OECS Assembly stayed at the Holiday Inn Express last week. But there were no cars in the parking lot. Does that mean that nobody was staying in the hotel? There's another set of people who go to the hotel who don't want to park in the parking lot because they don't want them Mako people to look over the hill and see that they park. But that's another story. That's another story, Madam Speaker. They park in the back and you can't see them from the roadside. But, Madam Speaker, it is an airport hotel. And while the design for the Holiday Inn Express mandates, because we had this conversation with them, we don't need all these parking spaces. But they said, no, this is the design. If you choose this design, it comes in this way. You know, we're not varying it. These are our brand standards. But the people who come there, if you don't just drive by, if you sit down there and spend the day, you will see people, the taxis coming and going. When you have the Whitsuntide games there, the Winlock games, the hotel will be full. Carnival, the hotel is going to be full. But you ain't see no cars in the parking lot. That is not a measure of success, Madam Speaker. And I reiterate that the policy of the government is that eventually we hope to find a suitable and mutually beneficial arrangement with a private sector entity. But not today and not now. We, in fact, want to make sure that the hotel has a good track record for a year or two or more so that that investor will see the revenues and say, indeed, this is a good investment. And that's how we'll get top dollar. He's a former honorable. What the director of Invest SVG was doing, and this is why context is important. And this is why it goes beyond reading a headline. Invest SVG was on a global tour where they were discussing in all countries, the United States, in New York and Washington, D.C., Canada, in Toronto, and the United Kingdom in London. They were on a road tour discussing all of the different types of investment opportunities that exist in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, now and in the future. And the director of Invest SVG was completely correct to say that this is also an investment opportunity. But he didn't just go there and say, we hawking Holiday Inn Express, we're trying to sell Holiday Inn Express. He was talking about current opportunities, future opportunities, and other things that we would like to see in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And I must say, Madam Speaker, Invest SVG did a superb job in putting together these road tours. I spoke at one in London. The Honorable Minister of Housing spoke in Canada, and as a result of that, brought already investors from Canada who have followed up on presentations made there. Investors from the United Kingdom were here up to Friday as a basis of conversations I had in England. The Honorable Minister for Social Development spoke in New York, and I don't believe there was a minister present in Washington, D.C. But Invest SVG and the Bank of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and all sorts of other people spoke. A quotation was taken out of context and read salaciously. And that's why we have this question now. But there has been no change from design press conference to ribbon cutting to now. There has been no change in the government's policy related to the Holiday Inn Express and Suites. The total cost to construct the hotel is 19.4 million US dollars. That's 52.46 million EC dollars. The source of funds is as follows. The CARICOM Development Fund provided $29.7 million of that 52. I'm talking EC dollars now. I apologize for Honorable Member for dancing between US dollars and EC dollars. I'll give you all the answers in EC dollars. I apologize. They provided, the CARICOM Development Fund provided 2 concessional loans in the aggregate of $27.2 million at an interest rate of 3%, a grace period of 2 years, and a repayment term of 10 years. And they also provided a grant of just under $2 million from the CDF. And I want to applaud the CDF for their flexibility in this regard, Madam Speaker, because we made the point to them that in the Caribbean, because the CARICOM Development Fund invests in economic drivers, invests in industry, invests in various other projects that can further development. And there had been a shying away from hotel development for various historical reasons and biases. And we said to them that in many ways in the small islands of the Eastern Caribbean, but throughout the Caribbean, in tourist-dependent countries, tourism is our dominant industry. It's our dominant employer. It's our dominant foreign exchange earner. And they accepted that argument. And so the bulk of the money came from the CARICOM Development Fund. The National Insurance Services provided 3 12-year amortizing bonds, so essentially a loan in the amount, in the aggregate of $15 million. The bond carries an annual interest rate of 6.5% and is payable semi-annually, and we're paying that. And the central government provided the remainder, which is about $8 million. And I want to reiterate, Madam Speaker, that the NIS provided a loan. There's this talk going around, again, fueled by social media headlines, that the NIS built the Holiday Inn Express and is a bad investment and all the rest of it. It's not an investment. The NIS is not investing in the Holiday Inn Express. They've provided a loan to the government, as they do, and we are repaying the loan competently and on time, and the bulk of the money came from the CARICOM Development Fund. I'm obliged, Madam Speaker.
Supplementary?
Yes, Madam Speaker,
Yes.
supplementary. Madam Speaker, well, let me thank the Honourable Minister for his response to my question. And I do agree that his notion that the government doesn't think that their skill set in the operation of hotels, that they possess that skill set and that they're looking for a private sector marriage and so on and so forth. And I would add to say that relinquishing ownership does not necessarily have to be a prerequisite to desisting or not engaging in the operation of the facility per se. So the short question that I would ask as a supplementary is the Honorable Minister telling us that the Holiday Inn Hotel is not for sale anytime soon?
Honorable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I answered this question. That is not a supplementary question. That I answered that question as clearly as I could.
Well, answer it again, because obviously I missed something. I know. And a lot of people missing a lot of things, not me alone.
Madam Speaker, I want to, in answering his question again, since he's invited me to my feet again to say the same thing. When you try to get airlines into this country, the airlines ask various questions. The Honorable Minister of Tourism is better equipped to say this, but I know enough. They ask you, before they make a decision to come to your country, they say, how many 3-star, 4-star, and 5-star rooms do you have? Within 15 minutes of the airport, within half an hour of the airport, within 1 hour of the airport. And they plug those numbers into their algorithm, their mysterious algorithm. And it comes back yay or nay. And if it's yay, they tell you how many flights they believe you can sustain. And if it's nay, they tell you no. And the Holiday Inn Express, its presence and the availability of those rooms in that proximity to the airport has had a direct causal connection to the airlines that are coming to St. Vincent and the Grenadines right now. I want to make that point. I didn't make it earlier. And the reason, not the reason, obviously there are multiple reasons, and sandals is one of the big reasons. But sandals is one of the big reasons, and the superlative work of our Minister of Tourism is one of the primary reasons. But one of the reasons why we are setting records in St. Vincent and the Grenadines in tourism, and one of the reasons that taxi men are all getting new taxis in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and one of the reasons why stayover visitors are at record highs, and one of the reasons that we're leading in percentage terms growth rates in tourism is because of the government's well-articulated and well-thought-out plan for hospitality development. And we said that in responding to the airlines, because we educated ourselves with them, 3-star, 4-star, 5-star. We said, well, it'll be very difficult for us to find $300 million to build a 5-star resort. But we did tremendous work to attract the private sector entity into Bukoment to develop that resort. That was at one price point. And we have come to agreements on the development of the Marriott, which is at a slightly lower price point, the Marriott Resort. And the Holiday Inn Express and Suites fulfills a particular niche at a different price point for a different type of traveler. Business traveler, somebody who wants to stay close to the airport, somebody who wants to stay close to the track or the Annesville Cricket Stadium and the like. And it has proven its value so far. But I will say again what I said earlier. The government will be interested in the future in a private sector marriage. The Honorable Member for East Kingston is completely right. It doesn't necessarily have to constitute a full divestment. There are many permutations of the private sector marriage, and it would have to be in the interest of the government and obviously of the private sector entity as well. But we are not seeking no for no, if you want it clearer than that, to sell the Holiday Inn Express. We're very happy with how the Holiday Inn Express and Suites is doing. It's doing an excellent job, and we believe it will become more valuable, more profitable in the future. And there's no need for us to have a fire sale on a hotel that's doing well. We will wait for the right time and the right opportunity to ensure that it has the best impact on our tourism plan. I hope that when that marriage takes place, it will generate enough revenue for us to build another similar hotel or another similar enhancement to our hospitality project once we get that revenue in from the private sector to continue to develop hospitality, tourism, and economic drivers in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I'm obliged.
Yes. So we'll have question number 22 at this time. Yes. Just a moment, Honorable Member. Let's get you mic'd up.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question 22 in my name to the correct Minister of Economic Planning, Finance, Economic Planning, and Information Technology. Could the Honorable Minister give an update on the intelligent bus system phase that was implemented, in this country? Thank you.
Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you. I thank the Honourable Member for her question. And it was originally directed logically to the Minister of Transport and Works, but the e-bus system being essentially a technological initiative fell more properly in its implementation under the ministry that had responsibility for technology. Madam Speaker, the e-bus project stems out of an agreement with a 2020 agreement with Taiwan and the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines to improve the management of the public transportation sector and to enhance surveillance in public areas in the country. And the two main limbs of this project that we had agreed with the Taiwanese was the e-bus project, as the Honourable Member is asking about. I'm just giving some background. And the other component of the project was the CCTV camera system. And the CCTV camera system was completed, was functional, was beneficial, and in fact, we are expanding CCTV coverage this year. I think some of you may have seen the fellas out with the equipment, and we're installing new CCTV cameras. It involved the construction of so-called smart bus stops at approximately 40 locations across the country, 40. And 200 TCUs, those are called telemac control units, that were to be installed on the buses. And so the project, if you will allow me to just remind listeners, I'm sure all the members here know, the project was that we'd have these smart bus stops around the country. They have, if you've seen them, I don't know how many honorable members are bus travelers, but you may have seen them nonetheless. There's a device with a screen and a solar panel on the top. And it links with a unit that you're supposed to place in your bus. So you put in your bus, my bus name is Tapa. I am running route A to route B. And you place the device. I shouldn't say Tapa. So it's just the first one that came to mind. Whatever, my bus name is Camilo Bus. And you place the device in your bus. It can fit under your dashboard, in your glove box, under your seat. It's not a large device. And it would transmit to these bus stops your location. So if you know that you want to wait for Camilo Bus to go to Sandy Bay, you'd be able to look at the screen and it would say that Camilo Bus is currently in Kingstown and is 10 minutes from your location. Or is currently down at the Leeward Bus Terminal, you're waiting at Peacemore, it will be here in 5 minutes. That was the intent of the project. And this is something that has worked we weren't inventing the wheel here. This is something that works in other countries. And so we installed the 40 e-bus stops, and we received the 200 units. This is grant from the Taiwanese government. And we had consultations with the minibus sector before, during, and after the establishment of the completion of the e-bus project to encourage them to place these devices in their vehicles. While at the beginning of the consultation, members seemed willing so to do, at the point of delivery, people began to say that just like the CCTV want to watch you from the sky, the government is trying to watch you. Where your bus driving, where your bus going, how fast your bus going, and all the rest of it. Members of the minibus driving community. I don't believe that. I'm using those words because I don't believe this was an official position of the minibus association. So I don't want to attribute them with opposition. I'm talking about individual bus drivers. So when we began with 34 of the 200 units in buses, and we went up to 43 units. And this was in 2022. By 2023, most of the drivers had turned off the units. And there was very little uptake on additional units. There were various, we explained to people that you could turn them off. So after hours, if your bus is not on duty, you could switch it off and so on. So nobody trying to, this is a customer service initiative. But there was very little uptake. And the e-buses themselves, the stations themselves, began to sustain some vandalism and defacing. A number of the solar panels were liberated. And from the original 40, we're down to about 30 of the stations. Currently, they have been damaged. So the theft of the solar panels was an issue. Some of them were damaged in accidents. Some people drove into one or two. So we've lost about 10 of the stations currently. Not lost, but they're down. They're not operational at the moment. And we had conversations at the policy level about what sort of incentives we could give to the driving community to encourage them to take the units and turn them on. We thought of both carrots and sticks, if you want to put it that way. But there has not been. Ain't taking the carrot, and we don't have any interest in using the stick. That's basically where we are. What we're going to do, Madam Speaker, honorable members, is for the government's expanding fleet of school buses and for the government's planned deployment of the full MOVE fleet for the disabled. So essentially on the state-owned transportation vehicles, we're going to establish those units in those vehicles, and hopefully by way of example, we can show the private sector individual operators that there's nothing sinister here and that indeed it might help drive business to your business as opposed to be a negative for you overall. And that's where we are with the project. Thank you, honorable member.
Yes. Is there a no supplementary? Okay, very well. We move now to question number 10. Honorable member for West Kingstown.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and my apologies for being late because of another engagement.
Yes.
Question number 10 in my name is to the Honorable Member, the Honorable Minister of Transport Works, Science and Physical Planning. The work to rehabilitate the historic Fort Charlotte started many years ago, resulting in limited to no use of the facility. There appears to be no work going on for a long time now. Would the Honorable Minister please state, one, What is the cost of the contract in EC dollars awarded for this work, and who is the contractor? 2. When did the contract begin, and when was it to finish? 3. How much of the contract sum has been spent, and what percentage of the work is complete? And 4. When is the work expected to be completed?
Honorable Minister of Transport and Works.
Madam Speaker, this is not the first time this question is coming before the Parliament, but I have repeatedly indicated that the Fort Charlotte project is one with several components, of which the Ministry of Transport and Works has the suzerainty of the bridged project, which is one of the components of the overall Fort Charlotte project. And so this question is not asking about the bridge. The overall project is within the Ministry of Tourism. And so therefore, if the Ministry of Tourism is willing to respond to it, then so be it. Thank you.
Honorable Minister of Tourism.
And just as we had done on the previous occasion, Madam Speaker, I'll attempt to answer the question posed by the member for West Kingstown. Madam Speaker, the restoration of Fort Charlotte commenced under a World Bank funded project called the OECS Regional Tourism Competitiveness Project, and started in 3 countries, Madam Speaker: Grenada, St. Lucia, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The components of the project in its original form were to facilitate the movement of tourists within the participating countries, improve selected touristic sites, and to strengthen implementation capacity for regional tourism market development. At the project's midterm review, which was conducted in October of 2020, it was found that the overall project implementation in all 3 participating countries were found to be slow, resulting in low levels of disbursement. All 3 governments in St. Lucia, Grenada, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines submitted their restructuring letters to the World Bank in June of 2023 due to major disruptions resulting from the global health pandemic and the eruption of the Lassa Flare, as in the case of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Of course, the challenges post-pandemic resulted in global logistical disruptions, which slowed the procurement of essential materials and affected the value of materials on the global market. This significantly affected the material cost of goods required for the overall project. And this, of course, required a restructuring of the project scope under component number 2, which is in relation to the improvements to selected touristic sites. Specific to the rehabilitation of Fort Charlotte, the project scope had to be revised due to the challenges stated above, and a contract in the amount of $7,020,000 was awarded in September of 2023 to Obisado Engineering Services Limited for the execution of the rehabilitation works at Fort Charlotte. The scope and nature of the restoration required detailed assessment and work to rehabilitate the fort to its original design of 1806, including the removal of all of the modern works on the fort, including the cement, and the restructuring of parts of the fort to its original construction. So, of course, those who are familiar with the project will know sometime prior there was some rehabilitative work, and they had gone about the work in a, I would rather say, Madam Speaker, a way that was not conducive to the historic nature of what the fort was. In fact, mortar and cement was casted on the original wall of the fort, Madam Speaker. So part of the project will be to take off, in fact, some of the restorative work which was done prior, which was done incorrectly to the fort. This project, Madam Speaker, encountered several challenges which further delayed the completion of the project beyond its original end date of May 2024. Among these challenges were deeper than estimated infrastructural fragilities. This required more time-consuming restorative work. The specialized nature of the materials for this heritage site also meant sourcing them internationally, further extending the timelines. Madam Speaker, and my understanding from the advice of the technical persons is that some of the materials are to be sourced overseas, and they're specialized materials which are going to be required in the careful and meticulous restoration of the fort to its original form. During discussions with the World Bank, Madam Speaker, the approval was granted to transition the outstanding scope of works to another ongoing World Bank project. The Unleashing the Blue Economy project of the Caribbean, UBEC. The original contract was therefore terminated, and it's anticipated that a new contract will be secured under the UBEC project, which will commence sometime later this year, Madam Speaker, and works are expected to recommence later this year under this new project with a new contract, which will carry a duration of 9 months and include a 1-year defects liability period. Madam Speaker, I may hasten to say that this 9 months period, from what I have seen in terms of the assessment, would probably take this rehabilitative work over and beyond that 9-month period. But this is what the official answer in terms of the assessment from the experts are indicating. Because of the meticulous nature of the restoration, Madam Speaker. To date, 1.6 million has been paid for approximately 20% of the works which were completed. The estimated remaining cost of the implementation is roughly about 5.8 million Eastern Caribbean dollars, which includes a 10% contingency for increased construction costs. Madam Speaker, in light of the upcoming 2025-2026 cruise season, and recognizing Fort Charlotte's importance within our tourism offering, the ministry is committed to actively assessing ways in which limited managed access may be permitted during this interim period. The assessment will be done with careful consideration of public safety and with the guidance of the engineering experts to determine whether portions of the site deemed structurally sound may be opened to visitors under controlled conditions. We are also exploring, Madam Speaker, a temporary interpretive solution such as guided access to secure vantage points, off-site storytelling, virtual engagement experiences, so that our visitors may be able to continue to connect with the critical cultural site while restoration is in progress. Madam Speaker, Fort Charlotte represents a vital part of our historical cultural heritage, and the government remains firmly committed to working with the stakeholders for its full restoration and ensuring access to this national treasure when safely as possible can continue. But of course, Madam Speaker, the intricate nature of the restorative works will allow for some careful work to be done by specialist contractors who will be here, and of course the type of materials which are required for the restorative works, most of it which has to be sourced from overseas, Madam Speaker. But we will continue with this project going into the latter quarter of this year. We'll see work recommencing on the Fort Charlotte site. Much obliged, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
It's my supplemental question. Would it be okay for me to clarify what the Honorable Minister of Works meant when he said that the bridge is part of this project? Because I hear no reference of the bridge in the $1.1 million for this project. Where does the bridge fit into this, if it does, in that project? But, Madam Speaker, apart from that clarification, my question to the Honourable Minister, supplementary, are we to take it that we have spent $1.6 million to put the wrong material on the surface of the Fort Charlotte and to close the facility for this long? We're talking, you, Honorable Minister, mentioned somebody put the wrong thing on. It is the current or the now fired contractor that destroyed what was there in addition to what was done before. That uglifying of the existing walls was done by the contractor that you hired. So would the Honorable Minister please tell us what the facts in this matter are?
Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do humbly apologize if you weren't clear with what I was saying, but there's at no point in my answer have I indicated that during this current contract, the wrong materials were used in the restorative works.
I know you didn't say that. But
I did not say that. That's absolutely incorrect. What I did explain prior to the current restorative works, previously, before my time, there were some restorative works to the site, which we have to carefully look at correcting to proceed with the continued works that are at the fort. At no time did I say that the current contractor has done any work that would affect or compromise the restorative works of the fort.
That is a fact.
I have the knowledge of that information.
Well, you should
I
find out.
can't state that. I can't say that.
Okay. So we move to question number.
The bridge, if the bridge is part of this, I don't know what the other.
And to further add, Madam Speaker, which I think is a second supplementary, the bridge is not a part of the current restorative works to the site. That is under the contract, it is under another capital project.
Tell that to your colleague.
No, but you asked specifically a question in relation to the Fort Charlotte.
Yes,
but
I didn't mention bridge in anything.
Yeah, but the bridge is under a second capital project in the estimates. But however, in order for us to look at the continued works on the fort, the bridge is tied into the overall project scope, Madam Speaker, in the sense that we need to have access to the bridge in order to continue the works in the Fort Charlotte. So yes. Presumably that there's another question in relation to the bridge, but we can't continue or start work on the bridge until the fort is completed, because it will then affect access to the fort to continue the continued works.
Okay. Very well. So we move now to question number 11. Question number 11, recognize the member for West Kingstown.
What a country. Madam Speaker, question number 11. In my name is to the Honourable Minister of Transport Works, Lands and Physical Planning. The road project in Caliacua, which started in November 2023 at the cost of $2.2 million, was scheduled to be completed 1 year later, but was extended to February 2025 at a total cost of $5.5 million. Still, it remains a source of concern for the residents of Caliacua since it is not yet completed. Can the Honourable Minister please explain one, the reasons for the delay in completion and the scope of the work remaining on the project to be completed? 2, whether there has been any further increase in the construction costs of this project? And 3, what is the new date for completion of this project, which is so vital to allow life to return to some form of normalcy after such a protracted period of dust, inconveniences, and disruption of livelihoods for the people of Caliacua?
Yes, Honourable Minister of Transport Works.
Madam Speaker, just before I deal with answering the question that is posed to me as Minister of Transport and Works. I can very well ask the question equally, why the member would have tabled to this Parliament the question relating to the Fort Charlotte project. Why is it that he would have referred this project to the Minister of Transport and Works when he has indicated that he knows that he did not ask about the bridge project and that the bridge project is not part of this project? So therefore, for what reason have you asked this question to the Minister of Transport and Works when he could have asked the Ministry of Transport, the Ministry of Tourism? So the clarity is, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, just a moment, honorable members.
Since the member needs clarity, I'm saying that the member should have asked the question to the Ministry of Tourism and not to the Ministry of Transport and Works. It's not logical as far as I can see, Madam Speaker. It's not logical. Madam Speaker, in relation to the question before us, the road rehabilitation works in Calico commenced on November the 20th, 2023, with a duration period of 12 months. The scope of the works was increased due to the construction of 1.6 kilometers of new roadside drainage system, including and inclusive of masonry block, which includes L-shaped core walls of maximum height of 1.2 meters and with a length of 186 meters, open box drains of various sizes, up to 681.7 meters, covered box drains, culverts, sidewalks, up to 511.9 meters, curb and slipper drains, up to 188.3 meters, and masonry block wall along the Calico River amounting to 30 meters. Madam Speaker, the reconstruction of the Ribishi Street was also added to the scope. And as a result of this additional scope, the project completion date was extended to March 31st, 2025. The completion of the project activities has been hampered by frequent shortages of aggregate, labor force, and the inclement weather conditions. The revised scope of works is approximately 5% complete. The outstanding works to be done includes the completion of the masonry wall along the Calico River, installation of base course layer and concrete pavement to Broad Street in the vicinity of the potential Panyard. These works are in progress, and the concrete paving is scheduled to commence on around June 2025. This June 2025. Also, it also involves the completion of the concrete box culvert at the intersection of Cross and Ribishi Street. It also includes the installation of asphalt surface to Dartmouth Cross Street and Ribishi Street, and this work is likely to commence by July 2025. The revised project budget of $5.5 million has not been increased at any time, and the project works are projected to be substantially completed by August 2025. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Yes. Supplementary? Yes.
August 25 completion, Madam Speaker. I just want to make sure I heard right.
August 20.
I said August 2025.
Yes.
And Madam Speaker, would the Honourable Minister, for my own elucidation again, I heard him mention a figure of 5% of the extended contract has been completed to date when the entire contract should have been completed by February of this year. You have now completed 5% of the work that should have been finished since February this year. Yet you're going to finish it in August this year. Am I hearing right?
I'm sure the member knows, Madam Speaker, that's asphalt work is work that commences very quickly. And most of the work to be done is asphalt work.
Don't forget the road in Edinburgh was to finish on the 1st of April, you know. The 1st of April is was supposed to be finished. You don't really have no shame, you know.
So we move to question number 12. Question number 12, I recognize the Honourable Member for West Kingstown.
God, this is a joke for you all, eh?
Question number
No wonder you're
12.
smiling. Won't be for long. Madam Speaker, question number 12.
Yes.
You had over 20 years to move it from here. You never moved
Born in your,
on my own vacation.
Honourable members, I have directed that we are at question number 12. Honourable members, I wish to hear question number 12 of the Honourable Member for West Kingstown. Let us proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, question number 12, I have the honor to ask it to the Honourable Minister of Health, Wellness and the Environment. 5 interns who started the year 2025 have been sent home indefinitely with only 4 months of the internship. In the meantime, the doctors at the Milton Cater Memorial Hospital are required to work for extended hours at a time. Would the Honourable Minister please state what is the reason for termination of the internship? 2, how many doctors' positions at the Milton Cater Memorial Hospital are not filled and why? And 3, what is being done to assist these interns as well as the staffing shortfall at the Milton Cater Memorial Hospital?
Yes, Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Member. First of all, Madam Speaker, allow me to just give a short background with respect to the requirements for internship at the Ministry of Health, and particularly at the hospital. The medical internship program of the Ministry of Health, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, was accredited by the CAMC, that's the Caribbean Association of Medical Councils, in February 2024. And this accredited program requires A, that graduates of medical schools, depending on their accreditation status, successfully complete a 2-month CAM-HP, and this is the accreditation body, or equivalent accredited medical school of 4-month pre-internship before commencing their formal internship. This pre-internship is designed to prepare these doctors who come from many medical schools. For instance, we have people in Cuba and some other schools around the region, for the intense 1-year internship program. The pre-interns are given a stipend under the SET program and are not employed on the government establishment. 2, successful completion of the pre-internship then allows the doctors, now called Intern 1, to enter the 1-year internship, which is divided into 4 3-month rotations in internal medicine, general and subspecialty surgery, pediatric and obstetrics and gynecology. Successful completion of all these 4 rotations is required to be considered as having completed this year of internship, and provisional registration is then granted to these interns. These interns are employed in a 1- or 2-year government posts. On gaining provisional registration, the intern, this is number 3, the final one. On gaining provisional registration, the intern is then required to successfully complete another year of rotations, including rotating through the accident and emergency department, medical subspecialty areas, and community medicine as an intern 2 to be considered for full registration as a medical practitioner in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. These interns from non-CAM HP or equivalent accredited medical schools are also required to successfully complete Part 1 and 2 of the CAMC examinations. So as I said before, Madam Speaker, the CAM HP is the accrediting body, while the CAMC do the examinations. So the question directly, the reason for termination of internship: in December 2024, a new batch of 7 pre-interns, including a staff nurse, commenced a 4-month pre-internship under the SET program, which ended in March of 2025, with 1 intern completing an additional month by request in April 2025. These pre-interns were not terminated. They had completed their pre-internship and were awaiting the release of official internship posts under the government establishment to allow for full appointment to the program. As such, we cannot say that they were terminated indefinitely. All 15 vacant internship posts have been released. The names of all pre-interns eligible to commence the medical internship program were submitted to the Public Service Commission via the Personnel Department for formal appointment, and I've been advised that that has been done. Additionally, the ministry extended invitations to all former interns who registered or who resigned, or unsuccessful in the program in 2024 to meet on April 22nd, 2025 with the Chief Medical Officer to provide feedback on their time in the internship program and their reasons for leaving or not being successful in their rotations. Those who attended were guided on how to reapply for future internship opportunities if interested. Some of them were not interested. Their feedback and recommendations were communicated with the senior staff. How many doctors' positions at MCMH not filled and why? At present, Madam Speaker, we have 24 medical intern posts. 6 medical intern posts remain vacant, and that's because there are no medical interns waiting at the moment to take up these positions. 36 medical officer posts, 1 medical officer remains vacant. 22 consultant posts, 2 consultant positions remain vacant. That is because there's some, promotions to take place in that particular category. 12 senior registrar posts, 2 senior registrar posts remain vacant, awaiting the return of clinicians currently on duty on study leave due to return this year, 2025. 21 registrar posts, 3 registrar posts remain vacant, 1 at Mental Health Rehabilitation Center, awaiting the return of clinicians on study leave due to return this year, again, 2025. Community Health, dental intern posts, both dental posts are currently filled. 20 district medical officer posts, 1 post is currently vacant, and we are trying to fill that one. What is being done to assist these interns as well as the staffing shortfall at the hospital? The ministry has undertaken, Madam Speaker, several measures to support the interns during their pre-internship and internship and to address the hospital staffing. Successful submission in 2025-2027 budget for more positions of the medical doctors. We were successful in getting 1 consultant more, 2 registrars, that's senior registrars, 2 registrars, 2 medical officers, medical intern, 2 more. The ministry continues to advocate for the release of posts as vacancies arise and promptly recommends suitable applicants to the service commissions for appointment. Second year intern assignments. 4 interns who successfully completed their first year have commenced their second year internship, allowing for their continued development while ensuring continuity of services and staffing capacity. Reapplication support. How do we support these people who have to reapply? We don't just throw them under the bus. Former interns who exited the program prematurely have been invited to re-engage with the ministry to explore options for reapplication. And I might say now, Madam Speaker, that there are some people who have come back after doing 4 or 5 years at university, then decide, I don't think this thing is for me. And they, you have to encourage them. Continued engagement with the personnel department, as the ministry continues to work closely with the personnel department to ensure the employment of all categories of health staff, including the medical staff. And then, of course, the workforce planning. A broader human resources for health initiative is currently underway, and this has to do with the new project which we have, which includes the construction of the new hospital at Arnesvale. So there is this human resource for health project that we're dealing with also. We remain committed, Madam Speaker, to ensuring that our National Health Service, including the MCMH, has the necessary personnel in place to deliver quality care. We have about 19 specialist people with a range of specialties across the spectrum working within the system. I'm obliged. Thank you.
Yes. Is there a supplementary question, Honorable Member?
Yes, please. Madam Speaker, just to ask the Honorable Minister whether there is a program within the hospital that informs and advise the young doctors to be of the procedures as have been duly outlined by you. I ask it, Madam Speaker, in light of the significant number of interns who are lost, and I'm speaking from personal experience, lost as to what is happening when they start a program, are sent home and are told there's no money. There seems to be a lack of clear policy direction, guidance, or whatever is required to give them some form of assurance.
Yes, Honorable Minister of Health.
Yes, Madam Speaker. There is a clear policy when they join the program and also during the course of the program. Maybe there's a problem with communication, I'm not sure. But I'm advised that from time to time, the CMO and the medical director have these meetings with interns to explain what exactly is happening. But I suspect there may be, as the honorable member is saying, there is some communication problem which we may have to work out.
Very well. So we are now at question number, okay, I see an indication from the Honorable Minister of Transport.
Well, Madam Speaker, it's gone past, well, just about gone past quarter to 2. And I think it's time that we break for lunch.
Yes.
So, Madam Speaker, I therefore beg to move that the suspension of the sitting for the luncheon interval. We'll return at quarter to 4.
Quarter to 4?
Well, it's just gone.
Okay.
10 to 4.
Okay, so yes, my time says that it is 1:50, so it's 10 to 2.
10 to 2.
We return at 10 to 4.
Yes.
Yes. Honorable members, the question is that this Honorable House do stand suspended for the luncheon period until 10 minutes to 4. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as are of the contrary opinion, say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. House stands suspended.
Where you are in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, your radio is Nice Radio. 101.3. 96.7, 90.3 FM.
This one's for country. Get ready as the NDP South Central Windward Constituency Division. So we're heading to Amanda's Bar at Young Peace, North Union on Saturday, 28th June for a big karaoke and bingo. For bingo will be 4 games of $100 each with a jackpot of $1,000. Tickets only $5. Starting time 9 p.m. So come sing the night away and win some big money for Carnival. As NDP South Central Windward Constituency Division brings to you karaoke and bingo on Saturday, 28th June in Long Beach, North Union at Amanda's Bar. Get ready. Get ready. Get ready.
Please note that the ticket for the jackpot is $10.
Central Leeward, get ready to turn up the vibes. It's the Mix and Mingle 4.0 boat ride to Miro. It's happening Sunday, July 13th aboard the MP Gemstar. Come live and rally with your representative, Conroy Huggins. Meet the man with the plan, the vibes, and the vision for Central Leeward. Tickets are only $80. And this one is selling off fast. We leave Barely at 7 a.m. Kingsdown at 8 a.m. And it's all presented by the Central Leeward Young Dems and the NDP Central Leeward Division. It's mix, mingle, and move with the mission. The future is now. Let's ride with Huggins in this massive Mix and Mingle 4.0 boat ride to Miro on Sunday, July 13th, aboard the MV Gemstar.
General Hardware still has the best prices on steel, lumber, and plywood. So go on, compare prices. And if by chance you find a better price, no stress. Just talk to the General, and they will beat that price plus give you special priority delivery. Yes, General Hardware offers free island-wide delivery on most purchases, so you never have to worry about getting your goods on site on time. Plus, shopping at General Hardware is a pleasant experience with friendly, knowledgeable staff always ready to serve. What more could you wish for, huh? So come to General Hardware for proper service, lowest prices, free delivery, and see why nobody beats the General. Nobody.
Get dinner and candles alight, popcorn for your movie night. One stop and get it right. It's that good. We've got what you're looking for. All the brands you love and more. Get everything at Massy Stores. Massy Stores is where you wanna be. We take care of you like family. We do all that we could to treat you like we should. It's that good, it's that good. That good. When you shop at Massy Stores. That good.
Massy Stores, our family serving your family.
Lewis Pharmacy. We specialize in friendly service with a personal, professional touch. Hence, we take pride in offering patient counseling on all prescription and over-the-counter products. We welcome inquiries on prescription drugs, vitamins, herbal preparation, fitness nutritional products, cough, cold, allergy, and all other health care products. For the convenience of our patients and surrounding community, we are situated uptown opposite the bus stop at Juicy Building. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Saturdays, 8:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. Lewis Pharmacy.
Building construction and maintenance presents its complications. Lane's Home Vision is your agent of support and solution. From conceptualizing to execution and completion, we will manage your project at no cost to you and can undertake any job. From small repairs to general renovation and full construction.
Contact us now at 784-493-3411 for your consultation and hear about our exciting offers awaiting you.
Randy's Supermarket is perfect for all your grocery needs. We have a range of liquor, liqueur, and wines, fresh and quality bread, and our weekly specials will simply amaze you. Conveniently opened 7:30 a.m. to 9 p.m. Mondays to Thursdays, and Fridays and Saturdays 7:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. We have competitive prices and friendly staff. Randy's Supermarket, located at Lower Bay Street and Terrell Street. Call us at 456-2994. Randy's Supermarket, where shopping is fun.
There are many cleaning companies, but there is only one company that cleans, and that is VinceClean. So you don't have to wait for a season. Cleanliness is enough of a reason. Just finish building your dream home and wish to move in? Then VinceClean is for you. Do you have oil mark where that car is parked? New tiles just laid and want to remove tile grout, cement, or paint? VinceClean is for you. Shampooing of chair sets, mattress, carpet, house cleaning. VinceClean is for you. So whatever cleaning you need and for the best prices and quality on the market, telephone 431-1360, 457-1649. VinceClean, 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 the best in service.
Introducing Kitty Care Plus Picoactin Syrup and Mimglobin Liquid from Maya Organics PVT Limited. Kitty Care Plus is an optimum nutrient for growing children. It promotes physical growth and enhances intellectual performance. Picoactin Syrup has a synergistic combination of cyproheptadine and B vitamins that help to improve appetite and body weight. And Mimglobin Liquid helps to optimize growth and builds immunity. Get yours today. Kitty Care Plus, Picoactin Syrup, and Mimglobin Liquid. Available at leading supermarkets and pharmacies. Agent Bowman's Pharmacy. Call 456-2235.
It's in the feeling in our we talk. It's in the meaning in our spark. It is the thing that sets us apart. Who we are. Cause the rhythm of life keeps pumping. Together going strong. No matter what, we keep things flowing. Before we will go all in. Our hands up in the sky. Celebrating. Come let your rhythm flow.
CK Grace and Company is the number one supermarket. 100% Contention. The Intention Supermarket. We've got more of what you're looking for in multiple locations to serve you more and more. In business now for over 50 years, and you will always save by shopping right here. Oh yes, we're number one. CK Grace and Company, and we are Vincent John's, a supermarket for you and me.
We are looking for friendly, reliable individuals to join our team at Richardson Motors, Arnisville. If you enjoy working with people and thrive in a fast-paced environment, we'd love to meet you. We are interviewing for cashiers and fuel attendants. Applicants must reside between Kingston and Rathamill, Fountain and Kelboni, New Montrose, Redemption Shops, and their surrounding areas. Transportation will be provided for the night shift. Apply in person anytime between 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., Monday to Friday. Alternatively, you can WhatsApp 496-9213 for more information. Start your next job today. Come grow with us.
Since 2012, we have provided reliable, professional dialysis services in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We are now proud to offer you new solutions for your health problems. Each new solution is being delivered to you with the same high degree of care and professionalism. We also use the best technology in the delivery of our services. So, does your doctor need a precise view of what's happening inside your body? Let us perform an ultrasound for you. Ladies, if it's your breasts, then choose our mammography service. For all issues related to men and women's health at any stage in your life, our team can perform the necessary investigations to put your mind at ease and recommend solutions for your problems. If it's to see within your chest or check for broken bones and fractures, then use our state-of-the-art U-Arm X-ray service. For you aging men and women, we can now check your bone density, which will reduce any complications that may arise with overall bone health, osteoporosis, or arthritis. Health Solutions will provide answers and results in a timely, accurate manner in the most comfortable environment, while you are taken care of by well-trained and experienced staff. Please call us today at 451-2836 or 434-3170, or visit us online at healthsolutionsSVG.com. You can also follow us on Facebook or Instagram. Health Solutions, where we are providing solutions in SVG with care.
We would like to say that Captain Bligh XO Aged Rum is the best rum in the world. And now we can. Voted the world's best rum at the World Rum Awards 2014, Captain Bligh XO Aged Rum. World class in a glass.
Bunady Supermarket in Kingstown, serving the nation with quality service and excellent prices. At Bunady Supermarket number 2, located at Upper Middle Street, we are proud to serve you. We are second to none. Call us at 457-1616. We at Bunady Supermarket number 2 will always be here for you. Bunady Supermarket, serving the nation with quality service and excellent prices.
This one's for country. Get ready as the NDP South Central Windward Constituency Division. So we're heading to Abundance Bar at Young Peace, North Union on Saturday, 28th June for a big karaoke and bingo. For bingo will be 4 games of $100 each with a jackpot of $1,000. Tickets only $5. Starting time 9 p.m. So come sing the night away and win some big money for Carnival. As NDP South Central Windward Constituency Division brings to you karaoke and bingo on Saturday, 28th June in Long Beach, North Union at Amanda's Bar. Get ready. Get ready. Get ready.
Please note that the ticket for the jackpot is $10.
Central Leeward, get ready to turn up the vibes. It's the Mix and Mingle 4.0 boat ride to Miro. It's happening Sunday, July 13th aboard the MV Gemstar. Come live and rally with your representative, Conroy Huggins. Meet the man with the plan, the vibes, and the vision for Central Leeward. Tickets are only $80. And this one is selling off fast. We leave Barley at 7 a.m., Kingstown at 8 a.m., and it's all presented by the Central Leeward Young Dems and the NDP Central Leeward Division. It's mix, mingle, and move with the mission. The future is now. Let's ride with Huggins in this massive Mix and Mingle 4.0 boat ride to Miro on Sunday, July 13th aboard the MV Gemstar.
It's in the feeling in our we talk. It's in the meaning in our spark. It is the thing that sets us apart. Who we are. Cause the rhythm of life keeps pumping. Together going strong. No matter what, we keep things flowing. Before we will go all in. Our hands up in the sky. Celebrating. Come let your rhythm flow.
Nice Radio's birthday celebration package is brought to you with the compliments of the following.
Get dinner and candles alight, popcorn for your movie night. One stop and get it right. It's that good. We've got what you're looking for. All the brands you love and more. Get everything at Massy Stores. Massy Stores is where you wanna be. We take care of you like family. We do all that we could to treat you like we should. It's that good, it's that good, that good. When you shop at Massy Stores, that good.
Massy Stores, our family serving your family.
Welcome to Subway, where you can always have it your way. My name is Stacy. What can I make for you?
Hey, Stacy. I'll have a chicken teriyaki salad. All veggies, please. And for my daughter, Naomi, a pizza. Naomi, what would you like to have on your pizza?
Pepperoni bacon.
They've got tomatoes as well.
Pepperoni bacon.
What about some fresh onions, corn, pineapple?
Pepperoni bacon.
Naomi, you can also have olives, jalapeno, extra meat.
Nope. Pepperoni bacon.
Stacy, can I have one chicken teriyaki salad, all veggies, please, and a pizza with pepperoni and bacon?
You can have it your way.
Come into our uptown or downtown location today or order on your favorite delivery app. Subway. Have it your way.
The birthday winner of the week will receive a $20 gift voucher from Massy Stores, a $20 meal voucher from Subway, and free IPTV for 1 month from Vinci Stream.
Regardless of your condition, you should have fun when your birthday comes. Nothing should get in the way of having fun on that special day. People must learn to make an adjustment and make this day a happy moment. Whether your troubles small or great, you should take some time to celebrate and sing, Happy birthday. You should be glad to see another year. Shout, shout, shout. Happy birthday. Hope it brings lots of loving and good cheer. Sing, sing, sing. Happy birthday. Let us sing. Sing with glee. Shout, shout, shout. Happy birthday.
All right, we've got just about 7 minutes after the 2 o'clock hour. It's time for us to celebrate birthdays and anniversaries. Let's go to the bag and extend a happy birthday to Yvette Clark in Cedars. Happy birthday. Sabrina Carr in Belmont. She's celebrating her birthday today. Roxanne Poya. It's your big one today. If you're celebrating and you want to celebrate with us, call me 4565967. Magic Jag 718-734-5615. And WhatsApp 498-3802. Conchata Ponentian Chops. Happy birthday. We've got Chavez Mason in North Union celebrating today. Paula Garraway in Brooklyn. Happy birthday to you. Chani Thomas in Byra. Happy birthday to you, my darling. We've got Kendall Moore. He's sailing on Royal Caribbean. Blessings on you, love. Dan Richards in North Leeward. It's your big one today. Nicholas Sanan in Trinidad is celebrating. Minita Bess in Old Montrose. She'll be celebrating tomorrow, God's will. Alvian Young in the U.S. Belated birthday greetings to you, my darling. Wrigley Sprout in Spring Village is celebrating his 90th birthday today. Queenie Moses Shallow in Peniston. Happy birthday to you, my darling. From your husband, your mom, your kids, grandkids, the staff at Nice Radio. We are wishing you all the very best as well. Rachel Banwell in Lomans Windward. Happy birthday. Deborah Ned, she's celebrating today. Shade Henry in Richland Park, celebrated on the 21st. Louise Adams in Barley, celebrated yesterday, along with Dallin Doubtflesh, also from Barley. And then we've got the Shona Turnhill in Ashburton, celebrating today. Happy birthday to you.
For each and every human being, if it's only for half an hour.
I'm not sure if we'd be celebrating 10 minutes on to the hour of 3. If that happens, then we celebrate. If not, we head back to the House of Parliament for the rest of the questions and debates.
Happy birthday, let us sing with glee. Shout, shout, shout. Happy birthday.
We've got just about 10 minutes after the 2 o'clock hour. Let's break for the business news.
It's now time for Nice Radio's business news package.
Joachim and Associates, helping those who do a great job do it better. You may ask, what basic value do we provide? Joachim and Associates help clients to integrate the two most important aspects of business, people and process. And what need do we fill? Joachim and Associates connect HR programs with business strategy for maximum return on investment. Joachim and Associates, helping those who do a great job do it better.
De Freitas and Associates is a full-service professional firm offering accounting, taxation, audit, management consulting and business advisory services to meet the needs of today's entrepreneurs, business enterprises of any size, not-for-profit entities and government agencies in an ever-changing and dynamic global business environment. Our firm's office network includes locations in Canada, Belize, Honduras, Dominica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines that are always ready and able to be of service to you. Please contact us today by looking in your local yellow pages or visit our website at www.defreitas defreitas-consulting.com. De Freitas and Associates. Let us exceed your expectations.
Good afternoon. I am Natalie Campbell with Nice Radio's Business News for Monday, June the 23rd, 2025. Beginning with the local news. Minister of Agriculture Saboto Caesar announced in Parliament today that plans are underway for the rehabilitation of the Owiya and Chateaubelair fisheries centres. These centres suffered extensive damage due to the April 2021 eruptions of the Lasso Frere volcano and the passage of Hurricane Beryl in July 2024. Minister Caesar explained that Strout Engineering, the contracted consultancy firm, has submitted final designs and technical specifications for the rehabilitation of both facilities. These are currently under review by the Economic Planning Division and the Ministry of Finance. Once a no objection is secured from the World Bank, the procurement process for contractors will begin. The implementation phase is scheduled to commence at the end of 2025, with completion targeted by December 2026. The government of Antigua and Barbuda is planning to restructure the country's debt portfolio through a major bond issuance expected within the next 3 months. Prime Minister Gaston Brown announced the administration is floating a bond worth between $250 million and $300 million to address high-interest domestic debts. The bond money will replace high-interest local loans with cheaper financing and provide cash payments to local creditors. The government is also negotiating with international creditors to resolve several long-standing debt issues that remained on the books for decades. Among the debts being addressed is a Brazilian loan that originated at $5 million in the 1980s but has grown to $44 million due to accumulated interest and penalties over the years. St. Lucia's Prime Minister Philippe issued a blunt critique of the OECS sluggish progress on regional integration last week, warning that years of delays in fulfilling treaty commitments, particularly on the free movement of goods, are undermining the economic union's promise to improve citizens' lives. Speaking at the 7th OECS Assembly on the theme, Strengthening Regional Unity in a Shifting Global Order, Pear did not mince words, saying the organization should not still be scrambling to implement a revised treaty that took effect in 2011. He pushed for urgent passage of 5 key bills to fast-track the free circulation of goods, a cornerstone of the revised Treaty of Basseterre. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has called on China to prevent Iran from closing the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most important shipping routes. His comments came after Iran's state-run Press TV reported that Parliament had approved a plan to close the strait, but added the final decision lies with the Supreme National Security Council. According to the BBC, any disruption to the supply of oil would have profound consequences for the economy. China, in particular, is the world's largest buyer of Iranian oil and has a close relationship with Tehran. Oil prices rose following the U.S. attack on Iranian nuclear sites, with the price of the benchmark Brent crude reaching its highest level in 5 months. Since its illegal invasion of Ukraine in 2022, Russia has become the most sanctioned nation on earth, and yet its economy has been remarkably resilient. In 2024, if Russian official figures are to be believed, its economy outgrew those of all the G7 nations: Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, the UK, and the US. According to the BBC, the Russian economy expanded by 4.3% last year, compared with 1.1% in the UK and 2.8% in the US. This growth in Russia was led by the Kremlin's record military spending. The country's oil exports by volume have also remained relatively stable as supplies once destined for Europe have been diverted to China and India. And that's the end of Nice Radio's business news package for today, Monday, June the 23rd. I am Natalie Campbell. Do have yourselves a productive, safe afternoon.
De Freitas and Associates is a full-service professional firm offering accounting, taxation, audit, management consulting and business advisory services to meet the needs of today's entrepreneurs, business enterprises of any size, not-for-profit entities and government agencies in an ever-changing and dynamic global business environment. Our firm's office network includes locations in Canada, Belize, Honduras, Dominica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines that are always ready and able to be of service to you. Please contact us today by looking in your local yellow pages or visit our website at www.defreitas-consulting.com. De Freitas and Associates, let us exceed your expectations.
Joachim and Associates, helping those who do a great job do it better. What problems do we solve? Joachim and Associates produce standard operating and procedural manuals to ensure clarity of process. Joachim and Associates reduce counterproductive behavior and improve performance using performance management systems. Joachim and Associates ensure that training is targeted so that it is meaningful and that there is a return on investment through training needs analysis. Joachim and Associates, helping those who do a great job do it better.
One of them gypsy. Oh, just tell them this. A gypsy thing turn up everywhere. Yeah, yeah. Gypsy you burn up everywhere. Yeah, yeah. Act like the sun up everywhere. Some white thing only turn up brown. That's all. Gypsy thing turn up everywhere. Yeah, yeah. Gypsy you burn up everywhere. Yeah, yeah. Act like the sun up everywhere. Some white thing only turn up brown. That's all. Gypsy make them know. I know everybody I go like you. Yeah, some of them still a figure fight you. Yeah, I know everybody I go rate you. Some I go love you and some I figure hate you. You're the king of fire, say a gypsy on the radar blazing. Gypsy tell them we can't call. I water them.
This blessed country has seen its best days. Just look at it now, it's torn to pieces. How did we get to this point? Ain't no mystery. We wasted a lot of years simply mashing up the country. Now can we put the pieces together that will redeem this land? I say yes, we can, my brother, but not until we understand. We got a country to build, and if we don't do it, who will? We gotta come up with some kind of plan to salvage what's left of our nation. So we ain't got no time to chill, 'cause we got a country to build.
Lewis Pharmacy. We specialize in friendly service with a personal, professional touch. Hence, we take pride in offering patient counseling on all prescription and over-the-counter products. We welcome inquiries on prescription drugs, vitamins, herbal preparation, fitness nutritional products, cough, cold, allergy, and all other health care products. For the convenience of our patients and surrounding community, we are situated uptown opposite the bus stop at Juicy Building. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Saturdays, 8:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. Lewis Pharmacy.
It's now time for Nice Radio's Health and Gardening segment. Good afternoon and welcome to another Health Road segment. I am your host, Natalie Campbell. Bone cancer is a rare but serious disease that doesn't always arrive with a loud knock. It shows up quietly, hidden as common discomforts or daily fatigue, and that is what makes it dangerous. These normal signs are mostly brushed off as part of growing older, hectic schedules, or minor injuries. Here are some overlooked symptoms that need more attention, not fear, but awareness, courtesy the Times of India. A constant dull ache, especially in the limbs, is often linked to poor posture, overworking muscles, or even sleeping in a bad position. In cases of bone cancer, pain doesn't always begin as sharp or intense. It starts as a deep, aching discomfort in the bone, mostly where tumors are forming. Interestingly, this pain often worsens during the night or while resting. A soft lump or swelling might be seen as a minor injury, insect bite, or cyst, especially when it is painless in the beginning. Bone tumors can cause visible swelling or a firm lump on or near the bone, especially around the arms, legs, pelvis, or ribs. The tricky part, it often starts without pain or redness, making it easy to dismiss. Over time, as the tumor grows, this lump may become painful and hard to ignore. Breaking a bone after a minor fall might just be seen as bad luck or calcium deficiency, particularly in older adults. One of the most overlooked signs of bone cancer is pathological fractures, bones breaking from actions that shouldn't normally cause a fracture, like stepping awkwardly or bumping into something gently. Tumors weaken the internal structure of the bone, making it fragile. Tiredness is often blamed on busy schedules, stress, or even poor sleeping habits. Fatigue linked to bone cancer isn't just sleepiness. It's a deep, dragging sense of exhaustion that doesn't improve with rest. This happens because cancer affects the bone marrow where bone cells are made. As tumors grow, they can interfere with red blood cell production, leading to anemia, a hidden cause of extreme tiredness. Losing a few kilos without trying is often welcomed or brushed off as a result of dietary changes or stress. When cancer develops in the body, it changes how metabolism works. Bone cancer, like other cancers, releases substances that can suppress appetite and cause the body to burn more calories than usual. This leads to involuntary weight loss that happens even when there's no change in eating habits.
A new name in pharmaceuticals has come to SVG, and that name is Q-Care. Q-Care Pharmacy, where the Q stands for quality. Q-Care Pharmaceuticals, located uptown Kingstown on Halifax Street, right opposite the General Post Office. Q-Care opens Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and on Saturdays until 1:30. Q-Care fills your prescriptions promptly. We invite you to come in and experience the new standard in pharmaceuticals. Q-Care. Q-Care Pharmacy on Halifax Street. Call 456-2690. Fax 451-2776. Q-Care, where the Q always stands for quality.
One of them gypsy. Oh, just tell them this. A gypsy thing turn up everywhere. Yeah, yeah. Gypsy you burn up everywhere. Yeah, yeah. Act like the sun up everywhere. Some white thing only turn up brown. That's all. Gypsy thing turn up everywhere. Yeah, yeah. Gypsy I burn up everywhere. Yeah, yeah. Act like the sun up everywhere. Some white thing only turn up brown. That's how gypsy make them know. I know everybody I go like you. Yeah, some of them still a figure fight you. Yeah, I know everybody I go rate you. Some I go love you and some I figure hate you. You're the king of fire, say gypsy on the radar blazing. Gypsy tell them we can't call. I what of them?
It's alright, it's so nice. It looks so, you look so, why you look so? Yeah, you so fine. Love the way you smile, love the way you whine. Would love to make you mine. Girl, you are a dime. Love the way you shine. Morning, noon, and night. Would love to make you mine. So I say, Ailin ma, Ailin ma, Ailin ma. Ooh-wee, ooh-wee. And I say, Ailin ma, Ailin ma, Ailin ma. Ooh-wee, you so lovely. You so tantalizing. Hard to say when you're whining. Perfect timing. Constantly fantasizing. And how you whining. Like the stars in my lining. Girl, perfect timing. You are perfect diamond. Girl, you so fine. Love the way you smile. Love the way you whine. Would love to make you mine. Girl, you are a dime. Love the way you shine. Morning, noon, and night. Would love to make you mine. And I say, Ailin ma, Ailin ma, Ailin ma. Ooh-wee, ooh-wee. And I say, Ailin ma, Ailin ma, Ailin ma. Ooh-wee, you so lovely. And I say, you so lovely. Personality bubbly. Looks so fine out in public. I acknowledge, yo, you're not hard to notice. Keeping my focus on your full hits. So I say, Ailin ma, Ailin ma, Ailin ma. Ooh-wee, ooh-wee. And I say, Ailin ma, Ailin ma, Ailin ma. Ooh-wee, you so lovely. Yeah, you so fine. Love the way you smile. Love the way you whine. Would love to make you mine. Girl, you are a dime. Love the way you shine. Morning, noon, and night. Would love to make you mine. Tantalizing, hard to say when you're whining. Perfect time.
We've got just about 29 minutes after the 2 o'clock hour. Good afternoon to you, wherever you are in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Welcome to another Monday. It's June 23rd, 2025. My name is Lavon Phillips, otherwise known as Gypsy, of course. I'll be with you right up until about 5. Well, not 5, but 4 this afternoon. Because at about 10 minutes to on 3 hour of 4, we'll be heading back to Parliament for the rest of the questions and debate. Nice radio for nice people. It is a beautiful day today. Hopefully you're doing beautiful things with the day and that you're making the most of it. I will be celebrating with you at 10 minutes to on 3 hour of 3 and 10 to 4.
Let's use this energy that's united. Hold hands now and take a jump in.
At 3 we'll have for you half news.
Flags and papers up in the air.
20 past the hour of 3. We'll break for the debt announcement. After that, we take a look at what's happening with St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We'll be vibes in right up until about 4. Catch us on 90.3, 96.7, 101.3, www.niceradio.info, cable channel 782.
Wave rocks higher, like planes and chopper, to a place where altitude have no limit. It's infinite, so put something in the air. It's rocks, flags, and papers up in the air. It's pure love and good vibes in the air. It's happy hands and drones flying in the air. Lighters in the air, big guns in the air. It's rocks, flags, and papers up in the air. It's pure love and good vibes in the air. It's happy hands and drones flying in the air. Lighters in the air, big guns in the energies that's united. Hold hands now and take a jump in the air. It's flags, flags, and papers up in the air. It's pure love and good vibes in the air. It's happy hands and drones fly in the air. Lighters in the air. Big guns in the air. It's flags, flags, and papers up in the air. It's pure love and good vibes in the air. It's happy hands and drones fly in the air. Lighters in the air.
Right now my life I live in, to the most high enough thanks I give in. The girl them bumper spinning. No well off the whole one, I'll tap the rhythm car. Me and me crew don't drink but 20 rounds. Alcohol we a shot, no empty rounds. Girl them a whining at them sexy tongues. Them a give man bun neck plenty sun. Plus the DJ don't play 70 songs. Feeling so high, don't let me down. Good thing God know we left me one by morning. Me not leaving none. I feel like I'm in a dream for real, for real. You know me just now I leave. The scene for real, for real. Here we outside to party and line. We just come to have a good time. Girls them sexy and looking fine. We just come to have a good time. Me not concern who's girl me a wine. We just come to have a good time. Police they have to go deal with crime. We just come to have a good time. Give me room, cause me feeling tipsy. Alcohol have me talking gypsy. Me miss me brethren hand when he kiss me. In a me right time, my girlfriend kiss me. Smiling hard, cause we feel kicksy. You know that party make history. If it's not appetite, please don't mix me. That me I deal with strictly. I feel like I'm in a dream for real, for real. You know me just now I leave. The scene for real, for real. Here we outside to party and line. We just come to have a good time. Girls them sexy and looking fine. We just come to have a good time. Me not concern who's girl me a wine. We just come to have a good time. Police they have to go deal with crime. We just come to have a good time. Me and me crew don't drink but 20 rounds. Alcohol we a shot, no empty rounds. Girl them a whining at them sexy tongues. Them a get man gun like 20 sun. Plus the DJ don't play 70 songs. Feeling so high, don't let me down. But me still got more weed. Gun by morning, me not leaving on the field. Like I'm in a dream for real, for real. You know me just now I leave. The scene for real, for real. Here we outside to party and line. We just come to have a good time. Girls them sexy and looking fine. We just come to have a good time. Me not concern who's girl me a wine. We just come to have a good time. Police they have to go deal with crime. We just come to have a good time. We outside to party and line. We just come to have a good time. Girls them sexy and looking fine. We just come to have a good time. Me not concern who's girl me a wine. We just come to have a good time. Police they have to go deal with crime. We just come to have a good time.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes, time of the master. All the wishing we to fall, we left your disaster. You can't hold me back at all, I praising the master God. And when I come out to party, I don't see nothing to stop me. I read, I'm feeling good. So when you see me in the road with a buckle in my hand, whining on a skirt, don't go tell me, girl, cause I'm not cheating, it's just carnival time. The girls them came to have a nice time, I also came to have a grand time. So don't mash up the damn vibes, well, I'm a city, because time of the master. All the wishing we to fall, we live to disaster. You can't hold me back at all, I praising the master God. And when I come out to party, I don't see nothing to stop me. I read, time of the master. All the wishing me to fall, we live through disaster. You can't hold me back at all, I'm praising the master God. And when I come out to party, I don't see nothing to stop me. I read, everything takes time, so don't worry yourself. Hard work and enough patience does help. Once you try your best, God does the rest. So keep going, my friend. If you wanna party, then it's your time. Wind up on somebody, cause it's your time. Drink all of your money, every nickel, every dime. It's no crime, time of the master. All the wishing me to fall, you live through disaster. You can't hold me back at all, I praise him, the master God. And when I come out to party, I don't see nothing to stop me. Highway, highway, I'm sick, I'm the master. All wishing we to fall, we live through disaster. You can't hold me back at all, we praising Master God. And we come out to party, I don't see nothing to stop me. Highway, 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 such highway, highway. Time of the master. Telling you, have patience, my friend, cause time of the master. All wishing we to fall, we live through disaster. You can't hold me back at all, I'm praising me Master God. I'm gonna come out to party, nothing to stop me. I get nothing, time of the master. All wishing me to fall, we live through disaster. You can't hold me back at all, I'm praising me Master God. I'm gonna come out to party, I don't see nothing to stop me. Highway, highway, highway.
Whoa, whoa. Angie, Maya, boy, your time expire. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I will never lose. You can't use me, nor abuse me. I will never lose. You can't control me, but you can't hold me. Nobody to hold me back no more. Leave me alone. I don't have no owner. Nobody to hold me back no more. Leave me alone. I don't have no owner. No owner. No owner. Leave me alone. I don't have no owner. No owner, no owner, leave me alone. I don't have no owner. When the wine is me alone, I don't want to do a soul. Leave me alone. I don't have no owner. When the wine is me alone, I don't want to do a soul. Leave me alone. I don't have no owner. Don't get confused. The truth is, I choose me. You never knew your duty, so you lose me. Nobody to hold me down when I'm winding up. Don't hold me back because I am my zone. I don't have no owner. Don't even try to come and test. Boy, just give it a rest. Leave me alone. I don't have no owner. Nobody to hold me back no more. Leave me alone. I don't have no owner. Nobody to hold me back no more. Leave me alone. I don't have no owner. No owner. No owner. Leave me alone. I don't have no owner. No owner. No owner. Leave me alone. I don't have no owner. When the wine is me alone, I don't want to do a soul. Leave me alone. I don't have no owner. When the wine is me alone, I don't want to do a soul. Leave me alone. I don't have no owner.
You're crucial, I tell you. G to the E to the O. It's been a while since I go and take a line. Drink a rum to clear me mind. And it has been so long. I'm still young and in my prime, but I'm losing plenty time. That's why I can't wait to the beat of the rhythm drop. And the girl them winding up non-stop on the road. Hide out on the road. Masqueraders bum to the truck and we living up. It's 2 days we have, don't tell me stop and go. I'm not going home. I just wanna wine. Now I fed my stress away. My stress away. I just wanna wine. Now I fed my stress away.
stress away. Oh baby girl, give me that wine day. I want you give me that wine day. Give me that wine day. I want you give me that wine day. Bend down there and give me that wine day. I want you give me that wine day. Give me that wine day. I want you give me that wine day. This moment is mine. I ain't come to waste the time. I ain't a different frame of mind. Let us take it slow, girl. Baby girl, you run the show. Take it where you want to go. I say I can't wait to the beat of the rhythm shop. And the girl them winding up non-stop on the road. I out on the road. Masqueraders bum to the truck. And we living up these 2 days we have. Don't tell me stop and go. I'm not going home. I just wanna wine. I want fat, my stress away. I just wanna wine. I want fat, my stress away. Oh baby girl, give me that wine day. I want you give me that wine day. Give me that wine day.
17 minutes on to the 3 o'clock hour. That's the voice of Gio. Give me that wine. Give me that wine before you heard from Angie. With no owner. Before that, Kangal. You know, we've got some brand new artists on the scene as well. Coming up at 10 minutes on 3 hour, we'll be celebrating birthdays and anniversaries. For those of you who are probably wondering who's in the finals for semi. Well, we call it. That doesn't say because we had the semi last night. So there are folks who are wondering who are in the finals for Raga, Soca, and Soca. I have no idea. I'm really oblivious to the results, but I'm quite certain that at some point CDC will release that information soon, I guess.
Woman, you could holler at me when you're lonely. You could holler at me when you're horny. And when the boy move into contrary.
All right. Let me say good afternoon for all of you who are looking for a caretaker.
Woman, you know me not go duck. Cause I have the hook up. All I want to be is.
I am not even sure what to say.
I'll be there when there's such much stress in you.
Honestly, I don't know what to say because it is find yourself in some serious struggle when you do things like that. Because sometimes, you know, some people, they just being caretakers, but really and truly, eventually somebody is going to start get feelings. They're going to catch feelings. And then sometimes they want promotion. You understand what I'm saying? So be careful. Sometimes you want the caretaker. You might end up getting the undertaker. I'm going to take this one all the way back from the top. Jamesy P. Caretaker.
7847719. That's my link beside my line. Feel free to call me anytime. All I want to be is your outside man. I'll be there when there's such much stressing you and depressing you. Just consider me as the next door man. I'll be there for you, girl, I'm telling you. And I promise you, baby, I'll be right there when you want me. I'm a phone call away, 7 digits away. Yeah. I'll be right there when you need me. I'm a message away, a WhatsApp message away. My girl, woman, you could holler at me when you're lonely. You could holler at me when you're horny. And when the boy move into contrary, woman, you have my link, you can reach me. And when him not do the walk, link up. And when your purse it up, rock, link up. Woman, you know me not go duck, link up. Cause I have the hook up. All I want to be is your outside man. I'll be there when there's such much stressing you and depressing you. Just consider me as the next door man. I'll be there for you, girl, I'm telling you. And I promise you, baby, I'll be right there when you want me. I'm a phone call away, 7 digits away. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll be right there when you need me. I'm a message away, a WhatsApp message away. My girl, don't afraid to press the send button. If the boy him not deal with nothing, and if you're locking your well want something to blow your mind. Contact my line when you want to have a good time, or when you want to chase on your spine. Woman, don't waste the time. All I want to be is your outside man. I'll be there when the such man stressing you and depressing you. Just consider me as the next door man. I'll be there for you, girl, I'm telling you. And I promise you, baby, I'll be right there when you want me. I'm a phone call away, 7 digits away. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll be right there when you need me. I'm a message away, a WhatsApp message away. All I want to be is your outside man. I'll be there when the such man stressing you and depressing you. Just consider me as the next door man. I'll be there for you, girl, I'm telling you. And I promise you, baby,
I'm sorry. Oh, baby, I'm sorry. I'm missing your sweetness, darling. Oh, na 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 na. Darling, I want you to come home to me. Darling, I want you to come home to me. Boy, I'm missing your sweetness, boy. I'm missing your sweetness, darling. I'm missing your sweetness, boy. I'm missing your sweetness, darling. I'm missing your sweetness, boy. I'm missing your sweetness, darling. Come home to me. You know I'll be overthinking, gosh, boy. You know I'll be overreacting, gosh, boy. I promise this time it could be better. You know I love you in any weather. I cook in your favorites, I done left it all on the table. I send you a series, a message, you know the label. Is this how you're punishing me? I can't understand it to the max of it. Come home to me. Darling, I want you to come home to me. Darling, I want you to come home to me. Boy, I'm missing your sweetness, boy. I'm missing your sweetness, darling. I'm missing your sweetness, boy. I'm missing your sweetness, darling. I'm missing your sweetness, boy. I'm missing your sweetness, darling. Come home to me. I messed up bad and the tables must turn up. Forgive you fast. What's this new attitude? Put it in the past. I'm doing everything for us to last. Come home to me. Darling, I want you to come home to me. Darling, I want you to come home to me. Boy, I'm missing your sweetness, boy. I'm missing your sweetness, darling. I'm missing your sweetness, boy. I'm missing your sweetness, darling. I'm missing your sweetness, boy. I'm missing your sweetness, darling. Come home to me.
Nice Radio's Death Announcement comes to you every weekday at 9:20 a.m. and 3:20 p.m., Saturday 8:35 a.m., Sunday 2:45 p.m., and sponsored by Memorial Funeral Home. For more information, call 45-81013 or email bdsnice@gmail.com.
Memorial Funeral Home is the first in SVG to offer on-site cremation service. Their new and modern crematorium provides a safe way to memorialize your loved ones. Memorial Funeral Home offers a variety of urns in which you can preserve your loved one in a personal way.
Cremation can ease the financial burden as it reduces the cost of a standard funeral service by 50%. Caskets can also be rented. Cremation is a necessary option to the overcrowded burial grounds across the country. Their friendly and courteous staff will continue to take care of all your funeral needs, whether you choose to bury or cremate. If your loved ones die abroad, there's no need to worry. Memorial Funeral Home can assist in the transportation of bodies to SVG and from SVG to any part of the world. Memorial Funeral Home services can be accessed at their 2 locations. In Kingstown in the Russells Building at telephone number 453-2697 and in Mesopotamia at 458-8888. The Memorial Funeral Home, leading the way in modern and affordable services. Call us. We care.
The death is announced of Grace Elisha Chance, also known as Grace City Grads of Coconut Range, Camden Park, who passed away on Saturday, May 31st, 2025. She was 69 years old. She is survived by her children, Leon, Petronella, and Tamara DeGrads in Camden Park. Brothers Eton Chance in the USA, Telesford Chance in Barbados, James Strafford and Alfonso Chance in St. Vincent, Vibert Chance in Grenada. Sisters Renita and Bridget Chance in Ryland Hill, Always David in Camden Park, and Carmen Gardner in Glen. Grandchildren Julie, Julisha, Tiana Charles, Trevon Peniston in Canada, Daniel Brown, Zane Richards, Devondre Stroff, Aquana Frank, Antoine and Antonio Anthony, Presley and Preston DeGrads in St. Vincent. Great-grandchildren Ezekiel Charles and Tamia Peniston in Canada. Nieces Marriott Boyd and Juliet Cambridge in the USA, Heidi Chance in Canada, Marcia Carter, Patricia Hoyt, Marilyn Shallow, Evelyn Douglas, Angelina Nero, Chevy Lan and Gabriella Chance, Ronelle, Joselle, Felicia, Lavon and Aileen Gardner, Melissa and Janika Ashton, Kimonel Dixon in St. Vincent, nephews Pastor Darwin and Lincoln Grant, Andy and Ellis Chance in the USA, Juma Bailey in Canada, Darren, Carrie Titus, Irasto, Swaller, Alec, Owen, Lenford, Jelani, Keto Chance, Junior and Omari Ashton, Alwyn DeGrads, and Lani Pear in St. Vincent. 78 great-nieces and nephews. Aunts Minerva Pear in Pettibodell, Isabel Chance in Holland, and Idina Pear in Trinidad. Uncles Rennie Chance in Cane Garden and Britton Richardson in Trinidad. In-laws Kamisha Stroff, Gloria and Adeline Chance, Lennox Hoyt, Anthony Douglas, Alfonso Carter, Errol Nero, Samantha Chance in St. Vincent, Juliana Grant in the USA. Cousins Patricia Job, Super Dan Chance, Vilna Sam, Vina Small, Patricia Chance, Odinga Warner, Ivy Williams, Miriam and Merlene Pear. Close relatives and friends, the Chance family in Chateaubalais and Sign Hill, the DeGrads family in Fitzhughes, Pettibodell, Calliaqua, Barrowley and Camden Park, the Alec family in Clare Valley, Stanley Bowens, Wendell Miles, Shaman Gordon and Bert Pear. Other relatives and friends, Eugene Davis, Annette Abraham, Leslie Nero, Claire Thomas, Velma and Michael Cottle, Tasvia Carter, J. Hazelwood, Jelly Brown, Sharon Young, Orsil Neptune, Debbie Carute, Gordon Maz in the USA, pastors and members of the Kittels Seventh-day Adventist Church, the Vermont Church of Christ, the Ryland Hill Church of the Nazarene, the communities of Ryland Hill and Coconut Range, Camden Park. The funeral service of the late Grace Elisha Chance, also known as Grace City Grads of Coconut Range, Camden Park, will take place on Sunday, June the 29th, 2025 at the Ryland Hill Church of the Nazarene. The viewing begins at 1 p.m. Service begins at 2 p.m. Interment at the Chauncey Cemetery. The death is announced of Rebecca John, also known as Katie John of Stubbs, who passed away on Thursday, May the 29th, 2025. She was 77 years old. She is survived by her children, Herman Simon and Aphisha Edwards, brothers Melvin Simon and Denville Matthews, Sisters Nadika Oliver and Hermina Samuel. Grandchildren Sean, Kyle, Michael, and Kayla Simon, all in Canada. 16 nieces, including Talisha Oliver, her caretaker, 14 nephews, daughter-in-law, Lavon Gonzalez Simon, cousins, Hermina Robinson, Violet Garraway, Dudy and Mariah Simon, close relatives and friends, Sheldon Edwards, Beverly Walker, Kelvin Pompey, Esther Miller, Eloise Leslie, Judy Rogers, Denisha Slater, Masha John, Elvis Pompey, Patricia Kane, Ruth Ambris, and Emerald Johnny. Other relatives and friends, members of the Mount Coke Methodist Church Women's League, members of Class Number 6, Zonia Williams, Godwin John, the Simon family in Victoria Village, Alden and Theo Jones, Shirelle Franklin, the Scipio family in Stabs. The funeral service of the late Rebecca John, also known as Katie John of Stabs, will take place on Saturday, June the 28th, 2025 at the Mount Coke Methodist Church. The body will lie at the church from 12 noon. Service begins at 1 p.m. Interment at the Mount Coke Methodist Churchyard. Transportation will be provided by Elliston, number 4658. Nice Radio extend our deepest condolences to the bereaved.
Memorial Funeral Home is dedicated to meeting the needs of our customers. We go above and beyond to ensure satisfaction and convenience. That is why we are extending our services to the diaspora. Working with Caribbean Funeral Home in New York, burial packages can now be completed in New York to cover burials in St. Vincent, and likewise, packages can be made in St. Vincent to cover burials in New York. Caribbean Funeral Home is located on 1922 Utica Avenue, Brooklyn. Call their office at 718-444-1818 or WhatsApp at 347-925-9557 or 347-231-5410. For more information, call our local office at 458-8888. Memorial Funeral Home. Quality, convenience, and affordability.
Tell them this thing, man. Oh yeah, oh yeah. The party shatter, the waist don't twine, the girl don't back up, for the wickedest wine. This soca trend can't miss me. Fighting for days, land or sea. Sexy and voluptuous women around me. Where this vibe's taking us, I like Bob Marley. This soca trend, nah miss me. Hands in the air, feeling free. If whining is a sin, Father forgive me. And if I felt in too much, I beg you some mercy. When we step out to felt, we keep the dance floor shaking. I'm in a maze by the way them girl let us whine it so down there, round and round, yeah. And if someday carnival going up to mass, wait for me cause this soca trend can't miss me. Fighting for days, land or sea. Sexy and voluptuous women around me. Where this vibe's taking us, I like Bob Marley. This soca trend, nah miss me. Hands in the air, feeling free. If whining is a sin, Father forgive me. And if I felt in too much, I beg you some mercy. It's only love, no farmer grudge. Everybody in the club just a jamming. Make sure na bust when the DJ pull up. What a vibes when the liquor start kicking. Pumping till the morning, we not stopping. Next day, we ready to do this again when we tell them this soca trend can't miss me. Fighting for days, land or sea. Sexy and voluptuous women around me. Where this vibe's taking us, I like Bob Marley. This soca trend, nah miss me. Hands in the air, feeling free. If whining is a sin, Father forgive me. And if I felt in too much, I beg you some mercy. Oh
It's now time for Nice Radio's Health News Package.
A new name in pharmaceuticals has come to SVG, and that name is Q-Care. Q-Care Pharmacy, where the Q stands for quality. Q-Care Pharmaceuticals, located uptown Kingstown on Halifax Street, right opposite the General Post Office. Q-Care opens Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and on Saturdays until 1:30. Q-Care fills your prescriptions promptly. We invite you to come in and experience the new standard in pharmaceuticals. Q-Care. Q-Care Pharmacy on Halifax Street. Call 456-2690. Fax 451-2776. Q-Care, where the Q always stands for quality.
Since 2012, we have provided reliable, professional dialysis services in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We are now proud to offer you new solutions for your health problems. Each new solution is being delivered to you with the same high degree of care and professionalism. We also use the best technology in the delivery of our services. So, does your doctor need a precise view of what's happening inside your body? Let us perform an ultrasound for you. Ladies, if it's your breasts, then choose our mammography service. For all issues related to men and women's health at any stage in your life, our team can perform the necessary investigations to put your mind at ease and recommend solutions for your problems. If it's to see within your chest or check for broken bones and fractures, then use our state-of-the-art U-Arm X-ray service. For you aging men and women, we can now check your bone density, which will reduce any complications that may arise with overall bone health, osteoporosis, or arthritis. Health Solutions will provide answers and results in a timely, accurate manner in the most comfortable environment, while you are taken care of by well-trained and experienced staff. Please call us today at 451-2836 or 434-3170, or visit us online at healthsolutionsSVG.com. You can also follow us on Facebook or Instagram. Health Solutions, where we are providing solutions in SVG with care.
Lewis Pharmacy. We specialize in friendly service with a personal, professional touch. Hence, we take pride in offering patient counseling on all prescription and over-the-counter products. We welcome inquiries on prescription drugs, vitamins, herbal preparation, fitness nutritional products, cough, cold, allergy, and all other health care products. For the convenience of our patients and surrounding community, we are situated uptown opposite the bus stop at Juicy Building. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Saturdays, 8:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. Lewis Pharmacy.
Good afternoon. I am Natalie Campbell with Nice Radio's Health News for Monday, June the 23rd, 2025. Beginning with the local news. The Ministry of Health is making an urgent appeal to all Vincentians to become a regular and voluntary blood donor. It says that your decision to give blood could mean the difference between life and death for a loved one, friend, or even a stranger in need. The ministry noted that one blood donor can save up to 3 lives. It is therefore calling on Vincentians aged 17 to 60 to step forward and schedule regular blood donations. Voluntary, year-round donors are essential to building a sustainable blood bank, one that ensures no family is left waiting in fear when minutes can mean everything. The Ministry of Health says you can help by self-donation, becoming a repeated donor every 3 to 4 months. If you are registered as a donor and have not given blood in the last 3 months, it is time to visit a local blood bank at the Milton Cato Memorial Hospital or at the Modern Medical Diagnostic Center. If you are pregnant or planning an elective surgery, the ministry recommends that you encourage at least 3 family members or friends to donate blood on your behalf ahead of your surgery or delivery. For more information or how to find out how to become a regular donor, contact the blood banks. The Public Health Department within the Ministry of Health will be conducting a food handler session on Thursday, June the 26th, 2025 at the Belair Clinic from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. This training is undertaken to register food handlers for the second half of 2025. The Public Health Department is reminding persons that failure to obtain a food handler certificate is a breach of the Public Health Act 1977 and is guilty of an offense. Want to lose weight and reverse type 2 diabetes? Trade your diet soda for a tall glass of water, a new small-scale study argues. Women were more likely to drop pounds and see their type 2 diabetes go into remission if they drank water rather than diet beverages, according to a study presented on Sunday at the meeting of the American Diabetes Association. Other health markers also improved among the women drinking water, including blood sugar levels, insulin resistance, and triglycerides, the researchers said. Their body mass index and estimate of body mass based on height and weight also improved. A common blood test can flag early Alzheimer's disease patients who are 4 times more likely to experience rapid brain decline, a new study says. The test, the triglyceride glucose TYG index, assesses a person's level of insulin resistance and can estimate their risk of developing type 2 diabetes. The test can also help determine which people newly diagnosed with Alzheimer's might experience the faster decline in brain function, researchers reported at the European Academy of Neurology's annual meeting. Marijuana is associated with a doubled risk of death from heart disease, a new evidence review shows. The study also found that weed use is linked to an increased risk of stroke and heart attack, according to results published on June the 17th in the journal Heart. The review raises serious questions about the assumption that cannabis imposes little cardiovascular risk, said the authors of an accompanying editorial. These results suggest that weed should be treated like tobacco, not criminalized, but actively discouraged, with additional protections against exposure to secondhand smoke, the editorial said. The analysis found that weed users have twice the risk of dying from heart disease, as well as a 29% increased risk of heart attack and 20% high risk of stroke. However, the researchers noted that the studies did not distinguish whether increased heart risk come from smoking cannabis or if they extend to edible products as well. And that's the end of Nice Radio's Health News Package for today. Monday, June the 23rd. I am Natalie Campbell. Do have yourselves a wonderful, safe afternoon.
A new name in pharmaceuticals has come to SVG, and that name is Q-Care. Q-Care Pharmacy, where the Q stands for quality. Q-Care Pharmaceuticals, located uptown Kingstown on Halifax Street, right opposite the General Post Office. Q-Care opens Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and on Saturdays until 1:30. Q-Care fills your prescriptions promptly. We invite you to come in and experience the new standard in pharmaceuticals. Q-Care. Q-Care Pharmacy on Halifax Street. Call 456-2690. Fax 451-2776. Q-Care, where the Q always stands for quality.
St. Vincent Jewelry has been operating since 1989. The owners have 53 years of experience both in St. Vincent and the USA. At St. Vincent Jewelry, we have jewelry for every occasion. Come in today and experience our selection of fine jewelry, perfect for every budget and every style. Whether it's a delicate ring, a timeless necklace, or a pair of dazzling earrings, St. Vincent Jewelry is the place for you. Visit us today. We are located on the ground floor of the Caress building, or call us at 457-9111. Shop local. St. Vincent Jewelry Limited, for every occasion. We are also located in the E.T. Joshua Mall in Annisville.
We are taking you to an evening with the legends at the cruise ship terminal on Sunday, 29th June. There, the 2025 Calypso semi-finalists will entertain you in fine style. Guest artists on this legendary show will be Beckett, Posa,
I have to agree. You must be think me left me mouth in a me mama.
and the 2024 Calypso Monarch, Magzat. The 2025 Calypso 10 sensation, Hilford Hurst, will also be performing his hit song, Too Rude.
West Indian women, too rude, the way this carnival, they too rude.
There will be a cocktail hour from 6 p.m. Showtime, 7 p.m. Early bird tickets are only $30 at the CDC ticket outlets. It's an evening with the legends. Calypso semifinals on Sunday, 29th June at the cruise ship terminal.
A tradition of trust, a promise of quality. Transform your home with District Stairs SVG's Homeowners Trust Program. Renovate your kitchen, bathroom, flooring, or living space hassle-free. No interest, no hidden fees, just trust. Here's how it works. Free consultation. Start with a free consultation to discuss your renovation goals and receive a customized plan. Pay a deposit up front. Secure your renovation with an initial deposit. Flexible installment plans. Pay the remaining balance in manageable installments tailored to you. Your vision brought to life. Experience a seamless transformation of your home with trusted craftsmanship. Let's bring your dream home to life together. Call us at 1-784-456-7649. Email districtstairs.svg@gmail.com or visit us in the Russell Shopping Center at Stony Grounds.
Traffic is backed up on major highways.
Oh, I need gas. Good thing there's a Sol nearby.
Oh, good, because I really need a drink.
We know your time is precious and you have enough detours. Our convenient locations are there to serve you on your way. Enjoy the journey. Choose Sol.
Attention all business owners. Are you tired of ineffective marketing strategies? Look no further. CG Productions is here to revolutionize your marketing game. We offer quality flyers, promotional videos, audio production, and other marketing materials that will set you apart from the competition. Say goodbye to mediocre marketing and hello to stunning, professional materials that will capture your audience's attention. Visit us online today at CG Productions to see what we can do for your business. Quality marketing materials, guaranteed. CG Productions, your marketing solution. Make your bookings today by calling 1-7845-344605 or like and follow on Facebook at CG Productions.
Sound Blast Entertainment exclusive rentals. We have LED bars, LED chairs, LED tables, trussing, speakers, and stage available. Bring your event to life with exclusive party rentals. For more information, contact 1-784-493-1361. 1-784-493-1361.
Let's get your laundry clean and fresh with the widest range of washing machines and dryers in SVG. At Singer, choose between our West Point and Speed Queen brands with an array of washing machines with payments starting as low as $92 per month. Your laundry room wouldn't be complete without a Whirlpool or Speed Queen electric or gas-operated dryer, saving your energy consumption. Also in stock is our West Point washer-dryer combo for only $136 per month. One machine that does the work of two. No need to change machines, just toss in your laundry and forget about it. Whether your preference in machines is top-loading or front-loading, whether Whether you want a 9 kilogram or a larger 15 kilogram washer, whether you're looking for a gas or electric dryer, we've got it all at Singer. Visit us today and get the washing machine and dryer that's perfect for you. Singer, your family company.
One of them gypsy. Oh, just tell them this. A gypsy thing turn up everywhere. Yeah. Gypsy you burn up everywhere. Yeah. Act like the sun up everywhere. Some white thing only turn up brown. That's all. Gypsy thing turn up everywhere. Yeah. Gypsy you burn up everywhere. Yeah. Act like the sun up everywhere. Some white thing only turn up brown. That's all. Gypsy make them know. I know everybody I go like you. Yeah, some of them still a figure fight you. Yeah, I know everybody I go rate you. Some I go love you and some I figure hate you. You're the king of fire, say a gypsy on the radar blazing. Gypsy tell them we can't call. I what of them?
Can't treat Calypso so. Alright. I hear some people trying hard to get rid of Calypso. So when some behave bad, some people would never know. They're working at their best to push Kaiso in a corner. So when some make the mess, you won't hear that in a soca. But what I want them to know, the festival is not just to jump up and whine, not so the thing just go. Some want to know all who step out of line. Carnival is all about the good, the bad and ugly, but they want to muzzle we mouth. They can't take social commentary, so that's why they attacking Calypso. No, they can't treat Calypso so. Like they really want we pack up and go. No, they can't treat Calypso so. No respect for the fraternity. No, they can't treat Calypso so. So they trying hard to get rid of we. No, they can't treat Calypso so. But Calypso is to guide society and expose all negativity. All who play in Santana and Django. No, they catch it Calypso so. Ija be Patezai and I go deal with all you. No, they catch it Calypso so. I say it's every year Calypsonian face this problem. They moving so unfair and want we sing to impress them. Calypsonian don't take sides when you're good man, you're good to go. But the wrong thing some want to hide, we say no Sankey sing so. I say we are the one who don't let society know. Sometimes they can depend on the police, the newspaper or radio. It's since 19 long time. We don't protest when things going wrong. So we catch a man wine when the wrong things keep getting strong. So that's why they squeeze in Calypso. No, they catch it Calypso so. Please tell me what Calypso do you? No, they catch it Calypso so. Social commentary keep the people in check. No, they catch it Calypso so. Make politicians remember what they forget. No, they catch it Calypso so. Calypsonian tell the people.
We've got just about 20 minutes after the 3 o'clock hour. That's the voice of Azara. Country Kaiso so for 2025. Let's break for the death announcement.
Nice Radio's death announcement comes to you every weekday at 9:20 a.m. and 3:20 p.m., Saturday 8:35 a.m., Sunday 2:45 p.m., and sponsored by Memorial Funeral Home. For more information, call 45-81013 or email bdsnice@gmail.com.
Memorial Funeral Home is the first in SVG to offer on-site cremation service. The new and modern crematorium provides a safe way to memorialize your loved ones. Memorial Funeral Home offers a variety of urns in which you can preserve your loved one in a personal way. Cremation can ease the financial burden as it reduces the cost of a standard funeral service by 50%. Caskets can also be rented. Cremation is a necessary option to the overcrowded burial grounds across the country. Their friendly and courteous staff will continue to take care of all your funeral needs, whether you choose to bury or cremate. If your loved ones die abroad, there's no need to worry. Memorial Funeral Home can assist in the transportation of bodies to SVG and from SVG to any part of the world. Memorial Funeral Home services can be accessed at their two locations. In Kingstown, in the Russells Building at telephone number 453-2697, and in Mesopotamia at 458-8888. The Memorial Funeral Home, leading the way in modern and affordable services. Call us. We care.
The death is announced of Grace Elisha Chance, also known as Grace City Grads of Coconut Range, Camden Park, who passed away on Saturday, May 31st, 2025. She was 69 years old. She is survived by her children, Leon, Petronella, and Tamara DeGrads in Camden Park. Brothers Eton Chance in the USA, Telesford Chance in Barbados, James Strafford and Alfonso Chance in St. Vincent, Vibert Chance in Grenada. Sisters Renita and Bridget Chance in Ryland Hill, Always David in Camden Park, and Carmen Gardner in Glen. Grandchildren Julie, Julisha, Tiana Charles, Trevon Peniston in Canada, Daniel Brown, Zane Richards, Devondre Stroff, Aquana Frank, Antoine and Antonio Anthony, Presley and Preston DeGrads in St. Vincent. Great-grandchildren Ezekiel Charles and Tamia Peniston in Canada. Nieces Marriott Boyd and Juliet Cambridge in the USA, Heidi Chance in Canada, Marcia Carter, Patricia Hoyt, Marilyn Shallow, Evelyn Douglas, Angelina Nero, Chevy Lan and Gabriella Chance, Ronelle, Joselle, Felicia, Lavon and Aileen Gardner, Melissa and Janika Ashton, Kimonel Dixon in St. Vincent, nephews Pastor Darwin and Lincoln Grant, Andy and Ellis Chance in the USA, Juma Bailey in Canada, Darren, Carrie Titus, Irasto, Swaller, Alec, Owen, Lenford, Jelani, Keto Chance, Junior and Omari Ashton, Alwyn DeGrads, and Lani Pear in St. Vincent. 78 great-nieces and nephews. Aunts Minerva Pear in Pettibodell, Isabel Chance in Holland, and Idina Pear in Trinidad. Uncles Rennie Chance in Cane Garden and Britton Richardson in Trinidad. In-laws Kamisha Stroff, Gloria and Adeline Chance, Lennox Hoyt, Anthony Douglas, Alfonso Carter, Errol Nero, Samantha Chance in St. Vincent, Juliana Grant in the USA. Cousins Patricia Job, Super Dan Chance, Vilna Sam, Vina Small, Patricia Chance, Odinga Warner, Ivy Williams, Miriam and Merlene Pear. Close relatives and friends, the Chance family in Chateaubalais and Sign Hill, the DeGrads family in Fitzhugh, Pettibodell, Calliaqua, Barrowley and Camden Park, the Alec family in Clare Valley, Stanley Bowens, Wendell Miles, Shaman Gordon and Bert Pear. Other relatives and friends, Eugene Davis, Annette Abraham, Leslie Nero, Claire Thomas, Velma and Michael Cottle, Taswia Carter, Jay Hazelwood, Charlie Brown, Sharon Young, Orsil Neptune, Debbie Carute, Gordon Maz in the USA, pastors and members of the Kittles Seventh-day Adventist Church, the Vermont Church of Christ, the Ryland Hill Church of the Nazarene, the communities of Ryland Hill and Coconut Range, Camden Park. The funeral service of the late Grace Elisha Chance, also known as Grace City Grads of Coconut Range, Camden Park, will take place on Sunday, June the 29th, 2025 at the Ryland Hill Church of the Nazarene. The viewing begins at 1 p.m. Service begins at 2 p.m. Interment at the Chauncey Cemetery. The death is announced of Rebecca John, also known as Katie John of Stubbs, who passed away on Thursday, May the 29th, 2025. She was 77 years old. She is survived by her children, Herman Simon and Aphisha Edwards, brothers Melvin Simon and Denville Matthews, Sisters Nadika Oliver and Hermina Samuel. Grandchildren Sean, Kyle, Michael, and Kayla Simon, all in Canada. 60 nieces, including Talisha Oliver, her caretaker, 14 nephews, daughter-in-law Lavon Gonzalez Simon, cousins Hermina Robinson, Violet Garraway, Dudy and Mariah Simon, close relatives and friends Sheldon Edwards, Beverly Walker, Kelvin Pompey, Esther Miller, Eloise Leslie, Judy Rogers, Denisha Slater, Masha John, Elvis Pompey, Patricia Kane, Ruth Ambris, and Emerald Johnny. Other relatives and friends, members of the Mount Coke Methodist Church Women's League, members of Class Number 6, Zonia Williams, Godwin John, the Simon family in Victoria Village, Alden and Theo Jones, Sherelle Franklin, the Scipio family in Stabs. The funeral service of the late Rebecca John, also known as Katie John of Stabs, will take place on Saturday, June the 28th, 2025 at the Mount Coke Methodist Church. The body will lie at the church from 12 noon. Service begins at 1 p.m. Interment at the Mount Coke Methodist Churchyard. Transportation will be provided by Elliston, number 4658. Nice Radio extend our deepest condolences to the bereaved.
Memorial Funeral Home is dedicated to meeting the needs of our customers. We go above and beyond to ensure satisfaction and convenience. That is why we are extending our services to the diaspora. Working with Caribbean Funeral Home in New York, burial packages can now be completed in New York to cover burials in St. Vincent, and likewise, packages can be made in St. Vincent to cover burials in New York. Caribbean Funeral Home is located on 1922 Utica Avenue, Brooklyn. Call their office at 718-444-1818 or WhatsApp at 347-925-9557 or 347-231-5410. For more information, call our local office at 458-8888. Memorial Funeral Home. Quality, convenience, and affordability.
Introducing Kitty Care Plus Pico Actin Syrup and Mimglobin Liquid from Maya Organics PVT Limited. Kitty Care Plus is an optimum nutrient for growing children. It promotes physical growth and enhances intellectual performance. Pico Actin Syrup has a synergistic combination of cyproheptadine and B vitamins that help to improve appetite and body weight. And Mimglobin Liquid helps to optimize growth and builds immunity. Get yours today. Kitty Care Plus, Pico Actin Syrup, and Mimglobin Liquid. Available at leading supermarkets and pharmacies. Agent Bowman's Pharmacy. Call 456-2235.
I passed by a brethren the other day. If you see he plays, rat and cockroach racing, mosquito fighting one another for come knee in your ears, and the amount of woodlights I see, I had to wonder if them been in the wood with no attack and Billy Ark. I said, bye, call Flick.
For the eradication of pests, Flick is your answer. Before and after construction of your domestic and commercial buildings, Flick uses environmentally safe chemicals and keep washrooms fresh with the Aroma Odor Control and the FemCare Sanitary Disposal Systems. Call Flick Pest Control today at 457-1857 or click www.flickpestcontrol.com.
Looking for reputable, reasonable shipping services from the USA? Look no further than Fair Deal Shipping and Trading. Call us today, 407-822-6792. From our hub in Orlando, Florida, we provide complete freight handling services. We'll do your purchasing, we'll do your shipping, and everything in between. Whether it's ocean freight or air freight, commercial cargo or personal effects, big or small, Fair Deal will handle it all. Visit us on the web at www.fairdealshipping.com or just call us 407-822-6792. That's Fair Deal Shipping and Trading. In the heart of Central Florida, your artery to the Caribbean and the rest of the world.
The public is asked to note that chiropractor Dr. Edmund Seeley is now conducting clinic and will see patients by appointments only. To make an appointment, call 456-9318 or 5318.
Air filters, oil filters, fuel filters, disc pads and brake shoes, clutch disc, pressure plates, rotor plates, engine parts, fan belts, timing belts, oil seals, spark plugs, radiators, radiator hoses, water pumps, universal joints, suspension parts, KYB Japanese shocks for Toyota, Nissan and Suzuki, tie rods, rack ends, ball joints. You can also get accessories, cleaning supplies, polishes, titanium tint, black tint, Valvoline motor oils, Toyota and Honda motor oils, transmission fluids, Michelin wiper blades, headlights, corner lights, HID kits, HID bulbs and ballast, LED bulbs, and much more can be had at Automax Auto Parts. Automax goes the extra mile and spend the extra dollar to ensure that you get first quality Japanese auto parts. Come see the difference at our showroom opposite the basketball court in Camden Park. Call us at 458-2000 or 529-2070. Visit us on Facebook, Automax Auto Parts. Drive the extra mile to get the best first quality auto parts.
Please note that we open on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m.
One and them gypsy. Oh, just tell them this. A gypsy thing turn up everywhere. Yeah. Gypsy you burn up everywhere. Yeah. Act like the sun up everywhere. Some white thing only turn up brown. That's all. Gypsy thing turn up everywhere. Yeah. Gypsy you burn up everywhere. Yeah. Act like the sun up everywhere. Some white thing only turn up brown. That's all. Gypsy make them know. I know everybody I go like you. Yeah, some of them still a figure fight you. Yeah, I know everybody I go rate you. Some I go love you and some I figure hate you. You're the king of fire, say a gypsy on the radar blazing. Gypsy tell them we can't call. I what of them?
The wickedness you do on this earth is only for a time. All the good people that you hurt, remember, God is seeing them when they cry. You think that you're invincible, you could prevail forever. You think that you're untouchable. Remember Mr. Karma. Hey, when karma comes, there's no place to run, there's no place to hide. No. When karma comes, you're begging everyone to stand by your side. You're getting no blind, you can't tell no lie. No ease up when you cry, it comes from the Most High. You're getting no blind, you can't tell no lie. No ease up when you cry, it comes from the Most High. Many folks all up in the church, and no love in their hearts. They look at someone with little words, yes, and tear that person apart, forgetting there's a price to pay for every wrong thing they say. To think that they could get away.
We've got just about 25 minutes. You're on to the 4 o'clock hour. Let's take a look at what's happening in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The Public Health Department within the Ministry of Health, Wellness and the Environment will be conducting food handler sessions on the patio of the Kingston Vegetable Market, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. daily. Tomorrow, God's will, Tuesday, 24th of June, 2025. Wednesday, 25th June 2025 and Thursday, 26th of June. This training is undertaken to register and certify food handlers desirous of selling food during the carnival season and all other food handlers who need to be certified. Please note that failure to obtain a food handler certificate is a breach of the Public Health Act 1977 and is guilty of an offense.
Many times
down. Yes, drag my name to the ground. What goes around comes around. You won't be singing that song. Nobody cares a thing about me. I can't find no sympathy, no.
The St. Vincent and the Grenadines Red Cross Society will host a mental health and psychosocial awareness information sharing seminar on Wednesday, 25th June at the Bethel High School at 4:30 p.m. This awareness for this awareness forum is part of the National Society's continued efforts to provide relief to persons who may have been impacted by the passage of Hurricane Beryl, as well as to prepare persons to be ready to respond to future emergencies. Persons in Camden Park and the surrounding areas are invited to be present and participate by asking questions.
No ease up when you cry. It comes from the Most High. You get him no lie. You can't tell no lie. No ease up when you cry. It comes from the Most High. Yeah.
As the results for the morning 3D draw for Monday, June 23rd, Big D 269, Mid D 306, and Little D 380. The next draw is slated for the afternoon, and I'll give you that in a little bit. As the results for the morning play 4 draw for Monday, June 23rd, play 45615. Play 45615. The next draw is slated for this afternoon, and again I'll give you that.
To give this thing some needed attention, it's been said before, those who could speak must always do so, and make the people to know that
all right, so here's results for the afternoon 3D draw. Big D 368, Mid D 394, and Little D 806.
Don't think it done. No, it's a plenty more to come. Lord.
And here's the results for the afternoon play 4 draw. Play 41665. Play 41665.
It's a plenty more to come. You ain't see the same man who sends ceasefire. Unite, send them.
The next draw is slated for tonight.
If I need, I go on. It's a plenty more to come.
And that's the voice of Dennis Bowman. He will be performing at the semifinals for Kaizo on the 29th.
The system, it don't work well like them, that is.
For this song, plenty more to come before you heard from Cleopatra. She too is part of the semi.
To make them
will be vying for a place in the final.
For the tribulations
20 minutes on to the 4 o'clock hour. Coming up at 10 minutes on to the hour, we celebrate your birthdays and anniversaries. And before we head back to Parliament for the resumption of the questions and debates.
For some quick cash, they dying so young. Lord, it's a plenty more to come. Youths, they pay you to murder someone today, then pay someone else to murder you same way. This cycle goes wrong down wrong. It's a plenty more to come. Heaven knows the pain and grief mothers bearing for their sons. They get sympathy, but no solutions. Lawmakers, mom, you know it's a plenty more to come. When they say looks are deceiving, I agree. Because these days I can't believe some things I see. Mankind imagine, completely distort the Bible's teaching and meaning. With this they prey on the poor and gullible, daily defrauding millions of people. Billions of dollars, private jets, mansions, spree and flaunt their loot, while billions around the world destitute. Yes, but I believe these days God does look around, shake his head and say, boy, what have I done? Cause though he takes some, he know it's a plenty more to come. Boy, hundreds of churches around the world, but the congregation keep on growing small. I hope I am wrong, but it's a plenty more to come. My friends, I wish I could have tell you otherwise, but if I do, I'll be telling big lies. The Antichrist, all are wrong, and yet it's a plenty more to come. Boy, if we only stop for once and just take a glance beyond the man's physical appearance, we'll be left numb to know it's a plenty more to come.
I decided to write in a next political song, but me conscience tell me hold up, something wrong. My love of country and loyalty convince me to change trajectory and put me focus on the chaos of men in society. We have lost our moral compass. Principles just disappear. Common decency evades us. Criminals have us in fear. Suppression of rights and freedoms. Rulership by tyranny. Compromising no integrity. Mashing society. We walk and go meet the minivan. Music like a street party. Lyrics that could pregnant me. It's me. Witness crime in this country. Once a day affecting me. Keep it from authority. It's me. Sex offenders like celebrity. Lawyers rush to set them free. Who does blame the victims? It's we. Who abusing teachers when they discipline your picnic? Is you mashing up society? We must lead by example how we want this country to go. Set the template, build the foundation for those who follow. But the dictator, the emperor, with its vice, squeezing us each day. If you only beg to differ, you get crushed by their power play. I'll engrave on Michelle's tombstone, female national hero. That's how most of us will end up, who oppose the status quo. We are living like cockroaches in the demon fall party. They done build a brand new motor machine society. This man who nearly 90 said people power on. I'm still blowing the money. It's me. Should get an Oscar for when he tell me that we phone I go take we property. They turn wrong and on a he. It's me. They reach the date of expiry, so they want to land us in bankruptcy. So Taiwan could own SVG. It's we. Whole boss of contradiction of a jet for celebrity. Is he mashing up society? I have listened the weeping and gnashing of teeth in this land. Is the most pressure and wickedness since I born. The draconian vaccine mandate cut down people breadfruit tree. They use tax money so heartlessly to appeal case to the privy. I can't even hire Jomo for a year they suing me. Seeking justice in this country like climbing a Google tree. If you want a bill or plaster, you better check the pharmacy. School children fighting up with rats and flu, mashing up society. The worst slaves landed in this country, those who live in poverty, showing six fingers to me. It's me. Build hotel with NIS money, now sell food, now cup party, then say how hotel empty. It's me. The most failed project that I ever see. Everything temporary, the new boat are sink already. It's we. They buy Bali, so with we money. Right here we go exactly. If they mashing up society.
Flo's prepaid customers can now unlock big bonus rewards like bonus data, prizes, and more every time you activate a 3-day prepaid plan or launcher. Activate a plan, then scratch to reveal your bonus data. Plus, get points for extra prizes. The more you activate, the more bonus data and prizes you can win. Get in on the big bonus rewards when you activate a prepaid plan. Dial *129# or visit topupflow.com to activate a plan today.
Nice Radio's birthday celebration package is brought to you with the compliments of the following.
Get dinner and candles alight, popcorn for your movie night. One stop and get it right. It's that good. We've got what you're looking for. All the brands you love and more. Get everything at Massy Stores. Massy Stores is where you wanna be. We take care of you like family. We do all that we could to treat you like we should. It's that good, it's that good. That good. When you shop at Massy Stores. That good.
Massy Stores, our family serving your family.
Welcome to Subway, where you can always have it your way. My name is Stacy. What can I make for you?
Hey, Stacy. I'll have a chicken teriyaki salad. All veggies, please. And for my daughter, Naomi, a pizza. Naomi, what would you like to have on your pizza?
Pepperoni bacon.
They've got tomatoes as well.
Pepperoni bacon.
What about some fresh onions, corn, pineapple?
Pepperoni bacon.
Naomi, you can also have olives, jalapeno, extra meat.
Nope. Pepperoni bacon.
Stacy, can I have one chicken teriyaki salad, all veggies, please, and a pizza with pepperoni and bacon?
You can have it your way.
Come into our uptown or downtown location today or order on your favorite delivery app. Subway. Have it your way.
The birthday winner of the week will receive a $20 gift voucher from Massey Stores, a $20 meal voucher from Subway, and free IPTV for 1 month from Vinci Stream.
All right, it's time for us to celebrate again. Deshaun Turnhill in Ashburton. Good afternoon to you, darling. Happy birthday. Dylan Dalflesh in Barley and Louise Adams in Barley. They celebrated yesterday. Shade Henry in Richland Park. Belated birthday greetings to you. You celebrated on the 21st. Deborah Ned, a happy birthday to you. Rachel Banwell in Lomans Windward. She's celebrating with us right here on the night. Queenie Moses Shallow in Peniston. You've got greetings coming from the entire family. They're wishing you the very best, my darling. Riley Sprott in Spring Village is celebrating his 90th birthday today. Alvian Diong in the U.S. Belated birthday greetings to you. Manita Bess in Old Montrose will be celebrating tomorrow, God's well. Nicholas Sinanan in Trinidad. Happy birthday. Dan Richards in North Leeward. Happy birthday to you, my darling. Kendall Moore, she's sailing on us Royal Caribbean. Blessings on your love. Happy birthday. Paula Garraway in Brooklyn. Happy birthday. Chavez Mason in North Union. Happy birthday to you, my darling. Cantana Ponite in Shabs. It's your birthday today. Happy birthday to you, my love. Enjoy to the fullest. Hello, good afternoon.
You make a mistake, Gypsy.
What?
It's not Riley Sprott.
Ridley. Oh, I'm gonna change that for you because I could only pronounce what is there. Okay,
yeah.
So I'm gonna change that. Okay.
Yes.
All right, love. Take care. Bye bye.
This world should have greater value than the love this day conveys to you. Happy birthday.
All right. So that's Ridley. And yes, I just changed that for you. Roxanne Poya, good afternoon to you, my love. Happy birthday. We've got Sabrina Carr in Belmont celebrating today. And then we've got Yvette Clark in Cedars. Happy birthday to you, my darling. That's just about 5 minutes on to the 4 o'clock hour. We're standing by to send you back to the House of Parliament.
But boy, it ain't easy to understand the judiciary. Innocent until proven guilty. It's so damn confusing to me. The magistrate, the judge, and the jury pretending that they just can't see. Only black people without money occupy the penitentiary. I have a vote of no confidence in the judiciary. All of you who have common sense got to join with me. Lawyers getting rich every day, but still telling us crime Oh, yeah. Something's got to be wrong.
All right, we've got just about 4 minutes on to the 4 o'clock hour. Let's head back to the House of Parliament.
Vermont Casino Road from Seoul Gas Station to Hope Bridge and Penniston Road. The program to resurface the 18.15 kilometers of works is being prepared by DIPCON Engineering Services, and the resurfacing program will be implemented along with resurfacing works in Fair Hall, Carrere, Otley Hall. These are being constructed by DIPCON, by the Curated Dynamics Limited, where the actual date for resurfacing of the Clare Valley Road is not at the moment identified, but that is under the program, Madam Speaker.
So why you put it there?
Yes. Are we at a supplementary or question number 14?
Question number 14, Madam Speaker.
Question number 14, yes. Honourable Member for South Leeward.
Yes, in my name to say Minister, Transport, Works, etc. After years of pleading to have the road in Pembroke Riverdale repaired, a partial concrete strip was laid several
Transport and Works.
Madam Speaker, this section of road at Pembroke Riverdale refers to phase 2, because the first section to the top, which is phase 1, which included a concrete pavement and drainage works, was completed at a cost of 500,000 EC dollars under the RRP program. The remaining section to the bottom, which is phase 2, is approximately 800 feet long, with similar works as the top section. Madam Speaker, this section was recommended to be included under the NRRP maintenance program. However, in the meantime, BRAXA will grade and stabilize this section in preparation for the NRRP program.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Speaker, supplementary.
Supplementary,
when
yes.
When can we expect that road to be graded by BRAXA?
BRAXA will commence work, as I understand it, in July.
Very well. We move to question number 15. Question number 15, Honourable Member for East Kingstown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to ask question 15 in my name of the Honourable Minister of Housing, Informal Human Settlement, Youth and Sports. The Sion Hill Village Hard Court and Pavilion have been severely damaged for some time now and are in a state of disrepair. This is having a significant impact on the Sion Hill Euphonium Steel Orchestra, particularly with their preparation for Carnival, and also preventing the young people from using the hard court for recreational activities. Will the Honourable Minister please, 1, explain why no repairs have started on the hard court and pavilion, even after being told that repairs would have started since a few months ago? 2, when can we expect repairs to begin? And 3, when can we expect the facility to be fully repaired and usable?
Honourable Minister of Housing, Informal Human Settlement, Youth and Sports.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Member, for your question. Madam Speaker, the Ministry is fully aware of the condition of the Sion Hill Pavilion and Hard Court. And We are also aware that there is an additional facility that is usually used by the Sand Hill Euphorium Steel Orchestra for their practice and preparation for Carnival.
It's not an additional facility.
It's down below. I know the facility.
But you said additional.
Addition to the pavilion and the hard court downstairs. Madam Speaker, the question asks about why the repairs were not started, because yes, we had announced earlier this year that we will undertake repair work on many of the hard courts and fields across St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Madam Speaker, the main reason why this wasn't started is mainly because this program or project is a joint project between the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the National Lotteries Authority. And we were awaiting the funding arrangement to be sought in by the NLA. And I'm happy to report that last week it was all finalized in terms of the funding. And we are looking to roll out, because we did our preliminary work and assessments before. We're looking to roll out that program in July 2025. Madam Speaker, we are expecting that this facility to be fully repaired and usable before the end of this year. And I want to just make mention of a couple of things, because we would usually hear it bandied around that we are only fixing sporting facilities because election is near. But Madam Speaker, I want to caution that statement, because if we were only fixing them when election is close, we would have fixed all for all the members here on this side. But as you know, there are works going on in constituencies that are represented by honorable members on the other side. So I just want to put that as a word of caution, but you can rest assured that this government, when we say we are going to fix it, you can put your pot on the fire and know that we will deliver. So for the young people of Sand Hill, and especially the Steel Orchestra, I will say that, we are really disappointed that we didn't get the work started so that you could have the full use of the facility before Carnival. But for next year's Carnival, you would get an updated facilities that would help both for the young people and everyone within that community of Sand Hill.
Yes.
Who?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Is there a supplementary?
Well, not a supplementary, but just a quick comment to.
Tell me.
Unfortunately, I've been advised that the Sand Hill Euphonium Steel Orchestra is now not able to participate in Panorama because of those delays in the repairs. But nonetheless, I'm still grateful that efforts will be made to repair the facility.
I'll take care of it for you.
Very well. Question number 17.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I rise to ask question 17 in my name of the Honorable Minister of Urban Development, Energy, Seaports, Grenadines Affairs and Local Government. The 2025 estimates of revenue and expenditure identifies a geothermal development project with an allocation of $100,000 for 2025 for administration and project management support. And the estimates also reflect an accumulative, this is a typo here, not accumulative, but accumulative expenditure of $7,298,198 as at November 2024. Can the Honorable Minister please, 1, highlight the work completed thus far on this project? 2, what work will be undertaken in 2025? And 3, what is the expected completion date of the project?
Yes, Honorable Minister of Urban Development, Energy, Seaports. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the Honourable Member for a question regarding the geothermal development project. This is something that has been discussed numerous times in this Honourable House, Madam Speaker, by myself and other members on this side. So, in terms of the work completed thus far, to date, the geothermal project reflects the government's wider goal of achieving more affordable, sustainable, and resilient electricity generation. The St. Vincent and the Grenadines Geothermal Company, formed to lead this initiative, aimed to harness the country's indigenous geothermal resource and to reduce the reliance on imported fossil fuel. The selected site for development was determined following over 2 decades of geoscientific research, supported by additional assessments in 2023 by the Geothermal Consortium. This confirmed the presence of a viable geothermal reservoir and helped to define the project scope. Between 2013 and 2019, several critical milestones were achieved. This include the comprehensive geoscientific, environmental, social impact assessment studies that were conducted, the legal frameworks which were established. The project site was prepared, including the construction of a water dam and the installation of pipelines to support drilling operations. Financing was secured through a combination of grants, loans, and equity financing. 3 geothermal wells were drilled with rock temperatures recorded above 205 degrees Celsius, which is adequate for power generation. However, the reservoir fluid was insufficient to support a 10 megawatt facility, limiting the scalability of the original model. Over the past 3 years, the government have been spending on average about 120,000 or between 100 to 120,000 a year annually to maintain the site, ensure the security of the site as negotiations continue with private partners, proposing emerging technology aimed at enhancing the viability and sustainability of the geothermal energy production in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. In terms of the work planned for 2025, in light of the lesson learned and the evolving energy needs, the SVGCL issued a request for proposals on August 26, 2023, requesting to develop a 2 megawatt pilot scale geothermal plant. This revised scope limits the technical and the financial exposure while leveraging the existing infrastructure to maximize efficiency. Following the RFP process, Serafi was awarded the contract on December 1st, 2023. Their team visited St. Vincent and the Grenadines in January 2024, met with key stakeholders including VINLEC, the Energy Unit, SVGCL, and other stakeholders. Serafi proposes a closed-loop geothermal system that does not rely on an in-situ water supply, addressing a key limitation of the earlier project. For 2025, the key deliverables have been identified as the following: the finalization and execution of concessions and tax incentive agreements, issuance of a tax exemption letter, the conclusion of the long-term land lease agreement, securing formal access to the wells and infrastructure, execution of a power purchase agreement to facilitate project financing. In terms of the expected completion date, subject to the successful finalization of the lease valuations and the remaining legal agreements, construction and implementation are expected to proceed with the project completion targeted at the end of 2027. This initiative remains central to the government's long-term strategy of achieving energy independence, enhancing economic resilience, reducing electricity costs through clean domestic power generation. I'm much obliged, Madam Speaker. Yes,
Yes, Madam Speaker, I have I have several supplementaries, but I'll ask one for now and I'll come back at a subsequent sitting of this House. I will signal that warning because this is very important. But nonetheless, for purposes of today, Madam Speaker, thank you, Honourable Minister, for your response. You indicated that over the past 3 years, approximately $100,000 have been spent to maintain the site. Would the Honorable Minister be so gracious as to explain to me what that maintenance entails?
Yes, Honorable Minister, Urban Development. Sure. General maintenance. It includes cleaning of the site and just ensuring that the wells are in good order, as well as the security personnel who are employed to secure the site and to keep it safe. Thank you. Very much obliged.
Yes. We move to question number 18. Question number 80. Oh. We move to question number 21. Question number 21. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to ask question 21 in my name to the Honorable Minister of Transport Works, Lands and Physical Planning. The bridge at O'Brien's Valley becomes impassable for pedestrian when it rains, as a pool of water settles in the middle where it appears to have a sink. Could the Honorable Minister state whether any recent assessment has been done on the O'Brien's Valley Bridge in the past year? And 2, whether any corrective works will be done on this bridge during this fiscal year?
Yes. Honorable Minister of Transport and Works.
Madam Speaker, there is no sink on the bridge as is stipulated in this question.
It appears.
The bridge was assessed in 2023 based on 2 conditions. 1, under the Bridge Management System, the BMS Condition Index, and 2, the Pavement Assessment Index. Madam Speaker, under the BMS Condition Index, the result was an excellent service level of 96.7%. This very high score suggests minimal to no significant deterioration, whether it is structural issues or safety issues, safety concerns. This implies that the bridge is safe and functioning as intended, with little to no immediate maintenance or repair needed. Under the Pavement Assessment Index, Madam Speaker, this revealed some minor deterioration of the asphalt pavement and silt buildup. This is likely due to the accumulation on the bridge during the periods where you have rain, primarily from the nearby Orton Road connecting the London Street. When it rains heavily, Madam Speaker, water takes longer to drain through the bridge weeper holes, especially when they become blocked with silt. This is expected to improve with the rehabilitative work to be done on London Street, and with some improvement to the Dort Road that channels the water onto the bridge. Much obliged, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Minister. Question 23.
Question number 22. We've done question 22, so we're at question 23.
23.
23, yes.
Yes. To the Honorable Minister of Health, Wellness and the Environment. Please give an update on how many adults and children are there with type 1 diabetes for the year 2023 and 2024 in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and state in which district is the highest concentration of diabetes.
Yes. Honorable Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, at the risk of stating the obvious, I'd just like to read a couple of opening or establishment sentences about diabetes so that we could move on from there. There are two main types, and I think that is why the Honorable Senator is putting emphasis on type 1. Type 1 and type 2 diabetes are both chronic conditions affecting how the body regulates blood sugar, but they differ in their causes and how they manifest. Type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disease where the body's immune system mistakenly attacks and destroys insulin-producing cells in the pancreas, requiring lifelong insulin therapy. But type 2 diabetes, the more common form, occurs when the body either does not produce enough insulin or the cells become resistant to insulin, leading to elevated blood sugar levels. So while type 2 diabetes can often be managed with lifestyle changes, medication, or insulin, type 1 diabetes always requires insulin treatment. So the question, please update on how many adults and children are there with type 1 diabetes for the year 2023 and 2024. Data was collected from the Nutrition Unit and the Community Nursing Services. And this data was collected for the period January 23 to June 2024 and presented as follows. There may be other people who we didn't capture, but these are really from the Nutrition Unit and the Community Nursing Services. Total number of persons with type 1 diabetes, 29, 15 in the 0 to 19 age group, and 14 in the 19 plus age group. The overall prevalence rate of type 1 diabetes, that's 2.86 people per 10,000. At the district level, Marico Health District, which has the highest prevalence of type 1 diabetes, that's 4.15 people per 10,000 with 5 cases. And the Marico Health Districts includes Carla, Lomans, Windward, and Greggs, not just Marico. Please note that the highest number of cases were reported from the Caliaco Health District with 8 cases, but the prevalence is higher in the Marico Health District, while in aggregate, Caliaco has more. Lowest prevalence, no cases were reported from the Southern Grenadines and Chateaubelair Health Districts, so that's 0 per 10,000. Other notable districts, the Northern Grenadines, 3.23 cases of type 1 per 10,000 people, and Georgetown Health District's 3.03 cases per 10,000 population had similar prevalence rates. Caliaco and Pembroke Health Districts reported 3.01 and 2.99 cases of type 1 diabetes per 100,000 people, respectively. Age distribution, you asked for young people. 0 to 19 years, a total of 15 cases, with the Pembroke Health District reporting the most cases, that's 4. Then followed by Caliaco, Georgetown, Cedars, and Kingstown Health Districts reporting 2 cases each. 19 plus years, that's over 19, a total of 14 cases, with most of the cases reported from Caliaco Health District, that's 6 cases, and Marico Health District, 4 cases, accounting for the majority of 71.4% of the cases in this group. Kingstown and Cedar Health Districts reported only cases in the 19 plus age group. So that's the type 1 diabetes report. We have in Marico people living with diabetes 0 to 19 years, that's 1, and over that is 4. Caliaco 2, and over 19, 6. But you will notice the difference in population. In Marico is about 12,036, and the Caliaco district is 26,549. You ask about the overall. The data shows an overall low prevalence of type 1 diabetes of 2.68 per 10,000 in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, based on the global prevalence of an estimated 12.2 per 10,000 people in 2025 in the regional and North America, Caribbean and North America, approximately 35 per 10,000 people on the Diabetes Atlas. There are variations across the health districts, Marico, which we've just seen, Marico, Caliaco, and the Northern Grenadines with the highest prevalence, while Chateaubelair and Southern Grenadines reported no cases. There are almost equal numbers between the two age groups, under 19 and over 19. Okay. prevalence in diabetes types 1 and 2 in SVG in 2024 was 162.42. That's cases of diabetes per 10,000 persons. The health district with the highest number of people living with diabetes is the Caliaco district. That's diabetes generally. All right, both yes, 1 and 2, yes. However, adjusted for population, the district with the highest prevalence of diabetes is the Marico Health District, which has a prevalence of 326.52 people living with diabetes per 10,000 persons. So I think we have given all the numbers. Marico at the top, 393. Georgetown 180. That's people living with diabetes. Calico 456. Chateaubelair 98. Cedars 133. Kingston 214. Pembroke 249. Northern Grenadines 24. Southern Grenadines 0. As I said, we may not have captured everybody because some people went to private clinics, etc. Some persons probably not checking. All right. But we understand the importance of this disease, and the Ministry of Health, as I've said in this house before, has put some emphasis on dealing with it. I'm obliged. But the strategies we have been, through the nutrition unit, we have been looking into schools. There is a program which we have organized in schools, and the health promotion unit is also doing work on that. We have been using the health clinics, the nurses in that area, to help in promoting and talking to people about their diet, etc. And of course, and the wellness and health position that we have, we have the clinic at Enams that we intend to put into use as a wellness clinic. Yes, particularly NCDs. All right.
Thank you very much.
We now move to question number. Yes.
Yeah, you have a range from, what is it, 2.36 in type 1. And type 2, which, is there any difference in terms of, like, say, the areas where they're high in Northern Grenadines, whether it's type 1 or type 2?
Type 2.
Type
Northern
2 tends
Grenadines,
to
type
be,
2.
so it's more lifestyle.
Yes.
And we eat a lot of fish there,
But they probably sell the fish and eat something else.
Sugary drink. That's a good one, yeah. So, but anyway, what I wanted to know is that if nationally, there are variations, but if nationally, we consider that nationally it's high.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's not as high when you look at the regional average. It's not so high, but it is concerning, and we have been trying to deal with it.
Okay. Very
but
good.
That's type 1.
Sorry. Yes. So we will move to question 18, which would have been asked by Senator Bruce. Is there someone who will be asking the question? Yes, Honorable Member for West Kingstown. Question number 18.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And of course, just to put your indulgence to add to the diabetes thing, the efforts with respect to testing and whether the population has easy access to testing for diabetes, because a number of countries are devoting energies into giving the equipment for testing to the population centers. Just to add to thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 18, in the name of the Honourable Senator Bruce, so ask the Honourable Minister of Health, Wellness and Environment. This government gave an undertaking that lands in the Maroon Hill area was secured to facilitate a new cemetery for the people of Greggs. To date, that facility has not materialized, but persons have been listed to be buried at a location in Lauders for Greggs Cemetery. Would the Honourable Minister kindly indicate, one, whether any consultation whatsoever was held with either the residents of Greg's or Lauders in relation to the new location for the Greg's Cemetery? And two, if not, when is it intended to have such an engagement with the residents of both communities as it relates to alternative locations acceptable to and by, by the residents?
Yes, Honorable Minister of Health, Wellness and the Environment.
Madam Speaker, the portfolio of cemeteries reside with the Ministry of Urban Planning, and the Minister has agreed kindly to answer that question.
Okay, very well. Honorable Minister of Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to clarify, it's more with local government than it is with urban planning or urban development. It's local government. But thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for the question raised regarding the proposed relocation of the Gregg Cemetery to a site in Lauders. Madam Speaker, as has been stated on numerous occasions, several occasions in this Honorable House, there's a serious challenge across the nation with the limited availability of suitable lands for the expansion and relocation of cemeteries. Cemeteries such as the ones in Darkview, Rose Hall, Belmont, Richland Park, Lomans, Windward, Georgetown, Port Elizabeth, and indeed Greg's are rapidly approaching or have reached maximum capacity. In the specific case of Greg's, Madam Speaker, the government, through the Ministry of Urban Development and Local Government, has made sustained efforts over the past 5 years to identify lands within or near the community. These efforts include the exploration of several sites by the Surveys Department, including privately owned lands at Maroon Hill and state-owned property, state-owned plots near Greg's Primary School. On the 28th of April 2025, a multidisciplinary team comprising of the Chief Surveyor, the Environmental Health Officer, the Local Government Officer conducted site assessments for potential cemetery locations in Greg's, Richland Park, Lomans Windward. During this assessment, a previously unconsidered state plot located approximately 300 meters beyond the Lauders playing field and hardcourt was visited and evaluated. Madam Speaker, the question speaks about it being listed to be buried or people being listed to be buried. I'm unsure of what exactly that means within the circumstances. But I would say to you, Madam Speaker, that the Lauders plot was found to be one of the most suitable plots that we have looked at in the previous years, and it is currently being reviewed. Madam Speaker, I must emphasize that no final decision has been made and no burials would occur on the site unless several critical steps are completed, and these are laid out by law, Madam Speaker. That includes the surveying of the land, stakeholder engagement with the communities and the residents of both Greg's Lauders to discuss the proposed site and its implications, as well as the farmers who are currently occupying the site and assessing their crops for compensation if that is necessary. The third step includes the preparation of a legal survey and the submission to the Attorney General Office for the issuance of a gazette, the declaration within the gazette to declare a cemetery open. And four, laying out or the proper laying out of the site so it's in accordance with the burial ground regulations with clear demarcation and access paths. Madam Speaker, to directly answer the Honourable Member's question, no formal community consultation has been held yet with the residents of Greg's and Lauders regarding the use of this site. However, such consultations are being planned and will be undertaken before construction or burial activity happens. Madam Speaker, the government remains committed to ensuring that the voices of communities are heard and respected in these sensitive but vital matters. I assure you that the process will be transparent, participatory, and in accordance with the national laws and health guidelines. I thank you.
Yes, question number 19. Question number 19.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, question number 19 is in the name of the Honorable Senator Bruce, and is to ask the Honorable Minister of Transport, Works, Lands and Physical Planning. Some rehabilitative work is currently being undertaken on the public road from Maroon Hill to the Hopewell, Simon, New Prospect Junction. There has been some land slippage forcing commuters from Greggs, Lauders, and Lomans Windward to use the Lula Richland Park Road as an alternative. Can the Honourable Minister kindly explain why no preparatory work was done on this Lula Richland Park route in preparation for the rehabilitative works being undertaken at Maroon Hill Road? And two, when is the rehabilitative works expected to be completed so that things can go back to normal on the Maroon Hill Hopewell route for commuters leaving and entering South Central Windwards?
Yes, Honorable Minister of Transport and Works.
Madam Speaker, presently, the Hopewell Maroon Hill Road Rehabilitative Project will see the upgrading of approximately 1.1 miles of road between the bridge at Hopewell and the Lola Richland Park Junction at the top of Maroon Hill. The project will cost approximately 10.2 million EC dollars, just for 1.1 miles of road. The project is and will cost approximately $10.2 million. Works are being carried out by Dipcon Engineering Services Limited, and works commence in October of 2024 with a construction duration of 24 months. Madam Speaker, the extended construction duration was established because on the requirement to keep one lane of the road open at all times. And that was proceeding well. But due to the unanticipated variability of soil conditions, land slippage has provided difficulties in maintaining this traffic management approach. Since then, some upgrading of the Lola Richland Park Road is currently being done to provide a much better alternative route. Madam Speaker, this project is scheduled to be completed in October in 2026. And as indicated, that the original intention was to keep one lane open at all times. This approach will be maintained as much as it is safely possible. But with the rainy season ahead, this will be difficult to achieve given the existing soil conditions. The Lola Richland Park Road will now be maintained on a much more regular basis to provide a better alternative route while the main road is closed. We ask that the public bear with us as we endeavor to provide a much safer and upgraded road for the people in that area. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Yes, question number 20.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Again, question 20 in the name of the Honourable Senator Bruce is to ask the Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Forestry, Fisheries, Rural Transformation, Industry and Labour. On or about May 2nd, 2025, the Minister called for an increased education as it regards the 75% duty-free on pickups for farmers in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Mindful of previous publications in which the Ministry had advocated a 50% duty-free concession to farmers, will the Honourable Minister please tell the nation, one, wasn't the duty-free concession to farmers with pickups and light trucks of size 1.5 tons at 75% in the year 2005, then reduced to 50% in the year 2018? Two, if yes, Why was it reduced from 75% to 50% in the year 2018? If yes, when was the concession increased from 50% in 2018 to 75%? And for what is the justification having reduced the concessions to increase it at this point in time?
Yes, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy to address this question, and I know that the over 10,000 registered farmers and over 1,500 fishers are listening. And this is a government, we continue to secure the interests of the farmers and the fisher folk of our country. I just want to give a bit of context to the question, because it's only fair. A few weeks ago, we had a session right here in Parliament, and a question was raised by the Honourable Member for West Kingstown as it pertains to the Rainforest Seafood retail building under construction. And the question addressed whether or not it will impact on the Caliacua Fisheries Center. And in a supplementary, a question was asked as to the concessions received by Rainforest. Later on that day, after Parliament, I advised via social media that we, as a government, we have an excellent package to provide concessions for farmers, local farmers. And I placed there, I don't have a picture of it, but I placed there that farmers do receive 75% duty concession on their pickups. Madam Speaker, this has been an excellent program that benefited a large number of farmers and fishers in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But I was surprised at the number of persons who did not know about the program. And in the comment section, it was discussed in the general public, some persons were saying, well, it is an excellent new initiative. And I had to clarify, well, it's not a new initiative. It is something that has been there all along. And in the public domain, there was a discussion as to whether or not concessions are only offered to persons who are coming into the country, persons who are coming to invest. And Madam Speaker, I want to note here that the cabinet of this country, we sign off on concessions every single cabinet meeting for farmers and for fishers, agro-processors. And what we are going to do is that we are going to go on an all-out campaign to sensitize persons and also to assist them in the applications that they would have to make in order to benefit from these concessions. Because there's a clear case that some persons have the information and some do not have the information. And we are here as an all-inclusive government to ensure that we bring the benefits to all. As it pertains to the question specifically, it has always been 75%. There was never a reduction from 75% to 50%. And since the posting went out, we saw over 15 persons coming in to request further information. And not only farmers and fishers, but we are also receiving calls as a ministry from the importers of jeeps, and they're willing to work along with the the farmers and fishers of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So I think one good thing that can come of this question, that persons who are listening, that you're aware that according to a memorandum dated the 28th of February 2000 from the Director General of Finance to the Cabinet, subject duties and taxes, exemption in the public interest, Act number 6 of 1980, the duty-free concessions to farmers with pickups and light trucks of size 1.5 tons has been 75%. In 2018, there was no reduction at all, and we just want for persons to continue to benefit from this. Most of the sub areas in the question are related to if there was in fact a reduction, but there was no reduction. I'm obliged.
Very well. That brings us to the conclusion of the questions. Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day, bills. Bill number 1, depreciating assets sale order, Bill 2025.
It's the Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable members, I beg to move that a bill for an act to permit for the sale of assets that are depreciating, volatile, or having a management cost which is considered disproportionate and for related matters be read a first time. And the purpose of the bill is in the long title, Madam.
Honorable members, the question is that a bill for an act to permit for the sale of assets that are depreciating, volatile, or having a management cost which is considered disproportionate and for related matters be read a first time. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as are of the contrary opinion, say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Honorable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, honorable members, I beg to move under Standing Order 48, that this bill be taken through all of its stages at today's sitting.
Honorable members, the question is that pursuant to Standing Order 48.2, that this bill be taken through all its stages at this sitting of the House. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as are of the contrary opinion, say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, honorable members, I beg to move that a bill for an act to permit for the sale of assets that are depreciating, volatile, or having a management cost which is considered disproportionate and for related matters be read a second time.
Honorable members, the question is that a bill for an act to permit for the sale of assets that are depreciating, volatile, or having a management cost which is considered disproportionate and for related matters be read a second time. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as are of the contrary opinion, say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Debate on the bill. Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, honorable members. Madam Speaker, honorable members, since we are in the general vicinity of Kalekwa, if honorable members would visit, I'm introducing the bill, Madam Speaker, it's not a general invitation. If honorable members were so inclined to visit the Coast Guard base, they would see adjacent to the base a number of vessels, boats. And those boats are in various stages of disrepair, many of them. And I have asked, as well as others, what are we doing with these old boats? And the answer is generally that this or that vessel has been seized pursuant to some criminal charge, drugs, misappropriation, proceeds of crime, and the like. And having been seized, we have to hold them until the conclusion of the litigation or conclusion of the trial. And we know that criminal proceedings can take quite some time. And from time to time, at the former Parliament building yard, honorable members may have seen a vehicle that has been seized, similar reasons, and slowly decaying, Madam Speaker, as the case winds its way through the legal process in the court system. And the state, and not just St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but other countries in the region, have been hamstrung in their ability to dispose of these assets. And in the occasion, on the occasion where there is an acquittal, even, and the Coast Guard, for example, would then say, well, come get back your boat. You've been found not guilty. The boat is not worth anything. It has decayed to the point that the cost to rehabilitate the vessel would be greater than the cost of the vessel itself, or the vehicle, or some other assets. And as proceeds of crime type cases have been brought, and as seizures related to crime, to criminal activity or alleged criminal activity have increased, the government finds itself in possession of a number of assets that are rapidly not becoming assets, or losing the title of asset as their value decreases. And that situation is what brings us to this bill. And it is a bill, Madam Speaker, that is working its way through a number of jurisdictions in the Caribbean at the instance of CARICOM's RSS, the Regional Security Service, as they have been very much behind on many occasions, a lot of the intelligence and a lot of the seizures that take place. And they've recognized this as a common challenge that we experience throughout the region. And this bill has its origins in the RSS, and we bring it here because we think that it is something that is useful in our context. Depreciating asset legislation is not unique to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It's not unique to the Caribbean. It has various forms. This legislation exists in slightly different form in the United Kingdom, in Northern Ireland, and in various states of the United States. There's inconsistent application. Some say that you have to be convicted first, which is not the case here, before an asset can be sold. And others say, as long as a court decides on a preponderance of the evidence that there's a likelihood or a possibility in various different standards, burdens of proof, that you may be found guilty, that a sale is possible. And in the alternative, that simply the cost of maintaining this asset is so great or so complex that it is not worth it to the state or not worth it to the litigant for that asset to be held for an extended period of time. We've had this challenge around the region with boats. I'm not talking about pirogues now. I'm talking about large vessels that have been seized for the same reason and are very costly to maintain. That's by way of a general introduction, Madam Speaker. I'll get to the prepared text. The purpose of this bill is to make provision for the sale of assets that are depreciating, volatile, or having a management cost that is considered disproportionate and for related matters. It contains 22 provisions. In the bill, depreciating property is defined as a qualifying property A that is declining in value since the date of seizure or after a restraint order was granted against the property, or B, that is subject to unpredictable inflation, deterioration, and deflation. A qualifying property includes vessels, vehicles, virtual assets, machinery, equipment, and securities. Clause 2 of the bill, the interpretation section, defines the keywords and phrases to be used in the bill. Clause 3 of the bill, functions of the designated competent authority, provides for a competent authority to make an application to the court for a sale order where the qualifying property is a depreciating property and is in the possession of this competent authority, and the average value of the qualifying property has depreciated, or the cost of retaining and managing the qualifying property is disproportionate to the property's value. A competent authority may also apply for a sale order if the owner of the depreciating property gives written consent to the competent authority. So this is not always a case where it's a sort of a forced sale situation. Sometimes the litigant themselves may recognize that there is value to selling the property. Clause 4 of the bill, application for issue of a sale order, stipulates the conditions that must be met to satisfy the court to exercise its power to grant a sale order. So it's very important, Madam Speaker, to our honorable members to recognize that this is not the police who simply say, well, we've been holding this thing for a while, we're going to sell it. They have to go to court and they have to meet certain conditions and satisfy the court that in an order to sell the asset must be granted. These conditions are borrowed from existing provisions under the Proceeds of Crime Act and are similar to those used to obtain a restraint order. This section also requires an undertaking from the designated authority to undertake recovery proceedings. Clause 5 of the bill, conditions for granting a sale order, outlines the procedural conditions that must be followed by the designated authority to secure a sale order. These conditions set out the requirements, including who can make the application, when it can be made, and what are the procedures that should be followed before the application can be made. The conditions include that the property in question is a qualified property, it is depreciating, notice is given to interested parties, publication of notice to the sale to the public, valuations, and the permitted period has passed since seizure or restraint. Clause 6 of the bill, applying the conditions, provides guidance for the application of the conditions required under the previous section dealing with the conditions for granting the sale. Importantly, it defines what is qualifying property and who is a designated authority. This covers all property known to easily depreciate and incorporates those that are highly volatile, like virtual assets, and takes into consideration property that, though not naturally depreciating, has a disproportionate management cost. The permitted period is defined as 45 days prior to the application. This period is the minimum period that must pass before a sale order is applied for. The minimum amount to accept for qualifying property is market value or that determined by an expert. The market value is used so that a fixed amount is not prohibitive. In cases where finding market value is difficult, an alternative is provided for price. An alternative is provided for, and that is price determined by a nominated expert. That notice is provided at least 7 days in advance. This period is the usual period for service. There are no exceptional circumstances in the legislation to divert from the usual period of service. Clause 7 of the bill dictates the contents of the sale order, and it stipulates the minimum specified items for the order. It therefore seeks to ensure a fair and uniform procedure is utilized by setting out a minimum standard. Requires the sale to take place within 180 days of being granted. This seeks to ensure the purpose of granting the order is pursued by the designated authority and the order is given effect. It provides for the different mediums and forum through which a sale can take place and for which the order must stipulate. It sets minimum standards that would seek to protect the interest of the defendant and any other associated parties, which includes that the property is sold for a price agreed by a nominated expert or at least 80% of the average market value. So it's not a situation where you can have a fire sale and sell off assets for next to nothing. Also provides an alternative of the most reasonable price so that those conditions do not become prohibitive. Provides for the order not to be granted in cases where the property is considered to be of sentimental value. It's actually not just sentimental value, it's also if it is a unique property, if it is a family heirloom, there are certain things that are restricted from this type of order. The order should stipulate that sale proceeds should be deposited in an interest-bearing account, and the order should make provisions for the transfer of title to the purchaser and other consequential variations to restraint orders. Clause 8 of the bill deals with sale, and it provides for the designated authority to delegate the sale process upon consultation with the central authority, being the Attorney General. Clause 9 of the bill, the gross sale price, defines the gross sale as the price received excluding any fees and the like. Clause 10 of the bill, consent order section, makes provision for the person or other person with interest to consent to the sale of the qualifying property. A form is provided that must be completed. The section makes clear the effect of the consent order and the requirements for the court accepting a completed consent form by that person. Clause 11 of the bill talks about hearing the application for sale. It provides for the procedure that should be adopted at the hearing. The section provides for in-chamber hearing of the application for sale. It provides the matters that the court may consider, including the effects of an order on a person, allows for the court to consider the proportionality of the order consistent with constitutional fairness, and provides alternative orders the court may utilize instead of selling the property that seek to preserve the property. So it's not in any way considered to be an automatic situation where once you apply, the court will grant, and the court is very much concerned with due process and fairness, constitutional fairness, in considering the application. Clause 12 of the bill deals with a sale order when the respondent has absconded and seeks to make provision for the sale order to be effected even in cases where the respondent absconded. These provisions are consistent with those under the Proceeds of Crime Act, with the necessary modifications. Clause 13 of the bill deals with reasonable costs and stipulates that the competent authority shall, within 30 days of the sale of the depreciating property, apply to the court with a proposal of reasonable costs for the court's approval. This clause provides that no more than 10% of the costs incurred should be deducted from the gross sale price. This ensures that the value of the property is preserved and not expended on the organization of the sale. Designated authorities would not be able to claim reasonable costs for the exercise of its functions pursuant to the Act. Reasonable cost is defined in the interpretation section as including direct costs. Clause 14 of the bill, lapse of sale order, outlines that a sale order would lapse after the passing of 180 days after the order was granted. These are not business days, but clear days that include Sundays and Saturdays, but not public holidays. It makes provision for the designated authority to reapply if a sale order lapses. Clause 15 of the bill, relationship to powers of management receivers, states that the powers under the Act are additional powers to those given under the Proceeds of Crime Act. Clause 16 of the bill, it's a very important section for criminal lawyers, deals with its relationship to the Evidence Act, and it makes provision for the exercise of the powers under the Act where the qualifying property is an exhibit in proceedings. Because obviously, if you say the crime occurred on a boat and then you sell the boat, there are issues of mounting an effective defense. So the section provides for law enforcement and the defendant to take pictures of the exhibit to be used in evidence. This allows for the sale of assets that are listed as exhibits. The section provides for situations under which a photograph or video recording would be accepted in the court as admissible evidence in the relative circumstances. Clause 17 of the bill deals with appeal and allows for a right of appeal to all parties to the proceedings within 30 days, consistent with the time allowed for civil appeals in the Court of Appeal. Clause 18 of the bill, application of sale proceeds, requires that the sale proceeds to be deposited into an interest-bearing account. It makes provision for the return of sale proceeds to the respondent where that respondent is acquitted or criminal or civil recovery proceedings against him have been concluded or will not be pursued. Any recovery proceedings in favor of the state would result in the proceeds being applied as required by the law under which the application for recovery of proceeds are made. Clause 19 of the bill empowers the Minister of Finance to make regulations. Clause 20 of the bill provides for the amendment of the schedule by order. Clause 21 of the bill provides for the action of the competent authority and other entities acting in accordance with the Act to be immune from liability, except where the authority or entity has been willfully negligent. And Clause 22 of the bill applies the civil standard of proof and provides that the applications made pursuant to the Act are civil in nature and in rem. So, Madam Speaker, the Act will allow, in short, the sale of these seized assets. If the asset is sold, well, before the asset is sold, there are extensive due process provisions there that give the owner of the property or the putative owner of the property or somebody with interest in the property time to challenge it or contest it. There is a judicial arm where the court has to make a determination whether or not the sale of this asset would be fair in all the circumstances. There is a provision for appeal. So all of the due process and natural justice considerations are taken into account. Once the asset is sold, it cannot be sold at a fire sale price. It has to be sold at a price or a number approximating its market value. And the money gained from the sale of the asset is stored in an interest-bearing account until the final resolution of the case. So if you sell your boat, and as you keep using the boat as the example, and it's sold, that the money it is sold for will go into an account. The account will continue to gather interest, collect interest. If you are ultimately found not guilty, or if the prosecutor, nully processes or ends the prosecution for whatever reason, discontinues the case, you will get that money plus the interest that has been building up. And if you are found guilty, obviously the state retains the money, and there are provisions for appeal. As I said, Madam Speaker, this is not a situation that is unique to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It's not a challenge that is unique to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We're doing this on the advice of the RSS, and it is in keeping with best practices of similar legislation around the Commonwealth legal system. I'm obliged.
Yes. Further debate? Yes, I recognize the Honorable Leader of the Opposition. Just a moment. Let's just make sure your mic is on. Oh, yes, it is. It is. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am grateful to the Minister for the explanation provided in his discussion of the bill before us. And my understanding, Madam Speaker, I've read it myself. I can't say every word in complete detail and made full sense, but I've benefited from the presentation that he made. My understanding, Madam Speaker, is that this applies really in situations where the criminal investigations has been started, where proceedings for an offense have been instituted, or the property, and this is the part that I said that not every word made entire sense to me, where the property is an instrumentality of an offense or tainted property. in accordance with the laws of the state. It's fairly broad. Instrumentality of an offense, meaning that it was part of the commission of an offense. And, Madam Speaker, the fact, well, the minister said that this came, it has a regional component to it. That it came out of basically the urgings of the RSS, and that there are other similar legislation throughout, well, within CARICOM. The main thing, Madam Speaker, for me, as I was listening to it, I was trying to, and he addressed it in the end there in the sort of summary, trying to figure out how does somebody who comes within the scope of the legislation, has property, they are before the court, the matter is in its normal course here, winding its way languorously through the court system, and the property in the meantime is deteriorating or depreciating in value. And then the competent authority proceeds to get an order to sell the property. The thing that first came to me, Madam Speaker, and as I said, the minister partly addressed it, was in the time frame before when the property is seized to the time when an order is applied for, obtained, there may be some lapse. And what happens to that time frame, that value, that appreciated component of the value of the property, if in the end there was no conviction? Is there a way, Madam Speaker, in which that component of it is protected for the person who ultimately is exonerated, committed no offense, or the state can't prove the offense, but they have seized the property and kept it so that the owner has no access to maintain it and so forth, and with no real trigger or time frame except their own judgment as to when they can apply for an order for sale. So it could take some time. That's the point I'm making. If they think that there is a proceeding in the court that they think may take 6 months, goes on to a year, it goes on a year and a half, and then they said, well, you know what, this boat here is, or whatever the asset is losing value. It looks like it's, not going to be worth much if it continues like that for longer. And if we were to win, if the matter were to be successfully concluded against the person with whom who has been charged, then the asset that would be realized would be minimal, because then also, for the person himself or herself, if the asset is if the court exonerates them, then they have something still. There's something remaining in the sense that they have sold whatever is left of the value of the property. It's in an account. They can get the interest on it. But that time frame, there is no trigger other than the judgment, it seems to me, of the competent authority as to when they apply for the sale. What happens to that component when the person is exonerated? Is there a mechanism in place to say, well, when it's seized, that we have a valuation of the property, because whatever depreciation takes place because the person who owns it cannot have access to maintaining it. The state is in the control of the state. But ultimately it's found that the state was wrong, or they couldn't prove their case, so the person is exonerated. What happens to that component of the value? Is there an assessment initially, and then an assessment at the point of sale when the application is gone through the court, and then it's granted? Then there is a benchmark that says that you can't sell the property unless there are 3 conditions met. One is that it has to be about 80% in value, or the assessors, what's the term that you use? The nominated experts must agree on a price. These are not all joined, they are each separate. Each one of them would be a basis for allowing the sale to go forward. So there's a gross value of 80% of the average value at the date of the order. The price that is agreed to by nominated experts, that is or in other circumstances, the most reasonable price available on the market. Now that's the one that's kind of woolly. You can see nominated experts, if there are two persons, they say, all right, they look at the property. If there's a boat, they can do what do you call it? In boats, they have a special term for it. But in any event, they assess the value and they come to an agreement and say, okay, I say 60,000, you say 58,000, let's call it 59. But reasonable price available on the market is when it seems to me these are the two criteria or basis for sale don't apply. How does that component, how does that work out? Who actually makes that determination? Madam Speaker, the bill, I mean, it's, in a sense, it almost presumes that there is some illicit activity, illegal activity going on. But at the same time, everyone is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty, and the court has to, the state has to make out its case. So in the event that persons are acquitted, or the state essentially, as the minister said, they may nolly prosecute the case or just simply get a conviction, then, that person has rights too. So they have to be protected. And those two factors, Madam Speaker, one is evaluation of which date it takes place. If it's only at the date when there is an order applied for sale and there's nothing that requires the competent authority to apply at an early stage for such an order, then there may be a lapse of considerable time when the valuation, the depreciation is already taken place, and that provides no protection to the person who is before the court. And then, of course, the sale, if you come to the sale, and the first criterion is not applied, that is to say, 80% of the value. The second does not apply because you don't have two or more nominated experts agreeing. And the third, reasonable price available on the market of property that's seized by the government. Then it really becomes a fire sale in that circumstance. Because if you have property that's seized by the state because you say it was involved in some criminal activity, prove it or not, you're not going to get top dollar for it. So, and then at the end of the day, the person is exonerated. Madam Speaker, those are the concerns that I have. With respect to the intention of the bill, where it's intended to, even in circumstances where, there are reasonable grounds to believe, because that's how it's initiated, that somebody has committed an offense or this property has been involved in an offense, that there is still some, interest in seeking to protect the value of the property. Either way it goes, whether it goes to the state ultimately because the person is convicted and the proceeds go to the state, or the person is exonerated, the state can't make its case, then they get back something of value for their property. Because you know what happens, it's seized, as the minister says, you see, they're sitting there, nobody goes to check on them. And the boat, I'm using a boat because it's a good example of that, how that happens. And very quickly, see, water is a very exacting environment, and it deteriorates very fast. And so, there must be some way in which the authority has to have some minimum standard of care to maintain the value, and there are an early date of triggering the application for the sale if it looks like this matter is going to be prolonged indefinitely. Well, not indefinitely, but for a long period of time, and for determining what happens when the two more specific criteria for sale, 80% of the value, or agreed nominated experts agreeing on a price, then it becomes essentially whatever the market will bear. And in those circumstances, Madam Speaker, I believe it becomes a fire sale. So those are the concerns that I raise. While I recognize the intent of the bill, without it, essentially everything goes to nothing. So it does intend to provide some protection, but to my mind, it doesn't satisfy all the conditions that I would like to see in it. That is not to say that I will not support it, but I hope that the minister will also recognize the points that I make and think that there are ways in which we can address it.
Yes, further debate? Yes, I recognize the Honourable Member for Central Kingstown. Just a moment, we will assist you, the Honourable Member.
Thank you for your kindness, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, you know, in this honorable house, we are oftentimes struggling for listenership to justify to many of the public why we're here.
You just keep it spicy, man.
I guess if I was a betting man, that as this conversation is taking place, there are a number of people who may suck their teeth and take a rum, and some who are in the kitchen trying to listen what's going on and say, "Boy, let me find something else to do," because I know use an appropriate expression because neither of us make sense in taking up the time on this matter. For them, it's neither here nor there. But I understand, like the Honorable Minister of Finance and the Leader of the Opposition in the presentations, where the conversation is going to find balance, or as the legal luminaries would say, let's see how much we could safeguard the core tradition of the reasonable man approach in the issue at hand. For people like me, Madam Speaker, for one like myself, who is not a lawyer, let me put it that way, Madam Speaker, and I'm prepared to be advised by the luminaries. The concept is intriguing in a sense in that it really doesn't, and the concept I mean of depreciation, it does not conform to the conventional application of the expression depreciation, because in the normal use of the term, which is an accounting term, so I get back some ground, depreciation is applied when in a business setting you have come to a conclusion that applying what we call the accrual basis of accounting, expenses recognized and revenue when earned, you apply depreciation to set off in a given time period that there's some expenses incurred by a business for acquiring that asset, and that it's only reasonable that you put aside some of that expenses over a time frame that the business recovers their investment. And standard accounting houses will show you that their ratios, so whether it was vehicles or whether it was fixtures and furniture, well, land don't depreciate. And other vehicles, and maybe 20%, 15%, 10%, 5% over 5, 10, 15 years, until the asset is fully depreciated, meaning that the business has recovered all the money that's spent on it. That accounting concept has no application here whatsoever. None whatsoever. In these circumstances, Madam Speaker, what we're trying to balance or weigh in a scale is, on the one hand, in a sense, a teeny bit of constitutional issue, in that is people have rights. So we can say it's a rights issue and a justice issue. That is, a person who, or persons who are assumed to be in breach of the law should have some recourse if the security forces, law and order forces, judicial forces take a course of action that interferes with their rights and or privilege, in this case, the assets that they owned. In this particular case, and the examples given, and I stick with the one that has been cited, the boat experience, Madam Speaker. And my engineering friend Daniel here said, for example, in the digital age, Honorable Member for West Kingston, sorry, are there other ways, alternative ways to limit the freedom of the person to their assets without assuming responsibility? So that, for example, if the asset that you're taking possession, the one on sea is a little more difficult, but a vehicle, for example, if they were allowed and the charge and the onus placed on them to bond it or secure it, and that no access available to it without certain provisions, then you shift the balance of responsibility for what, in essence, in the examples that we're discussing, of the state taking on a cost. That is, you're securing the boat at sea, the vehicle, where it is ever kept, and so on and so forth. And you'd notice that in the conversation of the Honorable Minister on the subject matter, he used alternatively, or alternatively, in one case, declining or deteriorating, meaning that what you have is losing its value. So it's not where it is. It is now not where it was when you acquired it. So it is declining, which in fact is quite an appropriate nomenclature for the issue that is at hand, more than the depreciation notion, because even when the legislation gets to the point, and that important point of equity and fairness and of remedies, it speaks about the disposal of the asset, placing it into a fund, allowing interest to accumulate, because you're trying to mitigate, in a sense, the extent of the losses that the person may have experienced, wrong or right. But that wrong or right issue also is relevant to the state as well, because the state may have incurred quite a bit of cost in securing the asset, whether it was at sea or on land. It may have been of a security type. You watchman in it to make sure that nobody come and move it or vandalize it or abuse it or do things to it. But the bill doesn't expressly, as I went through it and looked at it, address the question. Just suppose we had in fact safeguarded, and yes, you're right, but there was a cost to us doing that. You know, what that kitty or that provision really belongs to us for having for justifiable means until the court had decided having to take a particular course of action. It is almost, in a sense, Madam Speaker, that all costs are on the state for the securing of the asset in the process. And if you win, well, yes, that we did put aside something for you. But if you lost, they still lose lot, because by that time, sometimes the thing don't matter anymore. It's solid waste, as Daniel might say, member for West Kingston. So, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. It's one of those kinds of conversation that is taking place here. But quite clearly, there has to be a mechanism, and the commercial practice is not readily applicable or useful in the exercise. When I say the commercial practice, a person goes to buy a second-hand, third-hand, or fourth-hand vehicle from a commercial bank, and they say, go buy draw it, let them value it. And, or you want to put it up for security, go buy X, let them do a value it, and they go back to the bank. Well, say this is the valuation of somebody who we trust. And you do business on the basis of that valuation. This is not quite that case. It's a case, as I said, a balancing exercise between rights issues, justice issues, and state responsibilities, if I could use that expression. And how do we, in the circumstances, find a good fit in what I believe in large cases turns out to be matters of great annoyance at times. I don't want to be so accused by anyone else, because I don't think either side is in the frustration are particularly happy over resolving the issue that is hand. But there's nothing in it that's offensive for us on this side of the house, as the honorable leader said, that would make us want to not be party to an attempt to resolve what must be an ongoing, challenging, annoying, and sometimes disgusting bureaucratic and administrative exercise of having to show responsibility, and sometimes you end up in a situation, as we say locally, the dance can't pay for the light. You spend all this time and effort, much ado about nothing. So, Madam Speaker, there's nothing here that really so much offends us, even except to say we have an obligation to make sure, democratic and constitutional practices, that we continue in the good traditions of the court, be reasonable at all times. And this course, this legislation, notwithstanding the name, probably strikes that balance. Much obliged, Madam Speaker.
Yes. Further debate? Further debate? I recognize the honorable member for West Kingstown.
I rise to take 2 minutes to make an observation on this bill. Madam Speaker, and because I was overseas, we still don't get the bills and the documents electronically, so I had to wait until I get home here to see the bill for the first time. But the observation I want to make, Madam Speaker, has to do with the concept of the main import of this bill is to free the government of the burden of keeping a lot of what can be referred to as derelicts. And I can't help but comparing it with the situation of a number of technicians in our country, people who repair stoves, fridges, televisions, and so forth. There's a famous one who was died not too long ago, couldn't enter his shop because the televisions took up the whole space, because he did not have, they don't have the provisions where you bring the product for service and you're required to make a down payment and sign a contract that after a period, if you don't come for it, I can do what I want to do with it. And too many of our people suffer from that. I say that to say, my experience has taught me, Madam Speaker, that a number of innocent people have suffered the loss of their private property through really unfortunate circumstances. I have a car or a van that somebody drives for me, and the police arrest them and find some, call it some contraband or some drug in it. The police will seize the vehicle. I have nothing to do with it. I don't even know the driver well, but the police would make it clear, I can't get back my vehicle until the matter has been dealt with in the court of law. And those of us who are not lawyers, Madam Speaker, know that the court of law is pulling teeth without anesthetic, and it takes a very long time. So that the property is tied up, and I have no redress as the owner of the property. The point I want to make is, like the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, I really would like to see, and this would not just help the owner of the property, but it would also help the government as well, because a number of instances, these properties are being held for virtually no good reason, and storing them is an expensive undertaking. So I would like to see, and I haven't seen it in a way that I want to see it done. I see a clause there, for example, in relation to the possibility of doing a video or taking films and so forth. In this day and age, we ought to be able to do that and release the property. As I said, I am told I'm a lawyer, but I'm not a lawyer. But in short, Madam Speaker, I would really love to see a mechanism, and I believe it has to do with the Evidence Act, to take away the burden from owners who really shouldn't be caught up in that. And also at the same time, free the government from having to hold up this massive amount of equipment for an undue period of time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Further debate? Further debate? Further debate? Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, honorable members. I thank honorable members all for their respective presentations. I find useful, Madam Speaker, in the analysis, the conceptualization advanced by the honorable member for Central Kingstown, that we're talking about striking a balance. And it's in many ways sometimes a difficult balance to strike, depending on which side of the fence you're standing on at the time. Just to take the honorable, I'll come around to the point made by the honorable leader of the opposition. But there is a definitional issue, if you're an accountant, between the sort of dictionary definition of depreciation, which would be essentially the reduction of the value of the item over time due to wear and tear or usage or what have you. And the accounting concept of depreciation, which would be to allocate the cost of an asset essentially over its useful life. I don't know if that's a general enough concept. Well, I'm seeing if I pass muster. I'm trying to see if I pass muster with the accountant. But so I think the lawyers in this case, because you were making the distinction between lawyers and accountants, are going with the general sort of dictionary definition as opposed to the accounting standard and formulation, which is more systemic in nature. But we have to remember from whence we are coming. And today, without the bill, you're having the situation alluded to by the honorable member for West Kingstown, where at the end of a case, 5 years later, sometimes more, they say, come take your old junk, and you come and look at it and you say, me, I want that. It makes no sense. And you go back to your lawyer and you ask your lawyer if you can sue because you give them a good boat and the boat mash up, and the lawyer say, well, you ain't going to win that case there. And so that's where we are now. We're in a difficult situation for the rights of people who have their assets stolen. Not stolen, sorry, good God. Taken, seized. And there are, so this bill is an improvement on the current situation that applies. And it seeks to ensure that some money is set aside. Now, there are the pendulum swings in different ways in different jurisdictions. There are some municipalities in the United States that fund their entire police department from seized assets. Because the asset is seized, the asset is sold, and the proceeds go to the police station or the police force. And so that obviously creates an incentive to seize and to sell, because then you get a pretty police car and you get the latest tactical gear and all this kind of thing, because you seize and sell. And so there's actually, and there are articles about this where there's a pressure on the police in these municipalities, and it's not across the United States, but it happens, to seize more things, because the more you seize, the more money you get. So there are levels, write more tickets or seize more assets. And it happens in North America fairly regularly. On the other hand, if you go to the other way and you place the cost on the state, it becomes a disincentive to seize assets. Because let's face it, the Director of Public Prosecution, the Commissioner of Police are not property managers. And they are not going to take the best care of your property. I mean, let's be very real. If your vehicle, your house, your boat, the ship surveyor, I think the word you were looking for earlier, Honorable Member Leader, the ship surveyor, the boat valuer. Yeah, he or she could say whatever you want, but if you leave it in the hands of the DPP or the Commissioner of the Police, 5 years later, as the Honorable Leader of the Opposition said, seawater is a corrosive agent, and it can destroy something. And it's, take a walk down to the Coast Guard situation. So I think that this strikes a balance between the extremes on the issue of seizure and seeks to protect as much as possible the guard against the possibility, as the Honorable Leader of the Opposition said, people are innocent until proven guilty. So there should be an assumption all the way through that people will get value for their asset. And the best way to do that is to effect a sale of the asset, to have that price accrue interest, and you get that money on the back end if you so happen to be acquitted. That is a realistic understanding of our conditions here. Unless you're going to set up a property management firm and a sub office within the Director of Public Prosecution or the Commissioner of Police to go around and wash down house and trim the yard and take the boat out for a little spin every once in a while to make sure scrape off the barnacles and all these kind of things. It's unlikely. It's unrealistic to take place. Now, the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, I believe, did strike on an important point, is that between seizure and sale, there can be depreciation, and the depreciation can be accelerated. I'm using depreciation now, Honorable Member for Central Kingston, in the dictionary sense. It can be loss of value. And that loss of value can be accelerated or mitigated depending on the conditions under which you keep the asset. And I think there is where the power of the minister to issue regulations in this bill becomes of some significance. And if honorable members would look at the section to deal with regulations, which is 19, it's on bottom of page 11. It says the minister may make regulations for the following matters in relation to seized or restrained assets subject to depreciation. So the minister can make regulations regarding the storage of seized or restrained assets, the management and maintenance of seized or restrained assets, and the sale of seized or restrained assets. Those are there are others, but those are the catch-all is any other matters the minister considers appropriate for the purpose of this act. So under the regulatory power and the regulations that can be issued, you can mandate a higher quality of maintenance for the period within which you hold the property. And you can also prescribe under the regulations some best practices governing the sale of the asset. So don't hold the asset for 2 years before you decide to sell it, But maybe at the same time, don't sell it at the earliest option. There has to be, again, to use the word from the Honorable Member for Central Kingston, a balance. But I think that what we should do in tandem is to take some guidance from the best practices that have been issued in other jurisdictions about guidelines for the storage of these assets, apply them to our own context of limited resources and the like, and see what balance, again, using the word balance, that we can strike in that regard. And I think that's the best we can do in the circumstances, Madam Speaker, without over-regulating the process. Sometimes you might want to sell because the prosecution isn't sure if they're really going to go forward this thing. They might wrap it up. They're waiting to get some evidence on a particular individual, which will make them decide whether or not they're going forward, or they see the defense that is filed from the defendant and they say, oh my God, that's a good point. We maybe shouldn't go forward with this thing. So you don't want to sell it the minute you grab it, but you probably want to dispose of it quickly enough that it still has some value. Those are with understanding the imperfections that will exist on both sides, I think that this bill strikes a fairly solid balance between the two sections, Madam Speaker. And accordingly, with gratitude to the interventions of all three honorable members,
and we're dealing here with a situation where there's a presumption is innocence. Nobody's convicted. And if you look at the competent authorities, the persons who initiate the sale order, and there's a provision for a consent by somebody with an interest in it. But that person's consent is only triggered upon application by the designated competent authority. They have no say in initiating the process. I think maybe that is where some consideration ought to be given. Because if you have an asset, you know it better than anybody else, you say, listen, if this sale is going to drag on for 2 years, I might as well sell it. But they can't initiate it. That has to come from the designated competent authority, in order to which they may consent.
And I think that's a very valid observation by the Honorable Leader of the Opposition. And I think that within the regulations, we can prescribe that early in the process of seizure, that, for want of a better word, offer is made to the respondent to see whether or not they would consent to the sale of the asset. In many cases, in most cases, once you have the misfortune, if you are innocent ultimately, to have your asset seized, in many cases, it would be to your benefit to agree to sell the property so that you get the best price for it and you collect that thing. And if you're confident in your own innocence, because you know it's going to take a while for you to go through the process. I won't have the honourable member for West Kingston besmirching lawyers and legal processes on behalf of all the lawyers on both sides of this honourable house. But I take that point, Madam Speaker, and accordingly I beg to move that this honourable house resolve itself into a committee of the whole house to consider the bill clause by clause.
Clause 2, that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 3, that clause 3 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 4, that clause 4 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 5, that clause 5 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 6, that clause 6 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 7, that clause 7 stands part of the bill. Clause 8, that clause 8 stands part of the bill. Clause 9, that clause 9 stands part of the bill. Clause 10, that clause 10 stands part of the bill. Clause 11, that clause 11 stands part of the bill. Clause 12, that clause 12 stands part of the bill. Clause 13, that clause 13 stands part of the bill. Clause 14, that clause 14 stands part of the bill. Clause 15, that clause 15 stands part of the bill. Clause 16, that clause 16 stands part of the bill. Clause 17, that clause 17 stands part of the bill. Clause 18, that clause 18 stands part of the bill. Clause 19, that clause 19 stands part of the bill. Clause 20, that clause 20 stands part of the bill. Clause 21, that clause 21 stands part of the bill. Clause 22, that clause 22 stands part of the bill. That the schedule stands part of the bill. Clause 1, that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Yes.
Madam Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee rise, the House resume, and the presiding officer report to this honourable House.
Second. Honourable members, the question is that the committee rise, the House resumes, and the presiding member reports to the Honourable House. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as are of the contrary opinion, say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I have the honour to report that a bill for an act to permit for the sale of assets that are depreciating, volatile, or having a management cost which is considered disproportionate and for related matters has passed the committee stage. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, honourable members, accordingly, I beg to move that a bill for an act to permit for the sale of assets that are depreciating, volatile, or have a management cost which is considered disproportionate and for related matters be read a third time by title and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill for an act to permit for the sale of assets that are depreciating, volatile, or having a management cost which is considered disproportionate and for related matters be read a third time. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as are the contrary opinion, say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it, Madam Clerk.
Depreciating Assets Sale Order Act 2025. Financial Services Authority Amendment Bill 2025.
Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, honorable members. I beg to move that a bill for an act to amend the Financial Services Authority Act 2011, number 33 of 2011, be read a first time. And Madam Speaker, this is a sort of a housekeeping act here of amendments.
Honorable members, the question is that a bill for an act to amend the Financial Services Authority Act 2011, number 33 of 2011, be read a first time. As many as are that opinion, say aye. As many as are the contrary opinion, say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move under Standing Order 48.2 that this bill be taken through all of its stages at today's sitting.
Honorable members, the question is that pursuant to Standing Order 48.2 that this bill be taken through all stages at this sitting. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as are of the contrary opinion, say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister of Finance.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. We haven't done the second reading yet.
Second reading now, yes.
Sorry, lost track. Looking for my notes. Madam Speaker, honorable members, I beg to move that a bill for an act to amend the Financial Services Authority Act 2011, number 33 of 2011, be read a second time.
Honorable members, the question is that a bill for an act to amend the Financial Services Authority Act 2011.
For a particular note, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, honorable members. Madam Speaker, if you read the short title of the bill, or the title of the bill, you will see that we are amending an act from the year 2011. So the act that gave birth to the Financial Services Authority is 14 years old. In the context of rapidly moving financial services sector, 14 years is a lifetime. And we've come to the point where it is necessary and desirable for various amendments to be made that I will lead honorable members through. But just before, if we can just briefly look backwards before we look forwards. The Financial Services Authority, the legislation was passed in 2011. The FSA was established in 2012 and was established for the purpose of regulating the international, well, what we call the offshore financial and sector and non-bank financial sectors. And the non-bank financial sector comprises credit unions, insurances, pensions, building societies, friendly societies, and money remitters. And we tend to forget, because, you know, it's been 14 years, the historic significance of this development, the passage of this FSA Act, because that was the first time in this country that we had a single organization to oversee specific businesses in the financial sector and manage the regulation of the sector. And this act created a new system for managing and supervising international financial services industry and of course our non-bank industry, non-bank entities. And before the FSA, there was something called IFSA. I don't know how many of us remember IFSA. There was something called IFSA, the International Financial Services Authority. There was something in your ministry, Honorable, the Ministry of Mobilization. There was the Cooperatives Division. I don't know who remembers the Cooperatives Division. The Yeah, I believe the honourable member for mobilization heard about these things, Madam Speaker. He's far too young to have any personal knowledge of these things. And then within the Ministry of Finance, there was something called the Supervisory and Regulatory Division. So you had these multiple entities that had, some of them were improperly staffed, some of them had different focuses, and it was not efficient, and it was not passing muster internationally, as the international community got more and more fixated on money laundering and know your customer and all of the aspects that require regulatory oversight. So the FSA was created. It merged these departments. It gave teeth to the regulatory body, and it ensured compliance with the Act. So the FSA, ensured compliance with the FSA Act and all the relevant laws and regulations and guidelines, and it interfaced with the international community about best practices and what is required. Now, since 2011, since the creation of the FSA Act, as I said, it's a lifetime in the financial services industry. You have had rapid changes in the sector, and in international banks, in mutual funds, in business companies, in LLCs, in international trusts, virtual assets. I mean, something that could not even have been thought of when the act was passed in 2011. The international insurance companies, the registered agents, credit unions, Madam Speaker, are increasingly bank-like in their offerings, and very often people can't really make a practical distinction other than a historical sort of reflection on what the difference is between a credit union and a bank. Because you buy a house through a credit union, you deposit your money at a credit union, you buy a car through a credit union, you get a funeral through a credit union. Very often people have difficulty in their own practical, personal lives ascertaining a difference between the two. And of course, building societies and friendly societies, which hitherto were not heavily regulated, all came within the ambit of the FSA over time, because we demanded it from a regulatory standpoint, from a sustainability and security of our own financial sector locally. The international community demanded it because we were increasingly being watched and judged by FATCA and all of the international bodies. And consumers demanded it because you heard increasingly complaints about deficiencies within some of these non-bank institutions and the need for regulation of these things. And Madam Speaker, since the passage of the FSA Act in 2011, let's think about some of the acts that have come to this Honorable House in the intervening period. In 2014, we had anti-money laundering and terrorist financing regulations. That's after the act was passed. We had the Financial Laws Act of 2014. We had the FATCA Act of 2015. We had the International Business Companies Amendment of 2018. We had the International Trust Amendment of 2018. We had the Income Tax Amendment Act of 2020. We had International Tax Corporation dealing with economic substance rules. These happened while all of us were in this Honorable House, Madam Speaker, in 2020 and 2021. The Friendly Societies Act of 2021, the Money Services Business Amendment Act of 2022, the Virtual Assets Business Act of 2022, the Cooperative Societies Amendment Act and Regulations, both of 2023, the Anti-Terrorism Act of 2023, the Insurance Amendment Act of 2023, the Anti-Money Laundering and Terrorist Financing Regulations of 2024, and the Virtual Assets Business Amendment Act of 2025. And in the intervening period as well, Madam Speaker, multiple adjustments to the Companies Act and multiple new requirements from our international partners in the European Union and the United States about what is expected of a regulatory authority. And all of these new laws were being added to what was increasingly becoming an antiquated structure that couldn't bear the weight of all of this additional legislation. And what was considered best practice over time changed as well, as we got this heightened international security, and all of that necessitated a stronger, more nimble, and FSA with clearer lines of authority for what it can and cannot do, essentially. And therefore, Madam Speaker, honorable members, the Financial Services Authority Amendment Bill seeks to amend the Financial Services Authority Bill of 2011 to make better provision for financial reporting by financial entities. That's an important issue. Compliance with the law by financial entities and registered entities. The bill also seeks to make better provision for enforcement action and the exercise of supervisory powers against financial entities, registered entities, and other persons as may be prescribed. According to the Financial Services Authority, the revision of the 2011 Act is necessary for the following reasons. First, to strengthen the regulatory and supervisory framework applicable to the FSA. Second, the Financial Services Authority Act was enacted in 2011, but since its establishment, international best practices and standards or requirements that are necessary for the proper functioning of the supervisory authorities have evolved. The FSA envisages that this bill would expand and clarify the powers of the FSA. Excuse me. The revised provisions will better define the circumstances under which the FSA's powers would be exercised, excuse me, and provide a broader and more effective regulatory remit consistent with international standards for financial supervisory bodies. Grant the FSA the power to take enforcement action against any financial entity or registered entity under its supervision if certain conditions are met. The provisions would outline a broad range of circumstances under which the FSA may intervene, reflecting a proactive, risk-based regulatory approach aligned with international best practice. Third, give the FSA clear, comprehensive authority to intervene in situations to promote effective compliance, safeguard the reputation of the financial sector, protect clients, investors, and creditors, and ensure that the FSA has the power to act swiftly to address serious risks or misconduct. Empower the FSA to impose a uniform requirement for financial reporting by all financial entities regulated by the FSA. At present, this requirement is inconsistently applied across sector-specific legislation. So without having the reporting requirements in a single legislation, you have to look to the Friendly Societies Act to see what they should be doing over there. You look to the International Business Act to see how they should be doing it there, and so on and so forth. And this centralizes this requirement in this act. The inclusion of this obligation in the Principal Act will ensure consistent and enforceable mechanism for financial reporting, thereby enhancing the FSA's capacity to carry out its prudential oversight function. Certain sector-specific legislation that the FSA administers does not require certain types of financial entities to file annual audited financial statements, for example, nor do they include penalties for failure to file audited financial statements, even when there is an obligation to file. International best practice dictates that such filings are necessary to ensure a prudential supervisor is provided with a consistent, complete, and accurate understanding of the financial position of financial entities to enhance its oversight. To cure this lacuna in the law, it is fitting that the overarching legislation includes requirements for such filings. Also, to make miscellaneous amendments to improve the clarity and application of the Act. The proposed changes are intended to ensure that the legislative framework operates more cohesively, supports consistent regulatory enforcement, and reflects best practices in legal drafting by readjusting the placement of certain provisions for better consistency. So there's some housekeeping in the bill as well, Madam Speaker, to move some provisions around to make them flow better from a drafting and comprehension standpoint. The bill has 13 clauses, Madam Speaker. Clause 1 is the short title of the Act. Clause 2 would amend Section 2 of the Act by reformulating the definition of director and licensee. It would also insert the definition of key functionary, which is a new term to be used in the Act. Clauses 3, 4, 5, and 6 would repeal sections 8, 9, 10, and 11 of the Act. The rules embodied in those repeal sections would be reformulated and reenacted in the new parts inserted in the Act. Clause 7 would repeal Part 3 of the Act to insert several new parts to provide further and better provision for the supervision of financial entities and registered entities in a clear, precise, and more organized manner. And I think if honorable members read the Act and compare it to the previous Act, they will see that it is easier to find yourself. If you are a particular entity, it's easier to find what applies to you and what does not apply to you more easily. The newly inserted Part 3 would prescribe the financial reporting requirements, which are the financial filing of financial statements or annual audited financial statements. For financial entities. It would also matter that might reasonably be expected to have a significant regulatory impact. The part would indicate certain matters that might reasonably be expected to have a significant regulatory impact. Financial entities would also be required to notify the FSA of any event that is set out in the new Schedule 3A or of any changes to the name of or business or address of its office or principal place of business in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Part 3B would provide compliance provisions and would confer powers of examination and investigation on the FSA. Part 3C would provide for the enforcement provisions which would confer on the FSA the power to take prescribed actions or measures against a financial entity, registered entity, or the prescribed person if the prescribed circumstances exist. The provisions of this part revise and modernize the procedure provided under the old Act. Some of the powers that would be conferred on the FSA include the power to issue directives, the power to appoint qualified persons, and interestingly, the power to issue public statements. There have been occasions when there have been issues and there have been questions about whether the FSA has the legal authority to make a public statement on some things, and this just provides that clarity. The new Part 3D would prescribe general supervisory powers to the FSA to exercise. One new power that would be clearly expressed would be the power to require financial entities or registered entities to remove personnel. The part would also provide for the regulations to make provision for exemptions from the Act. The new Part 3E would prescribe restrictions, and such restrictions would include the restriction on the opening of branches, offices, and subsidiaries. In addition, a person who served as a director or key functionary of a financial entity or registered entity whose license was cancelled under the Act would need to obtain the prior written permission of the FSA before holding office in another entity or registered entity. So you can't run entity A into the ground and then show up miraculously as the director of entity B without first getting some clearance from the FSA. To make sure that you were not culpable in the challenge that caused the cancellation of the other one. Part 3F essentially reenacts provisions establishing the appeal tribunal. It just relocates them within the Act differently. Clause 9 of the bill repeals and reenacts Section 56 of the Act. The current Section 56 and its complementary schedule provides for a fixed penalty offense system. The new Section 56 would prescribe that the regulations may provide for the imposition by the FSA of administrative penalties against financial entities, registered entities, and other persons as may be prescribed for contravention of the legislation. The regulations would provide for the application of the administrative penalty, the amount and basis for fixing the penalty. Certain breaches of the legislation, for example, submitting prescribed information to the FSA, though unlawful, would not amount to criminality, but would be penalized with the imposition of an administrative penalty by the regulator. And this is a reform that has come forth, Madam Speaker, through a body of case law, which has permitted the FSA to make these types of administrative penalties over time. The ability of the FSA as a regulator to enact these types of administrative penalties was challenged both in this jurisdiction and other jurisdictions within CARICOM, and it's been clarified now by the courts, and so that reflects that. Clause 10 of the bill would amend Section 57 by inserting a new subsection to provide that the regulations may prescribe offenses and the penalty that could be prescribed for offenses under the regulation. Clause 11 amends the Act by adding the Virtual Assets Business Act as a specified enactment, thereby confirming that the FSA is the regulator for virtual assets. Clause 12 inserts a new schedule. The schedule sets out the events and changes that a financial entity would have to notify the FSA. And if you look to the back of the legislation, that schedule is very instructive in laying out what the responsibilities of the financial entity are to the FSA and what they have to tell the FSA, essentially. Clause 13 of the bill repeals Section 5, which contains the penalty for fixed penalty offenses. I went over that earlier. Since the section dealing with fixed penalties would be repealed, this section would no longer be relevant. And the schedule of the bill essentially is a new Schedule 3A, to which I already referred. Madam Speaker, in sum, it is a great deal of housekeeping within the bill. It's a great deal of bringing the FSA up to date with international best practices. I will confess that some of these changes have been urged by our international partners, and some of them are simply reflecting the changing times within financial services authorities, both regionally and internationally. The FSA continues to be one of the regional best practices, our FSA. Entities come from around the region to study our operations and to see how we manage the non-bank sector in particular. The international financial sector, our management of that is not as robust not as large, the number of entities we manage, as some other financial sector regulators in the region, but certainly our regulation of the non-bank sector is a best practice. And it's an update, Madam Speaker, on a piece of legislation that was due for an update. I'm obliged.
Further debate? Further debate? Yes. Honorable Leader of the Opposition. Yes.
I just have it's a follow-up query, not so much from the discussion that was held here, but the Minister did reference the application or the authority, the scope of the authority of the FSA and the entities that come within its purview, including the friendly societies. And Madam Speaker, the effect, I should say, of bringing the friendly societies within the scope of the FSA and the requirements that have been set out or been communicated to the management of those entities. I know from one or two of them that I know in my own constituency is basically it's a winding up order because they're finding it extremely difficult to meet with the strict requirements that are imposed by the authority, and it has become a situation. And maybe the minister could comment on this. What is the impact it is having on friendly societies across the country? Are they able to meet the requirements? For example, of appointing an auditor. Can they afford to have an auditor to look at their books annually? What are these regulations? Compliance that is either being pushed from outside or for our own internal financial hygiene we think are required. Yeah, but they may have not unintended, but maybe could be foreseeable, but not necessarily desirable impact of affecting these entities in a way that may prevent them from carrying on business. I don't know. By now there ought to be, and I'm sure there is some taking of account as to the impact it has had on these friendly societies across the country. And if the minister has information that he can provide in that regard, I'd be grateful. And also, for those entities, again, I'm talking about friendly societies, when they are in a situation where they are being asked to comply and, for no really, without bad intention, they are unable to do so. What assistance is there either within the Attorney General's chambers or in the FSA itself to assist them either in meeting the requirements or in properly and in an informed way winding up their operations in a way that protects the interests of their members and also informs them so that they are not left thinking, that the government is shutting them down. They don't know what's going to happen with the assets of their friendly society that have been a member in since they were, 12 years old. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Yes. Further debates? Yes, I recognize the Honourable Member for Central Kingstown.
Madam Speaker, I hope I could be shorter than my leader, Honourable Member, the Northern Grenadines, an opposition leader. I'm not given, Madam Speaker, to be very nervous when I'm on my feet and speaking on subject matters. And I find myself this evening on my feet because I want to be able to say that at least I did make a statement, however guarded it is or was when that emerges. And maybe for that reason, I hope I could be around in the Parliament for a little bit longer, or quite a bit longer. Generally speaking, encourage Honourable Minister of Finance on the improvements that we are bringing through the amendments and upgrades in the FSA. And I say that, Madam Speaker, because I'm going to be very careful. I'm not going to give names. I'm not going to give indications about the area of interest. But I think it is the business of the Honourable Minister of Finance to know that there does exist a fair degree of nervousness at the moment in the financial landscape of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Will I get an amen to that, Mr.? No, I didn't hear where you were. I'm not going anywhere with it because you and I and others, we have to be so careful. But there's some nervousness in the financial landscape of St. Vincent at the moment, which it will not surprise me that ultimately that we may have to go beyond the FSA and we have to come back to this very parliament for policy direction as where we go in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It's not just a wealth management issue, a banking issue, non-bank issue. It is, to borrow the expression that is famous in other quarters, almost being narrow, but a St. Vincent Force initiative and concern. It's almost that, you know. You know, we beat up on our little island state and we speak about the vicissitudes and the vulnerabilities and the inherent weaknesses of small island states and climate change and its impacts and a lot of things. But the OECS, as the monetary union and the EC dollar as a currency, is something we have to have great pride in. Very, very great pride. Very, very great pride. And make sure that examinations that may be pending are being considered. And I'm speaking in guarded and coded language, Madam Speaker, are as such that when those matters come, and it may be through the central bank directives, it may be bigger than the FSA, that ultimately Vincentian shareholders are protected. I leave it at that, Madam Speaker, because the issue will come, and what I've said will be enough to be able to say that I whet and stimulated the appetite and raised the flag without saying anything that may lead to controversy of any time. Madam Speaker, the truth is, I don't know, there's no recipes, the old Vicks and nutmeg and all these things. I don't know. Madam Speaker, that's a different subject matter. Sorry, with us, yes. Look at that miserable guy over there. Hacks, yes. Hacks, yes. I think I need some hacks, Madam Speaker. I take my seat.
For the debate. Yes, oh, yes, I recognize the Honorable Senator Bob. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to make my contributions to these amendments to the Financial Services Authority Amendment Bill. Madam Speaker, many of you would be aware that before being appointed in this position, I was employed at the Financial Services Authority for a brief stint. And I saw the work that was being done by the authority. And before I go further, I must in fact commend my colleagues at the Financial Services Authority, because I know I can attest to their hard-working demeanor, their dedicated work ethic, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I looked at the amendments and I saw that the purpose of these amendments were really to to bring St. Vincent and the Grenadines in line with international best practices and standards which are necessary for the proper functioning of its regulatory and supervisory framework, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I heard my colleague speak about um, what existed before the Financial Services Authority, and I don't know much about what was there before. I read up on it and I saw that there were different branches of supervisory authorities in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And I also saw that the FSA Act of 2011 amalgamated these services. And in fact, we were able to pool our resources together to have a better functioning, a more efficient system of our regulatory and supervisory framework, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the FSA does not work by itself. There are other authorities that work alongside the FSA, such as the FIU, the ECCB. They help in enhancing St. Vincent and the Grenadines' reputation as a safe and trustworthy financial services sector, Madam Speaker. And I can boast that St. Vincent and the Grenadines, in fact, has one of the oldest international financial services sector in the Caribbean, which dates back to 1970. Madam Speaker, I had a brief stint at the FSA, and while I was there, I was a part of the mutual evaluation process, that the fourth rounds of the mutual evaluation process, which St. Vincent was currently undergoing assessment from FATF, Madam Speaker, to ensure that we were in compliance with those standards that were put out to, combat money laundering and terrorist financing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I must commend my colleagues. I remember, eating, sleeping, blank. Everything was about the mutual evaluations at that time. You didn't have any rest. I remember going into work on Saturdays with my 10-month-old at the time, and I would meet my other colleagues there. We were doing research so that we could meet deadlines, just to make sure St. Vincent and the Grenadines' reputation was in line with international standards, Madam Speaker. And that speaks to the dedicated work ethic, as I spoke about before, because we often tend to, criticize civil servants, public servants, but we do not see what happens behind the scenes, Madam Speaker. And this is, in fact, important, Madam Speaker, because I remember I wasn't aware at the time, Madam Speaker, in 2000, when the FATF brought out their blacklist. St. Vincent and the Grenadines actually was put on the blacklist by FATF and OECD because we were labeled here as a tax haven. We didn't have an adequate financial system here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We were not complying with international standards. And Madam Speaker, this administration, we came into power in 2001. And by 2002 and 2003, Madam Speaker, we were off of those lists by the FATF and by the OECD, which in fact speaks of the efficiency of this administration, Madam Speaker. And then, Madam Speaker, we did not stay there. We did not remain complacent, Madam Speaker. We continue to implement bills that would help us, to remain in accordance with the international standards, Madam Speaker. So I heard my colleague list a number of bills which were passed since the FSA Act passed, Madam Speaker. And all of these, the Proceeds of Crime Act, Madam Speaker, the FSA Act, we recently had the Virtual Act Assets Amendment Bill, Madam Speaker. All of these, they go towards, promoting St. Vincent and the Grenadines as a reliable financial services system, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I looked at the bill and I had a list of sections that I wanted to speak about, Madam Speaker. But because my colleague would have gone through them, I would go just to things that I didn't really hear. So like the definition of director, which was changed, before, in the previous act, we had directors in relation to the directors that would be on the board of the FSA itself, Madam Speaker. But we didn't speak to the directors that would be in a company. And as you know, our international financial services sector, it registers a lot of business companies, limited liability companies, segregated cell companies, Madam Speaker. And most of all of them, they're required to have directors, Madam Speaker. And even dating back to law school, I remember, studying, reading about director offenses. And I realized that this was a big loophole because, directors can be committing offenses. And because our act did not specifically speak to them, they would have created a lacuna or a loophole, Madam Speaker. So I was happy to see that this change was implemented. Well, it was an addition to the definition to include, company directors from these business companies or the limited liability companies, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, also in relation to the definition of a license, while I was there, I saw that we were issuing, online licenses, or you would print them, sign them, scan them, send them back to these companies that were overseas because these are external companies, Madam Speaker. And really and truly, it is very difficult, Madam Speaker, to supervise, regulate external companies because you do not see these persons face to face. And it speaks to the effort, Madam Speaker, and the hard work that is necessary, to look into these companies to ensure that these persons are upstanding citizens of wherever they are, their businesses or whatever financial activities they are conducting are in standard with, anti-money laundering and terrorist financing activities, Madam Speaker. It is really no easy feat, Madam Speaker. And even though there may be some companies that fall through the loopholes at time, it is a yearly process. We have to reevaluate, reassess, Madam Speaker. And so I know because of the work that is done there, this is the reason why St. Vincent and the Grenadines financial services sector is boosting, Madam Speaker. We can speak of, the income that is generated yearly because of our financial services sector. We have thousands of business companies and limited liabilities companies that are registered under our IFS sector, and the registration brings money into our country. The yearly annual fees, they bring money into our country, Madam Speaker. And I was happy to see that this bill, these amendments, would improve what is already there, the framework that is already there, so that we can remain in compliance. Because I know for a fact that the OECD, that when they did their assessment of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, which focus more on the inland revenue and taxes, those areas, Madam Speaker, we would have been rated largely compliant. And similarly so in the mutual evaluations, our, colleagues who did the assessment, they would have rated us compliant as well. And we need to maintain that compliance. We need to not be complacent, and we need to, keep the ball rolling, better ourselves, Madam Speaker. And that is why these amendments are before us, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the OECD really sets policies to promote our economic and social well-being of everyone around the world. And in fact, I commended my colleagues at FSA and didn't commend my colleagues at FIU or IRD. So I also wanted to say, keep up the good work that they're doing and continue to put country above self, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we do not want to go back on that blacklist that we were in 2000, Madam Speaker, because in these hard guava crop times, Madam Speaker, we cannot afford to be blacklisted when our economy is booming, Madam Speaker. We cannot afford the negative impacts that would be placed on our international financial services sector and our economy by extension, Madam Speaker. So this speaks to the efficiency of our government and our administration in ensuring that St. Vincent and the Grenadines is always up to date with what is happening, and to ensure that we are always in line with these standards, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we spoke of I heard the Honorable Opposition Speaker spoke on the fact of friendly societies, and he was asking whether they are able to comply. And I am equipped with the knowledge to say that we do not have a lot of friendly societies here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It is no longer popular, sad to say. We probably have about 2 friendly societies remaining in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, which is Kalekwa and Bumpan. And it is because we have a booming cooperative society. It is more trustworthy and more attractive to Vincentians, Madam Speaker. So even though we don't have the friendly societies that were existed back in the day, it was easier because the members were the persons who were actually in the friendly society, Madam Speaker. We need to make sure that the cooperative societies, which is now in place of friendly societies, remains attractive. We need to ensure that our non-banking financial entities are held accountable. They are transparent in their everyday transactions and what is happening in these entities, Madam Speaker. And I don't think a lot of people know, so I would say it here. If ever you feel aggrieved by a cooperative society like a credit union or even insurance, Madam Speaker, you might feel like you don't have any recourse. But because the FSA is the supervisory or regulatory authority, you can go to them and you can get recourse there, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't wish to say a lot more because it's a bit of a housekeeping matter, like my colleague said, but I do in fact hope, and I hope that these persons are under the sound of my voice. I hope that the FSA ensures that the necessary steps are taken so that these persons who are being regulated, who come under the ambit of this bill, they get the necessary attention to these amendments so that they can, up their game and bring their financial activities in line with these new amendments, which would in fact boost our ratings on an international stage, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, those are the extent of my submissions. Thank you. I'm obliged.
For the debate. Very well, Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, honorable members. I thank all honorable members for their contributions, and I don't discern in those contributions any objections to this particular piece of housekeeping legislation. If I may make a brief comment in response to a few of the comments we've heard. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the Honorable Senator Bob for bringing her own experience and expertise in this matter to bear. She's worked very hard in the FSA and done very good work, and I want to thank her for her perspectives. The Honorable Member for Central Kingstown tiptoed so carefully through a minefield that he was almost speaking in code. So let me speak back to him in code, and we can have our own sort of coded conversation in that regard. As we become more integrated and connected regionally, there will be, from time to time, attempts by entities from outside of St. Vincent and the Grenadines to enter the market. This is This comes from entities that wish to expand their footprint regionally. It comes from entities seeking opportunity, and it will also come obviously from entrepreneurial types seeking to make some money. And we will increasingly be exposed to concepts and financial vehicles that were not commonplace in the Vincentian market hitherto. If you're in the United States, you hear, for example, a lot about something called a hostile takeover, which is when somebody tries to gain control of an entity against the will of management by going directly to the shareholders, for example, and trying to gain a critical mass among the shareholders to take over entities. That's a concept that's fairly foreign to Vincentian experience, but it is not foreign to financial amalgamations and transactions generally. Or poison pills, for that matter. Absolutely true. But you ain't drawing me into the minefield that you tiptoe through. In train no bait, give me. But there are still regulatory levers that can be pulled in instances where the state or the regulator decides that actions are injurious to the health and welfare of the financial sector broadly. And without listing all of it's not that we have a vast and nuanced toolkit, but we do have some tools that we can employ in situations where there's a determination from a policy standpoint that a particular action is injurious to the financial sector. For example, and without speaking in any way to anything that the honorable member for Central Kingston may have alluded to, the government, for any merger, acquisition, purchase in the banking sector, must issue something called a vesting order. And without such a vesting order, the acquisition or merger cannot be completed. And that is something that the states around the region generally give once they've received essentially a clean bill of health from the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank in the case of a banking entity, or in the case of a non-bank institution, as long as you have you kind of do a cursory business check and you say, well, none of these people get locked up for anything before, none of them are criminals, so they have a clean bill of health. But the power to not issue a vesting order is a power that is resident in the government, each individual government within our currency union. And it is a mechanism that can be employed if the circumstances demand it. I won't say anything more in that particular instance, other than to say that the FSA, the central bank, and the state itself have overlapping responsibilities to ensure good hygiene within the sector and to protect the sector from actions that may unduly destabilize it. The honorable member for the honorable leader of the opposition, mentioned friendly societies. And the honorable leader of the opposition, I don't recall if the honorable leader of the opposition was in the select committee back in 2020 when we discussed the friendly society bill, but this is a bill that had gone to select committee. Some honorable members will recall that there was a fairly lengthy friendly society, several discussions. In fact, it was the last piece of legislation, I believe, that Sir Louis Straker piloted through into this honorable house, something he had a great passion for. Very excited, you recall. And the fact is that there's a great deal of truth in what the Honorable Senator Bob said about the declining popularity of friendly societies relative to their peak. in this country. Now, the Friendly Societies Act regulates 13 friendly societies, but a number of those friendly societies require amalgamation if they are to survive. Let's put it that way. To answer directly the Honorable Leader of the Opposition's question, 2 friendly societies have closed for failure to comply with the basic requirement that they must have at least 50 members. But if a friendly society doesn't have 50 members, and if the majority of those members are closer to collecting than they are to contributing on the scale of, I don't want to put it any other way, that friendly society is in financial straits, difficult financial straits, because the principle that grounds a friendly society is that there are enough young people coming in, paying their book, to pay for the funerals of the older people who are departing this mortal plane. And there was a time when either mommy or granny would join you as a young person in the friendly society and pay a book for you when you were young. And by the time you got to a particular age, you had a certain amount of money in your book. Well, you see, yeah. But these days, the Honorable Senator Bob is correct. There are now credit unions that provide some of these debt benefits. And the likelihood is greater now that Tanti or Granny, for some reason it's usually a woman who does this, mommy or Tanti or Granny will put their child in a credit union than in a friendly society. And so there's been a tremendous aging within friendly societies. And for friendly societies to remain viable, they have to do one of 2 things. They have to either bring in more young people or they have to reduce the benefit that they offer. And some of the larger friendly societies are not experiencing this challenge, but the friendly societies that have 50 members are barely scraping over the minimum threshold. They have 50 members, and the average age of the 50 members is 69 years old. And, they're approaching the back end of their contribution cycle. There are challenges there, and it requires financial analysis. Now, the greater tragedy is if a friendly society goes belly up and there are 50 or 70 members who have been paying their book loyally for years, from their teens, maybe even before their teens, and they've been counting on it. They're telling their family, don't worry, when I depart, don't worry, the thing is taken care of. I've paid my book for all this time. And the tragedy is if those friendly societies cannot meet their obligations to those 50 members. And 50 members is not enough, especially if it's 50 mature members. It's not enough to maintain the viability of these friendly societies. So what the FSA has been trying to do is to encourage among the smaller friendly societies amalgamation, so that the small ones will join either other small ones or preferably join big ones. So you go from having a universe where the FSA is trying to regulate 13 friendly societies and reach the point that Senator Bob is talking about, where they're regulating 2 friendly societies. And then those friendly societies within themselves have to look at their managerial structure and what they have to do because they've been running these businesses in much the same way that they've run them historically, and the times are changing. To quote Bob Dylan, the times they are changing. And so there's a need for us to take a look at that. The FATCA, OECD, I've written about my challenges with some of these entities and the threat of black and grey lists. And we have had to come to this honorable parliament, on Christmas Eve or All Year's Night or whatever, to pass legislation to escape the the strong arm of these entities that do not understand that some of their impositions cannot be scaled down for small island developing states. And that in trying to scale them down, they create undue and insurmountable burdens for a number of businesses that are operating legitimately. They approach us with an attitude of stigmatization. There is an assumption of guilt. There is assumption that we are money launderers. There is assumption that we are tax havens. There's an assumption that we are terrorist financiers. And so with that presumption of guilt, you often have to go beyond, above and beyond what other jurisdictions have to do just to maintain your clean bill of health. You can open a bank account in the United States online in 10 minutes. To do the same thing in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, you need 2-job letter, your blood type, your DNA, and all kind of different things to get the same, all sorts of different things. In the US, you put in your social security number on a website, and 5 minutes later, they give you 2 credit cards show up in the mail, and you have, because they have made an assumption, an erroneous assumption based on stigmatization that we down here in this region are engaging in activities that are injurious to the global financial system, when in fact we are very, very de minimis players, and we are not. There are more money launderers in the state of Delaware than there are in the entire Caribbean. But that's a story for another day. So, but that being said, it is impossible for us to simply say we will not participate, because then you find yourself on the outside looking in. You find yourself on the margins and on the periphery of the global financial architecture. You find it difficult to move money. You find it difficult to transfer money through corresponding bodies imposing these strictures on us. We are not members of the OECD. So the rule comes out and meets us fully baked. In some entities, in some instances, we're trying at the level of the United Nations to try to bring some justice to the global financial architecture. But the OECD is a closed shop of European countries. And when they say, well, this is what the regulation is, you're gone past the time when you could discuss what the regulation should say. They've already passed it. So there's work to be done there, I believe, more on a political level than an administrative level, because very often when we engage the OECD, we engage the OECD on the level of technocrats. Our technocrats speak to their technocrats. But the impetus behind their regulations is not technical, it's political. And we have to have a political interaction and a political engagement with these entities to say that your actions against us will have a political consequence. Don't expect us to vote for your candidates in this or that. The honorable member for East Kingstown would know that how much electioneering is part of diplomacy when people want to get elected to this or that body or this or that board. And we have to make connections between some of the things that they do to us and some of the things we can do for them. But that has to be done in a coordinated way. I'm straying far off the course of the bill, Madam Speaker, other than to say that I'm grateful for the contributions of honorable members. I hope that I have responded to the specific questions that they were asked, that they asked, and I beg to move that this House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause.
Clause 2, that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Clause 3, that clause 3 stands part of the bill. Clause 4, that clause 4 stands part of the bill. Clause 5, that clause 5 stands part of the bill. Clause 6, that clause 6 stands part of the bill. Clause 7, that clause 7 stands part of the bill. Clause 8, that clause 8 stands part of the bill. Clause 9, that clause 9 stands part of the bill. Clause 10, that clause 10 stands part of the bill. Clause 11, that clause 11 stands part of the bill. Clause 12, that clause 12 stands part of the bill. Clause 13, that clause 13 stands part of the bill. Clause 1, that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Yes.
Madam Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee rise, the House resume, and the presiding member report to this honorable House.
Honorable members, the question is that the committee rise, the House resumes, and the presiding member reports to the Honorable House. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as are of the contrary opinion, say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Honorable members, I have the honor to report that a bill for an act to amend the Financial Services Authority Act 2011, number 33 of 2011, has passed the committee stage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, honorable members. Accordingly, in light of that report, I beg to move that a bill for an act to amend the Financial Services Authority Act 2011, number 33 of 2011, be read a third time by title and passed.
Honorable members, the question is that a bill for an act to amend the Financial Services Authority Act 2011, number 33 of 2011, be read a third time by title and passed. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as are of the contrary opinion, say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Madam Clerk.
Financial Services Authority Amendment Act 2025. Pharmacy Bill 2025.
Yes. Honorable Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a bill for an act to provide for the regulation and control of the practice of pharmacy, for the registration and licensing of persons qualified to practice pharmacy, for the continuation of a pharmacy council, for the repeal of the Pharmacy Act, Chapter 375, and for related matters be read the first time.
Honorable members, the question is that a bill for an act to provide for the regulation and control of the practice of pharmacy, for the registration and licensing of persons qualified to practice pharmacy, for the continuation of a pharmacy council, for the repeal of the Pharmacy Act, Chapter 375, and for related matters be read a first time. As many as are of that opinion, say aye.
Aye.
As many as are of the contrary opinion, say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, because of the nature of this particular bill and the kind of stakeholders that it attracts, we wish to send this to the Select Committee.
Select Committee, yes. So we can have you name
Yes.
your members.
Sure.
Members on this side. That will be appointed to the Select Committee is as follows.
Very well.
The Honorable Jimmy Prince,
Minister of Health.
Minister of Health, of course.
Yes.
The Honorable Dr. Ralph Gonsalves, Prime Minister. The Honorable Kissel Peters, Minister of Social Development. The Honorable Saboto Caesar, Minister of Agriculture.
The Honorable Orlando Brewster, Minister of Housing. The Honorable Benava Brown, Minister of Urban Development, and the Attorney General as well. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. And for the opposition members? 4 members, yes. One second. Yes.
Nigel Stevenson, the Honorable Terence Olivier, and myself.
So, I didn't hear
The Honorable Terence Olivier.
Terence Olivier, yes.
And myself.
Yes. Very well.
Employment of Foreign Nationals and the Commonwealth Citizens Amendment Bill 2025.
Speaker, this bill that is before the Honorable House at this time, the member for South North, the Honorable Frederick Stevenson, wishes to have this bill withdrawn from today's order paper and to have this bill resubmitted at a future date. Thank you.
And I believe that the legal profession bill is still at the select committee stage. Yes. Right, very well.
Thank you.
Yes. Just a second.
Adjournment.
Just a minute. Just a minute. Just a moment. Yes, Honorable Minister of Transport and Works.
Madam Speaker, it has been brought to my attention that there will be a public accounts committee meeting
Yes.
on Thursday, the 26th of June, 2025.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, some of the members that were identified originally on the Public Accounts Committee will not be in country at the time. And so, to have a full complement of members, I wish to nominate 2 persons to the committee. Of course, 2 persons will be absent.
Yes.
The Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, he will be out. And so too is the Prime Minister. And so I wish to nominate Shakel Bob, Honorable Shakel Bob, and the Honorable Montgomery Daniel.
Very well. Okay. So.
Madam Speaker, I think if that's what it is for the day.
Yes.
The usual thing is that a date is set for the new sitting of Parliament.
The next
Parliament, of
yes.
course. And the date that the Prime Minister wishes to give to us at this Parliament is Monday, the 28th of July, 2025.
Monday, 28th
at 10 a.m.
July, 2025.
Monday, the 28th.
Yes.
July 2025.
Yes. There was a... Honorable members, the question is that this honorable House do stand adjourned to Monday, 28 July 2025 at 10 a.m. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as are of the contrary opinion, say no. Nose may have sounded a little heavy there. Okay, very well. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. House stands adjourned.
Thank you very much. But me tell people, me go finish at 7 o'clock, you know. He said no. They don't go until about 8, 9 o'clock. He said,
Taking you to an evening with the legends at the cruise ship terminal on Sunday, 29th June. There, the 2025 Calypso semi-finalists will entertain you in fine style. Guest artists on this legendary show will be Beckett, Posa,
I have to agree. You must be think me left me mouth in a me mama.
and the 2024 Calypso Monarch, Madza. The 2025 Calypso 10 sensation, Hilford Hurst, will also be performing his hit song, Too Rude.
West Indian women, too rude. When it's carnival, they're too rude.
There will be a cocktail hour from 6 p.m. Showtime, 7 p.m. Early bird tickets are only $30 at the CDC ticket outlets. It's an evening with the legends. Calypso semifinals on Sunday, 29th June at the cruise ship terminal.
District Stairs SVG Limited, a leading name in flooring, staircases, tiles, railings, and renovations, is growing, and we are looking for dynamic, experienced, and reliable individuals to fill the roles of outbound sales and marketing representatives. Minimum requirements: 2+ years of experience in sales, marketing, or construction. Certification in sales, marketing, or related area is preferred. Must have a reliable vehicle and valid driver's license, willing to travel across mainland and overnight in the Grenadines when needed. Construction manager, minimum requirements: 5+ years of experience in construction management or site supervision, certification in construction, project management, or building trades is an asset, strong skills in quoting, scheduling, cost control, and health and safety. Must have a reliable vehicle and be available to travel throughout St. Vincent and the Grenadines. To apply, email your resume and a brief cover letter to districtstairs@gmail.com. Use the job title in the subject line. Only shortlisted candidates will be contacted.
At Sol, we know our customers need fuel economy and good mileage. The additives in Sol Go Further fuels enhance your vehicle's performance with superior deposit control, friction reduction, and outstanding corrosion protection. And that means you'll get the most out of every mile you drive. Fuels designed for life's journeys. Choose Sol Go Further fuels.
I passed by a brethren the other day. If you see he plays rat and cockroach racing, mosquito fighting one another for come knee in your ears, and the amount of wood lights I see, I had to wonder if them been in the wood with no attack and build the ark. I said, bye, call Flick. For the eradication of pests, Flick is your answer. Before and after construction of your domestic and commercial buildings, Flick uses environmentally safe chemicals and keep washrooms fresh with the Aroma Odor Control and the FemCare Sanitary Disposal Systems. Call Flick Pest Control today at 457-1857 or click www.flickpestcontrol.com.
General Hardware still has the best prices on steel, lumber, and plywood. So go on, compare prices. And if by chance you find a better price, no stress. Just talk to the General and they will beat that price plus give you special priority delivery. Yes, General Hardware offers free island-wide delivery on most purchases, so you never have to worry about getting your goods on site on time. Plus, shopping at General Hardware is a pleasant experience with friendly, knowledgeable staff always ready to serve. What more could you wish for, huh? So So come to General Hardware for proper service, lowest prices, free delivery, and see why nobody beats the General. Nobody.
We would like to say that Captain Bligh XO aged rum is the best rum in the world. And now we can. Voted the world's best rum at the World Rum Awards 2014, Captain Bligh XO aged rum. World class in a glass.
The protection of workers' rights is critical to the development of any country. Workers are the driving force behind any economy. The Public Service Union presents PSU Speaks, an interactive, informative, bi-weekly program discussing matters affecting the working class. Tune in to Nice Radio on 90.3, 96.7, and 101.3 every second and fourth Monday, 8 to 10 p.m. PSU Speaks. Don't you miss it.
A year passes, your tiles start shifting. 2 years later, they pop. After 3 years, they break. The problem isn't the tiles, it's the tin set. We have what you need. Not all tin sets are the same. Every job needs the right one. For projects with ceramics, we've got it. Porcelain, no problem. Marble, stone, high traffic floors, we have the strength. Small tiles, big tiles, oversized slabs, we've got the right bond.